Chapter 144. The difference is that I've already discussed it with Commander Xia before the exam. I'll report on time after a year of training in the army. Young Master Han, you're still too inexperienced. After saying that, she turned around and walked into the room, leaving behind a stunned first young Master Han. He didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Brother Xia, young Master Xia, my young master, give me some advice. You have to give me some advice. A gust of wind blew past and Han Zheng, who was instantly sober, chased after him. Give me some advice first, then go see your child bride, okay? Xia Jinyuan's indifferent voice came from outside the room. Child bride? I don't have the guts to do that. I'm just protecting the little girl. Let's go, young Master Han. If you want me to do something, you have to perform well. Treat the little fox as a child bride? He really didn't have the guts. The little girl was his informant among the students. Not only did he apply for international police protection, but he also applied for personal protection. Now, whether it was in the country or abroad, protecting her was his current mission. When it was time for dinner, the restaurant of the farm was already filled with the aroma of the food. The local students from Beijing played the role of host and introduced each dish that was served. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting in the private room, looked through the bamboo curtain at Yi Qian, who was clinking glasses with his classmates. He didn't touch much of the food that was served. You're protecting her personally, right? Why do you look like you don't want her to know? Han Zheng didn't touch the food on the table either. Following his friend, his gaze landed on the girl who scared him with just one look. Through the bamboo curtain, he could see more clearly at a closer distance. He smacked his lips and said, "She's really pretty. Look." Before he could finish his sentence, Han Zheng saw a long-haired girl sitting behind the girl smiling as the waiter served the hot soup. She stood up. She didn't know what happened, but as soon as she took a step forward, she suddenly fell towards the waiter who was holding the hot soup. Realizing that something was wrong, Han Zheng's expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Be careful." With this loud shout, the waiter, who was completely unprepared, bumped into the bowl of hot soup that spilled out of the bowl and scalded his hand. At the same time, the bowl in his hand flew directly towards the back of the girl sitting at the other table. Yi Qian, who had his back to the waiter, seemed to be prepared. Accompanied by a loud shout from behind the bamboo curtain, Yi Qian stood up in a flash. At the same time, his slender hand grabbed the back of the chair. Under Yi Ying's gloating gaze, he gently lifted the chair to block the waiter. The disaster that would have befallen Yi Qian was instantly stopped by this chair. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. The chair collided with the large bowl. Accompanied by the waiter's frightened cry after the bang, there was the sound of porcelain shattering all over the floor. This scene happened so quickly that Yi Ying, who still had a sinister sneer in her eyes, was completely caught off guard. A bowl of hot soup was directly poured onto her legs. "Ah!" she screamed at the same time. In her contracted pupils, she saw Yi Qian mocking her. It was as if he was saying that she already knew what she was doing. The soup didn't completely pour onto her legs. Because of Yi Qian's sneer, Yi Ying simply bent over and squatted on the ground, crying out in pain. From the cause of disaster to the victim, the huge change in status made Yi Ying, who was squatting down, grit her teeth until her facial features were hideous. Even like this, she actually managed to dodge it. Chapter 145. From the perpetrator of the disaster to the victim, the sudden change in status caused Yi Ying, who was squatting down, to grit her teeth. Her facial features were contorted in anger. She actually managed to avoid it. The students in the cafeteria all stood up. Not only did the students react to the sudden turn of events, but the teachers as well. The two people who rushed out from behind the bamboo curtain quietly retreated. Han Zheng, who was sitting back in his chair, said in surprise, "You reacted so quickly. Have you practiced before?" "Yes, I'm pretty good at fighting." Xia Jinyuan, whose eyes were dark, poured himself a cup of tea. As he sipped the tea, he hid the cold glint in his eyes. If Yi Qian hadn't been on guard, that bowl of hot soup would have spilled all over her. Yi Ying was really vicious. Han Zheng squinted his long flirtatious eyes. After a while he nodded and said, "Not bad indeed. Are you okay? Are you okay?" The girl sitting next to Yi Qian was so scared that her face turned pale. Her lips trembled as she asked Yiqian, "Are you scalded? Let me take a look." She was so scared that she was about to cry. The other girl had a bad temper. She had already stood up and shouted angrily at Ying, who was still squatting on the floor. "Are you kidding me? The waiter even reminded us that hot soup is here. Do you have a brain? Do you know that this bowl of soup almost spilled all over Yiqian?" The girl was from Beijing and spoke bluntly. Her tone was just a little harsh, but it was enough to make Yi Ying, who had scalded herself, cry. Gao Yang walked over from another table. He pursed his lips and looked at the angry girl from Beijing. He squatted down and said to Ying, who had just screamed, "Are you scalded? Where?" He was the only one who was concerned about Ying, who was squatting on the floor. The rest of the students frowned and looked at the two of them. "It's fine if you scalded yourself, but don't implicate others." Seeing this, the girl from Beijing didn't say anything else. She turned and asked Yiqian, "Why don't we go back to our rooms to rest first and wake up early tomorrow morning to play?" Yiqian smiled at the girl and bent down to pick up the overturned chair. He walked step by step to Ying, who was still squatting on the floor and pretending to be the victim. He slowly bent down. "Ying, one who is unjust is doomed to destruction. You should really be glad that you spilled a bowl of hot soup. If..." In Gao Yang's tense gaze, Yi Jian had already gently moved to her ear. Her breath was cold, but her words were like needles. "If it was a knife or something like that, I'm afraid that one of your legs would be crippled." Ying. "Oh Ying, what's a bowl of hot soup? I'll wait for you to use your ultimate move." Her voice was so low that only the two of them could hear it. Ying was frightened by the sharp voice. She suddenly panicked. She buried her head tightly and her nails pierced her arm. She endured it and didn't look up. She only cried out in pain. Seeing this, Gao Yang didn't blame Yiqian. Instead, he said in a low voice, "Go back to your room and soak yourself in water. Otherwise you'll get blisters." After that, he carried Ying horizontally and walked towards the dormitory. "Waiter, go get some burn ointment." Teacher Zhu walked over from the teacher's table. He didn't immediately chase after them. Instead, he walked to Yiqian's side and patted her shoulder. "Go back to your room and rest. I'll take care of this." They were having a nice meal, but this had to happen. Let's see how Yi Ying's burns are first. Chapter 146. "Okay. I'll come over if there's anything." Yiqian bowed slightly. There was no panic or shock on his face. "I'm sorry to have made you worry." Teacher Zhu wasn't the only one to say this. The other teachers also comforted Yiqian before going to visit Yi Ying in her room. Yiqian thanked them one by one, and looked in the direction of the moving bamboo curtain. If she wasn't mistaken, she recognized one of the two military green figures that rushed out of the bamboo curtain. "Xia Jinyuan. I bet she found out about us." Behind the bamboo curtain, Han Zheng covered his face with his hands. "She's already looked in our direction a few times. Young Master Xia, your secret protection plan has failed." Xia Jinyuan began to eat slowly. When he heard this, he smiled faintly. His handsome features were like blooming flowers, elegant and gorgeous. "But she won't take the initiative to look for me, so it doesn't matter if she finds out." After hearing this, Han Zheng pondered. Why did it feel like something wasn't right? He didn't know if he was thinking about something wrong. Did it mean that the little girl didn't want to see the great young Master Xia? So, young Master Xia was secretly protecting her? Calm down. Is there a need to be so surprised? Xia Jinyuan tapped his slender fingers on the table twice. He calmly let his childhood friend know that Yiqian didn't like him. "That's why I said this little girl is interesting. Up until now, no one had ever disliked him. No one had ever piqued his interest like this little girl did. He wanted to see how far she could go. He also wanted to reach out and give her a hand when she needed help." Han Zheng closed his gaping mouth and stuffed a piece of vegetable into his mouth. "Brother, don't blame me for saying this, but if you go on like this, don't go crazy. The little girl doesn't know anything now. Don't do anything bad." Oh my God, he was really worried. If he was interested in a little girl, no one would have to worry about him going crazy. How could a playboy like him linger over a flower? But young Master Xia was different. Everyone in the family was infatuated. From Master Xia to Commander-in-Chief Xia. In his mother's words, Family Xia was the best man in the world. Whoever married into a family Xia was destined to enjoy life. If the little girl didn't appreciate it and young Master Xia forced himself on her, just thinking about it made him worried. Xia Jinyuan was already too lazy to pay attention to his childhood friend, who was immersed in his own imagination. With the little girl's skills, if he really wanted to do something bad, the silver wire wrapped around his neck. Moreover, she was only 14 and he didn't have a strange fetish like pedophilia. When Xia Jinyuan and another man, who walked with a flirtatious charm, appeared at the ground floor of the farmhouse, Yi Jian, who was also sitting on the balcony, did not sleep. She curled her lips slightly. Walking along the cobblestone path from the orchard, Xia Jinyuan stopped in his tracks and looked up at the balcony. Under the yellow light, his elegant and handsome face suddenly gave Yi Qian the illusion that he had traveled back in time. Bathed in the light, the man had handsome eyebrows and slender eyes. His eyes were as deep and vast as the blue dome of heaven. His thin lips curved into a faint smile. He was as elegant as an orchid and had a natural elegance. He was like the noblest person in the ancient imperial city, dressed in luxurious clothing. Chapter 147. Their eyes met. Xia Jinyuan placed his right hand on his forehead and waved it away gracefully. He smiled and said, "Good night, little fox." "Good night." Yi Qian lowered his gaze and looked at Xia Jinyuan's handsome face. His faint smile was as free as the wind. She waited until Xia Jinyuan entered the building before she sat back down on the rattan chair to admire the starry night sky. Her state of mind was tranquil, but Yi Ying's state of mind was like a hurricane passing through. She stared at Gao Yang with tears in her eyes. Suppressing the hatred in her heart, she asked in a hoarse voice, "So you think I did it on purpose?" "Whether you did it on purpose or not, Ying, it doesn't mean what other people think." Gao Yang took the ointment from the waiter and applied it on her reddened calves and insteps. "Ask yourself if you did it on purpose or not." Ying was so angry that she laughed. "Why should I ask myself? I'm the one who's hurt, not Yi Qian." Gao Yang looked carefully. "I'm the one who's hurt. If I did it on purpose, why would I hurt myself? Damn it. Why is everyone suspecting me?" Even the boys who liked her remained silent in the face of the teacher's intentional or unintentional questioning. They didn't stand up to speak up for her. "I know. You think I'm just trying to win your trust, right? Ha ha ha, Gao Yang, I originally thought that you understood me, but now it seems that I was thinking too much." Ying laughed self-deprecatingly. Her beautiful face was filled with desolation. Change, everything has changed. You've all changed. In the past, they only trusted her. But now they only trusted Yi Qian. Even if they were the ones who got hurt, they would rather believe that Yi Qian was innocent and that she had ulterior motives. They've changed. They've all changed. Why did she still lose to Yi Qian even though she tried so hard? Why was it so unfair? Gao Yang pursed his lips and looked at the stubborn Yi Ying. He gently put down her legs and sighed after a long time. "It's not that we've changed, Ying. It's just that you haven't recognized the truth. The old Yi Qian is no longer around. She no longer listens to you, and you're starting to worry." Gao Yang sat down in the chair and looked calmly at the girl who had tears in her eyes. "You're afraid that Yi Qian's light will overshadow yours. You began to worry that one day, everyone would think that Yi Qian was more capable than you, that he was more successful than you. That's why you started to panic. You started to go around trying to prove that you're better than Yi Qian." After all, he knew Ying well. Every word he said hit the nail on the head, directly exposing the darkness in the depths of Yi Ying's heart. This caused her to panic instantly. Faced with the bloody truth, Yi Ying was so angry that her whole body trembled. Nonsense. Nonsense. Why should I be worried? I've always been more outstanding than her. Shut up, stop talking. Don't say another word. If he didn't let her see the truth earlier, it would only have a deeper impact on her future. Gao Yang looked at her deeply, got up and closed the half-closed door. Outside the door, a few girls who were eavesdropping were caught red-handed and left awkwardly. Soon Yi Qian found out about the matter. After hearing it, he smiled faintly and said, "I didn't expect Gao Yang to be so understanding. I really couldn't tell in the past." He really couldn't tell. But he knew that Yi Ying would definitely not be persuaded by him to come to her senses. Chapter 148. Because no one in this world knew Yi Ying better than she did. Yi Qian's guess was proven correct. It wasn't until 10 o'clock at night that the students returned to their dorms after playing poker. They saw the usually cold Gao Yang storming out of the room with a furious expression. Yi Ying's soft sobs could be heard from the room where the door was not closed. Yi Qian, who was about to go to bed, smiled lightly and didn't say anything about it. Gao Yang definitely wouldn't have an easy time tomorrow. Yi Ying was the type of person who would make everyone else uncomfortable, as long as she was uncomfortable. Suddenly Yi Jian, who had closed her eyes, opened her eyes. She said to the girl who slept in the single bed next door, "Do you know the girl who slept in the same room as Yi Ying? Why don't we just let her sleep with us?" If Yi Ying was going to cause trouble, she didn't want to implicate others. When the girl from the capital heard this, she thought it was a good idea. Why didn't I think of that? If we combine the beds, won't the three of us be able to sleep together? She got out of bed, took off her shoes and walked outside. "Wait for me to come back so we can move the beds together." Yi Qian agreed with a smile. When the two girls from the capital came over, she had already moved the beds. With one more friend, the three of them chatted until 1 o'clock in the morning before they fell asleep. Early in the morning, when Yi Qian came back from her run, she saw Teacher Zhu and a few other teachers from experimental middle school standing in the corridor with serious expressions. A student ran over from the orchard and said breathlessly, "No, we looked everywhere, but there was no one." Yi Qian's gaze turned cold and she quickly walked over. When she saw Teacher Zhu, she said in a hurried voice, "Yi Qian, did you see Ying?" Yi Ying, who was supposed to be in the orchard, was missing. Just as Yi Qian said if she was unhappy, she would make everyone unhappy. Nothing in the room was touched. Even the bed looked like it hadn't been slept in. The blankets and sheets were neat and tidy, without a single wrinkle. The disposable slippers and the things in the bathroom were untouched. It was as if no one had been in the room at all. Yi Qian stood there quietly, his gaze fixed on the pillow. Downstairs, Gao Yang, with beads of sweat on his temples, was surrounded by cold air. He turned a deaf ear to the teacher's call and directly rushed to the second floor. Teacher Zhu realized that something was wrong with Gao Yang and hurried up to him. Someone said, "Yi Qian is upstairs." This made everyone's heart skip a beat, and they all chased after Gao Yang. Hearing the commotion outside, Yi Qian stood beside the single bed where Yi Ying used to sleep. When he moved the pillow away, Gao Yang rushed in with the morning fog. He asked coldly, "Did she come to see you last night? Shouldn't you be the last person to see her last night, Gao Yang?" His question made Yi Qian's eyes turn cold. After he moved the pillow away, he reached into the seam of the bed. Gao Yang, with a frosty look in his eyes, walked closer and handed a bottle of mineral water to Yi Qian. "I found 2 bottles like this by the stream. One is yours, and the other is the one Yi Ying drank from. When I left last night, Yi Ying didn't finish this bottle of water. And you didn't finish the bottle of water on the dining table." His words made the students who followed him into the room unhappy. "Hey, are you kidding me? What do these 2 bottles mean? So what if you found them by the stream?" Chapter 149. If he found them by the stream, then it proves that Yi Ying and I met alone last night, Yi Qian said calmly. It's normal for Gao Yang to make such a guess. She pointed at the mineral water bottles in his hand. One bottle should be in my hand, and the other bottle should be in Yi Ying's hand. Now that both of them are by the stream, it makes people think that Yi Ying and I went to the stream in the middle of the night. After all, both of us almost got into trouble last night. This was something that couldn't be explained clearly. It was just a simple setup, but it was enough to make her speechless. Even if the 2 girls who slept with her could prove that she slept with them last night, what about after she fell asleep? Could they prove that she still slept with them? When Gao Yang heard this, the coldness on his face deepened. She didn't sleep last night, and now she's gone. Yi Qian, she didn't sleep last night? Did you see with your own eyes that she didn't sleep last night? Yi Qian laughed, and her cold eyebrows became a little more beautiful. You need to understand. Number 1, just because the 2 bottles were together, it doesn't mean that we were together because you didn't see it with your own eyes. Number 2, you didn't see with your own eyes whether she slept last night, so you can't be so sure that she didn't sleep last night. It's the same as how my roommates can't prove that I didn't go out last night after they fell asleep. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, then everything you say doesn't make sense. Everyone present was smart, so they could understand what Yi Qian was saying. She made it very clear that the two bottles together didn't mean that she and Ying had definitely met. However, Yi Qian couldn't prove that she wasn't with Ying. So Gao Yang could assume that Yi Qian and Ying met by the stream last night. Similarly, Gao Yang couldn't prove that Ying didn't sleep last night in her room. The reason was the same. They didn't see it with their own eyes. Working with a bunch of highly intelligent students as teachers, it was quite stressful. What they were thinking was also what the students were thinking. Yi Qian walked over to Mr. Li and Mr. Zhu. He picked up a few strands of black hair from the side of the bed and said, "This is Yi Ying's hair. At least it proves that she slept on the bed. As for why she tidied up the room so neatly, we have to find her to find out. She had clearly slept on the bed, yet she wanted everyone to misunderstand that she hadn't." After realizing the deeper meaning behind Yi Qian's words, the expressions of the teachers and students changed slightly. Gao Yang clenched his teeth so hard that his cheeks were visible. He looked deeply at Yi Qian and said, "Sorry, I was too impatient." Then he turned and walked downstairs. His slender figure still looked somewhat young. At least, compared to the two soldiers who brushed past him, Gao Yang's back was so thin that it looked slightly frail. "Male student, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Come, let's have a chat." Seeing that they were about to brush past each other, Han Zheng instantly reached out and put his hand on Gao Yang's shoulder with an undeniable aura to make him stay. Dressed in a military uniform, Han Zheng put away his bone-chilling charm and looked full of military might. He smiled and said, "We'll leave together later. We still need you to bring us to the stream." Gao Yang wanted to resist, but when he calmed down and saw Xia Jinyuan standing at the side, he was slightly stunned. Wasn't this the young major that Yi Qian knew? Chapter 150. Xia Jinyuan glanced at the boy and said to Han Zheng, "You guys go to the stream first. Yi Qian and I will follow." After making an okay gesture, Han Zheng directly took Gao Yang away from the stairwell without giving him a chance to struggle out of his grasp. Yi Qian had no intention of looking for Yi Ying. In her opinion, this was just an act by Yi Ying. However, the teachers did not think so. They decided to call the police if they could not find her within 3 hours. "I'll go to the stream and take a look. You guys go look elsewhere." She did not want to look, but she had to. Once the police were called, all the students would be taken to the police station for questioning. She would be the focus of the questioning. Once she was listed as the focus of the questioning, she would most likely not be able to go to Australia. Why did Yi Ying go missing? It was obvious that she was here for her. Yi Qian turned around with a cold expression and walked out of the orchard. Instead of looking everywhere, she might as well ask the shop owner about the surrounding terrain. How could a person who felt even the slightest bit of discomfort go far? She wanted to see how she would explain it to the teachers after she found her. She had just separated from her classmates when she stopped again. She saw someone leaning against a peach tree and looking at her with a smile on his handsome face. She's just out for a walk, yet she can cause so much trouble. Little girl, you really have to stay away from her in the future. Seeing that she had stopped walking, Xia Jinyuan beckoned her over. I'm really worried. She hasn't disappeared for 24 hours. Things keep happening one after another. Yi Qian raised her eyebrows and asked with a smile, "Why? Do you think she disappeared on purpose?" "Don't you already know if she did it on purpose?" Xia Jinyuan chuckled. His smile was as warm as the morning sun shining through the mist. "Let's go. You have an hour to hand her over to your teachers for a good lesson." Finding Yi Ying within an hour might be impossible for others, but it was not difficult for Yi Qian. After understanding the situation from the shop owner, she said to Xia Jinyuan, "I'll go look for her. There's no need to trouble you and your friends. You know where he is so quickly. How can you analyze it?" Xia Jinyuan looked at Yi Qian in surprise, who seemed to already know what was going on. Xia Jinyuan asked with interest, "Only 10 minutes. You have plenty of time." At this time the sun had already dispersed the faint mist. Yi Qian, who was following a small path into the mountains, stopped and turned around. His eyes contained a hint of a cold and sharp smile. He said indifferently, "There's no need to analyze. It's just because you know yourself and your enemy. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle. Xia Jinyuan chuckled softly and sighed. That sister of yours, have you ever thought of asking her to leave school? Why did you let her leave? Ying was unwilling to give up and wanted to surpass me in every aspect. She wanted to prove that she was better than me in every aspect. Yet he couldn't get his way every single time. If I let her leave, I will feel very bored. She spoke in a low voice, filled with the mischievous interest of a little girl. It could be seen that she really hated Ying. The only difference was that she disdained to use underhanded and immoral underhanded tricks. She liked to use her strength to suppress others and make them live under her halo forever. For someone who wanted to surpass her, this was a form of torture, both physically and mentally. Chapter 151. I can go alone. Don't worry, Captain Xia. Yi Qian once again stopped Xia Jinyuan from going with her. She only hoped that she could handle the matter with Yi Ying herself. Since she insisted, Xia Jinyuan didn't force her. He stared at her quietly for a while, then smiled faintly and said, Okay. Find me in my room when you need me. As she turned around, Xia Jinyuan looked at her tenacious and slender back and said in a low voice, Take good care of yourself. Don't forget you have a mission now. Yi Qian didn't look back. She just stopped in her tracks and nodded to show that she understood. Walking up the mountain path, there was a small pavilion for climbers to rest in. Further to the left of the pavilion, there was a mountain deity temple that only the locals knew about. Yi Qian looked at the newly broken twigs and the bent grass on both sides of the path. She sneered and walked straight in the direction of the mountain deity temple. Behind her, the army green figure hidden in the branches and leaves didn't leave immediately. Instead, he frowned slightly, and there was a hint of confusion in his deep eyes. There was something wrong with the little girl just now. Hearing the sound of students talking not far away, Xia Jinyuan didn't hesitate. He turned around and walked quickly towards the source of the sound. Although the mountain deity temple was called a temple, it was actually just a natural small cave that could only accommodate about 3 people. It had a certain amount of history, so the surroundings of the cave were extremely dark due to the smoke of sandalwood. Yi Qian, who had slowly climbed up the mountain for 20 minutes, didn't immediately appear. She looked at Yi Ying, who glanced at the entrance from the side of the mountain deity temple from time to time. The cold light in her dark eyes was like the light of a sword. In the forest, the morning birds flew through the branches and chirped happily. In the quiet surroundings, there was no one else besides her and Yi Ying. Yi Qian laughed silently. If she got rid of Yi Ying now, wouldn't she be able to solve the problem once and for all? His eyes, which were so bright that they could reflect the blue sky and white clouds, were already steaming with killing intent. If he really killed her, how many people would know? Yi Jian's right hand gently grasped the silver wire that had been wrapped around her left wrist like a bracelet. Hiding behind the leaves, Yi Jian took a step forward in the strong killing intent, and a pair of warm and strong hands grabbed her arm. Don't worry, wait a little longer. Xia Jinyuan, who had appeared out of nowhere, grabbed Yi Jian and stopped her from taking a step forward. His dark and gloomy eyes were unreadable. He controlled his strength very well. It was as if he was really just holding her back and asking her to wait a little longer. Murderous intent. Xia Jinyuan could tell that she was bathed in blood. Her murderous intent was as thick as ink. He couldn't understand why a 14-year-old girl would have such a strong murderous intent towards someone of the same age. Before this, he couldn't tell at all. When her hand gently grasped the silver wire on her wrist, Xia Jinyuan's eyes were fixed. Even when he purposely made the rustling sound of his body passing through the branches, he did not wake her up. In the end, he had no choice but to take action. The moment Xia Jinyuan grabbed her arm, Yi Qian gently closed her eyes. In just a few seconds, she restrained her murderous aura. Of course, he couldn't kill her here. There was too much evidence and witnesses. If he really killed her, he would be the one to die in the end. Looking back, Yi Qian's clear black eyes calmly looked at the man whose handsome face revealed a hint of seriousness. He sneered and said, "What, do you really think I would do something that would harm myself? How could that be? It was just a moment of anger." Chapter 152. He was a soldier and had keen observation skills and intuition. He must have noticed something when he tried to stop her. Therefore, there was no need to hide it. Telling him openly would lower his suspicions. It's normal that you can't let down your emotions. I believe that you're smart and won't let down Father Jen and Uncle Chun because of some insignificant person. Xia Jinyuan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that she didn't look gloomy and didn't look like she was in trouble. He let go of her slender arm and said with a faint smile, "People who make mistakes must be punished. Although it's just a punishment that doesn't hurt or itch, it's enough to let everyone know her character. It's also a good thing for you. Didn't she always want to compete with Yi Qian? Then let's make her pay for the humiliation she suffered, and her image plummeted to the point where no one was willing to travel with her." His words were like a warning bell that shattered the haze in Yi Qian's heart. His pupils contracted slightly and Yi Qian exhaled deeply. He almost lost himself just now. "I'm fine. Captain Xia, you should leave us alone. I don't want to explain too much. After all, she asked Liao Jian to spy on us." After Yi Qian finished speaking, he ignored Xia Jinyuan's reply and walked through the bushes and leaves towards the temple. There was the sound of leaves rustling. Yi Ying, who was hiding behind a tree, leaned back slightly and tiptoed towards the back of the temple, falling down on purpose and disappearing on purpose. "Yi Ying, how much more of these tricks do you want to play?" The sudden voice behind her made Yi Ying's body stiffen. There was a hint of panic in her eyes. Yi Qian looked at Yi Ying, who was panicking because of his appearance. His dark eyes were cold as he said with a faint smile, "You spent so much effort to frame me. You even purposely put the bottle of water I drank by the stream. But you just had to hide so close. It wasn't challenging at all for me to find you." There was the sound of messy footsteps coming from below. There were also the voices of teachers reminding the students to watch their steps and be careful not to fall. Clearly, they were all heading for the mountain deity temple. Yi Ying, whose eyes were filled with fear, suddenly looked up. Her reddened eyes stared straight at Yi Qian. The hatred in her eyes was like huge waves, rolling over and over again. "I did it on purpose? Hey, you really know how to lie through your teeth." Instead of retreating, she stepped forward and walked directly to Yi Qian's side. She raised her chin arrogantly and said, "Why would I do that? I was the one who got scalded from the fall. Missing? Ha, which eye of yours saw me go missing? Aren't we just standing here?" From the corner of her eye, Yi Ying saw the figures of her teacher and student looming behind the green leaves. Her heart raced and her eyes flickered. Her voice was filled with fear, and she said in a trembling voice, "Yi Qian, what are your intentions for following me here so sneakily? Last night you caused me to get scalded. Isn't that enough? What else do you want?" "Yi Ying, why don't you explain why you wanted to create an illusion that you met Yi Jian last night?" Teacher Zhu, who had stepped through the bushes, looked at Yi Ying with an exceptionally serious expression. "As for why Yi Qian came here as a teacher, I can explain it to you. 1-2. Dozens of students stood behind Teacher Zhu. Not a single one of them was not frowning as they looked at the girl who was full of lies. From their eyes, it was obvious that they were doubting Yi Ying's character. Chapter 153. Teacher Zhu's questioning and the students' unfriendliness made Yi Ying's face pale. In school, because of her relationship with Yi Jifan, Yi Ying's teachers took good care of her. In addition, her grades were good, so the teachers were very tolerant of her. Even if they wanted to criticize Yi Ying, they would explain it in advance so that Yi Ying would know that even if they criticized her, they were still on her side. After a long time, Yi Ying began to have a vague sense of what kind of position a teacher should be in. She was used to teachers speaking up for her. When she suddenly heard Teacher Zhu not criticizing others but questioning her, she, who had never experienced something like this, immediately thought of protecting her dignity. She pretended to be calm and stubbornly raised her chin. With a trembling voice she argued, "Teacher Zhu, what do I have to explain? My only mistake was that I didn't inform anyone before I left the class. That's my explanation. Whether you believe it or not is your own business." With that, tears welled up in her eyes. She looked at Teacher Zhu pitifully, hoping that the teacher would stand on her side, just like in town middle school. Her reaction made the students look at her with disgust. How could she do this? Not only did she not admit her mistake, she even felt that she was wronged. Some of the students looked at Yi Qian with sympathy. With a classmate like this, life must be difficult. How could she do this? She's too shameless. Ha, she's like a dead pig who isn't afraid of boiling water. I really pity Yi Qian. With a classmate like this, I don't know what kind of sin she has committed to have her as her classmate. With teachers present, the students, who had always been virtuous, only discussed among themselves softly even if they were dissatisfied. However, even if they lowered their voices, Yi Qian could still hear them. Hearing this, her indifferent expression had a hint of a smile that no one could see through. Yi Qian was no stranger to doubting a person's character. When she saw the teachers and students doubting Yi Ying's character, she had the urge to laugh out loud. The heavens were right, and retribution was not pleasant. What she went through back then was what Yi Ying was facing now. The only difference was that he had been wronged back then, while Yi Ying had reaped what she had sown. Teacher Zhu felt his heart ache from anger. Was this still a student? He was the ancestor that the teachers had to worship. However, as a teacher with high professional ethics, she did not embarrass Yi Ying in front of all the students. Instead, he said to Yi Qian, "In order to find her, all of you skipped breakfast. It was only 7 o'clock, and it was almost time to go back and have breakfast. I'll leave this to teacher." Teacher Zhu, who had already noticed the strange look in the students' eyes, sighed softly and said, "Everyone makes mistakes. All of you should disperse." A teacher's job was to impart knowledge and dispel doubts. Even Teacher Zhu, who had doubts about Yi Ying's character, knew to stand up for a student who had made a mistake. As a teacher, not only did he impart knowledge, he also taught his students how to behave. This was the difference between Teacher Zhu and Teacher Ku. In this life, it was Yi Ying's great fortune to have met Mr. Zhu. In her previous life, it was Yi Qian's misfortune to have met Teacher Ku. The two girls who stayed with Yi Qian last night stared at Yi Ying unkindly. They walked out from among the students and said to Yi Qian, "Ignore them, despicable people." Chapter 154. Stop talking. Let the teacher handle this. Let's go have breakfast. Even though the other student had her own opinions, under Mr. Zhu's influence, she did not say anything that was unfair. Instead, she held Yi Qian's arm and comforted her. "Don't take it to heart. This kind of person is just jealous of you." The girl's voice was neither loud nor soft, just loud enough for everyone to hear. Hearing this, Yi Ying's expression changed. She opened her mouth to confront her. "Why would I be jealous of her? What does she have to be jealous of?" "Sorry, I don't want to talk to a person with a flawed character like you. Whatever I say has nothing to do with you." A girl from the north retorted coldly. "Let me give you a kind reminder. Don't take it personally. It will affect your mood." Laughter came from the mouths of the students. While they were full of ridicule, they were also disdainful of Yi Ying's behavior. At that time they were suspicious. Now they were sure. Yi Ying's character was problematic. Gao Yang, who had come over but had not said anything, clenched his fists tightly. Ying. He never knew that there was a side to her that was so unbearable. Could it be that everything he saw in the past was fake? His gaze moved from Yi Ying to the other girl, whom he had always thought was unbearable. He saw that she was still calm in the face of Yi Ying's accusation. She was calm and unhurried, as natural as a flower blooming and withering. She did not try to defend herself. She let Yi Ying direct this cheap farce alone. She had already won against Yi Ying several times over just by remaining silent. She walked to Yi Ying's side and said calmly, "Yi Ying, I hope you remember that you don't just represent yourself outside. You also represent Fujian High School. Please restrain yourself and stop tarnishing the school's reputation." Yi Qian would only earn more respect from others. Gao Yang walked out. His footsteps were heavy as he walked to Yi Qian's side. He lowered his head and said clearly, "I apologize for my shallow thinking. I'm really sorry, Yi Qian. I thought I was right, but reality slapped me hard in the face. I realized that what I saw might not be right. I'm very sorry, Yi Qian." He didn't say anything to ask Yi Qian to forgive him. He bowed deeply before her, then straightened up abruptly. He didn't take another look at Yi Ying, whose eyes were filled with hope because of his appearance, and turned to leave. Even when Yi Ying screamed, "Gao Ying, come back!" he did not turn back to look. It was like this in the past and it was still the same now. Yi Ying, who was in a state of extreme panic, looked at the boy's thin figure as he left. She, who was still pretending to be calm, suddenly burst into tears. It was unclear whether she was crying because of Gao Yang's departure, or because of the teacher's interrogation. No matter what her reason was, Yi Qian did not care. He knew that from today onwards, Yi Ying's life would not be as smooth as her previous life. Standing in the dark, Xia Jinyuan watched everything through the gaps between the leaves. His thin lips curved slightly. Little Fox was really dazzling just now. She was obviously not outstanding, but the way she handled the situation won the respect of the teachers and students. A little girl like this was the little girl he knew. The girl's cries continued, but Xia Jinyuan did not take another look at her. After Yi Qian left, he quietly left the scene. He left for Australia tonight. He and Yi Qian were on the same flight. Chapter 155. Yi Qian didn't know that Xia Jinyuan was on the same flight as him. After Yi Ying's incident, although it didn't affect Yi Qian's mood to play with the other students, the teachers couldn't be at ease with this trip. They were supposed to leave at noon, but the return trip ended at 9 a.m. At 3 p.m., Mr. Zhu and the other students returned. Yi Qian didn't see Ying. Even Gao Yang remained silent and didn't ask where she went. Not long after Mr. Zhu and the others left, Yi Qian and the others boarded the bus to the airport. They boarded at 8:30 p.m. Less than half an hour after the plane took off, most of the passengers had already fallen asleep. Yi Qian chatted with Yang Yi, the girl sitting next to him, for a while before falling asleep. Yi Qian, who had slept for an unknown amount of time, was awakened by Yang Ye's mumbling. He looked at the time and saw that it was only 1 a.m. There were still 6 hours before landing. After putting the shawl on Yang Yi, Yi Qian gently got up and walked towards the bathroom. Someone politely knocked on the door twice. Yi Qian, who was washing his hands, took out a tissue to dry his hands and opened the door. Like a cheetah in the forest, a person squeezed into the narrow washroom. Yi Qian's reaction was just as fast. When he noticed the other person's strange behavior, he had already raised his right leg and kicked towards the other person's knee. Such a big greeting gift? I don't dare to accept it. The familiar voice slowly laughed with a hint of mockery. At the same time, the familiar faint mint smell instantly filled Yi Qian's nose. It was cold and low-key, just like its owner. The right leg that was supposed to kick the other person's knee moved to the side and brushed past the other person's calf. Yi Qian moved to the side so that Xia Jinyuan, who had already squeezed in, could come closer and close the bathroom door. When he really stepped in, Yi Qian regretted it. The washroom on the plane was so small that it could only accommodate one person. When he came in, the space was so small that Yi Qian wondered if he should stand on top of the toilet bowl. It was as if she had blocked out the unpleasant smell of disinfectant. Every breath she took was filled with his scent. Yi Qian, who had a sensitive sense of smell, couldn't help but hold his breath. Being alone with him, especially in such a small space, always made her feel unnatural. Xia Jinyuan didn't mind. The small space didn't affect his mood at all, especially when he saw her expression as if she wanted to stand on top of the toilet bowl. He couldn't help but chuckle. You fell asleep less than half an hour after boarding the plane. Little girl, if you didn't wake up, I would have to wake you up. In the dim light, although there was a smile on his handsome face, there was no trace of a smile in his dark eyes as he looked at Yi Qian. Give me 2 minutes to finish reading this document. Although it was called a document, it was actually a photo. There were 2 blonde foreign men, a dark-skinned man from Qingzhou City, and a Chinese man. Below the photo was a detailed introduction of the 4 people. Yi Qian fixed his gaze on the photo of the Vietnamese man again. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Mercenary. A soldier who participated in the Nanjiang Defense War. After retiring, he became a school teacher. After falling for women, he became a mercenary." Xia Jinyuan took the photo from her and put it back in his pocket. His code name is Red Scorpion. He has frontline combat experience. 4 soldiers sent by the Vietnamese government died at his hands. Chapter 156. Rumor has it that he has a pair of eyes that can see through a person's essence. Therefore, as long as it's someone sent by the government, no one can escape his sight. The 2 female border guards sent by the Chinese side almost fell into his hands. This was information that Yi Qian had to know. It was a fact that could not be concealed. He had to let her know in advance what kind of dangerous person she was up against. Yi Qian did not expect to take on such a tricky mission for the first time working with the military. But the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. There seemed to be a fire in her dark eyes. I think I understand why you need a student like me to work with you. That's right. That's why we need you. Xia Jinyuan laughed. He knew that this bold girl would not back down. Don't be afraid. You're a student and a contestant in this competition. No matter how alert he is, he can't be so thorough. He will arrive in Sydney at about 8 o'clock tomorrow. He will arrive at the hotel at about 11:30 Sydney time. The man in the photo appeared in the group of Vietnamese students. The Chinese student was the one who received him. As for what Yi Qian needed to do, all he did was report to Xia Jinyuan and the others in a timely manner, including who the Vietnamese student was in contact with. This was a drug trafficking network that used students. The drug gang established a strict drug trafficking network in Laos, the border area of Vietnam, and the relevant provinces and cities in Vietnam. From purchasing to transporting to bribing, they successfully transported their drugs. The Chinese side had joined in because they had already caught 2 informants on the drug trafficking network. From the clues, they found out that the Chinese student in charge of receiving him was one of the important leaders of the gang who cooperated with the international drug trafficking network. Xia Jinyuan's target was naturally the Chinese student and the Vietnamese student. There was another knock on the door outside the restroom. Someone yawned and said, "Excuse me." Yi Qian's body stiffened. He stared at Xia Jinyuan with his clear eyes and pointed at himself. What do we do now? A man and a woman were in the restroom. What if they were blocked by someone? The toilet is broken? I'm very sorry. We'll take care of it immediately. I'm very, very sorry, sir. As the flight attendant on duty apologized, Yi Qian walked out of the restroom expressionlessly and returned to his seat. Because the toilet bowl was broken, a gentleman stepped forward to help the little girl, but to no avail. After that, he called for the flight attendant. What a perfect explanation. This time Yi Qian did not go to the bathroom. After nearly 12 hours of flight, they arrived in Sydney at 8:40 a.m. The next day. At this time it was 10:40 a.m. in Sydney, which was 2 hours earlier than in China. About an hour later, the 12 students arrived at the hotel under the guidance of the Australian reception teacher. As soon as they arrived at the hotel, they saw an English slogan at the bright entrance. Itis importante participate, not to win. It meant that the important thing was to participate, not to win. This was the spirit of the mathematical Olympiad. Wang Yimou stood in front of the banner with a serious expression on his face. He said to Yi Qian, who was standing beside him, in spirit, it might not be the case. Sending 12 members to participate in the competition, and selecting them from all the schools in the country was enough to show how much importance the country placed on this competition. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. Since you're here, just participate well. Yi Qian twisted his luggage and smiled at Wang Yimou, who was in his 3rd year of junior high. It's mealtime. Don't think about these stomach-aching things. Chapter 157. While the two of them were talking, a bus drove over. It circled around the fountain and slowly stopped at the entrance of the hotel. Just like the bus the Chinese students were on, when the rear doors slowly opened, the Chinese students who were walking towards the hotel heard the commotion and turned around to look. Their competitors had arrived. In this competition, the participants from each country wore an armband representing their country on their sleeves. It was easy to tell which country they were from. This time there were 6 teams from Asia participating in the competition. When the doors opened, they saw the same Asian faces, except that their skin was slightly darker. They were dressed in the same uniform and walked out. Their gazes all landed on the other party's arm. When they saw the national emblem of a 5-pointed star on a red background and 2 bundles of golden rice ears symmetrically surrounded by red ribbons, the Chinese students knew which country this student was from. The Vietnamese students who got out of the bus did not expect to meet their competitors at the entrance of the hotel before they even arrived. The eyes of the students from the 2 countries met for a brief moment. It was as if sparks were flying. Before the competition even started, the competition had already begun. Yi Qian, who was a few steps behind, nodded and smiled at one of the students, who was probably the leader of the neighboring team. He teased Wang Yimou. Your eyes are about to pop out of their sockets. Those who don't know would think that you're looking at a beauty. Those who don't know would think that you're trying to kill someone. They're glaring at me, so I'm glaring back. Wang Yimou chuckled. Following Yi Qian, he smiled faintly at the Vietnamese boy who was glaring at him. However, I still think that it's better to be friendly. Yi Qian laughed. His laughter was faint, but it was indescribably pleasant. Let's go, Student Wang. We still have to rush for lunch. The Vietnamese students' voices came from behind. Wang Yimou did not pay attention to what they were saying because he did not understand. The students who went in were already lining up to get their room cards. Before checking into the hotel, the information of the students from each country had already been arranged. They only needed to get their room cards before they could check in. When it was Yi Qian's turn, the hotel waiter smiled and said in a friendly manner, "If you need anything, please feel free to contact me." He said, "I not we." At the same time, he handed over the room card and lightly touched Yi Qian's finger under the card. "Your contact information is on the room card." "Thank you." "Okay, thank you." Yi Qian calmly took the room card. His hand on the black marble counter moved slightly, and the message he sent out was, "Understood." The smile in the man's light gray eyes deepened. "Nice to meet you. I'm..." He pointed to his name tag. "Belle, the hotel's front desk attendant. I'm happy to be at your service." Someone from the international police force was secretly protecting her? Why did the scene feel a little too big? Yi Qian's eyes darkened as he turned around. He bumped into a Vietnamese man who had also come to check in. In his hand, he was holding the list of his country's contestants. When the slip of paper accidentally scratched Yi Qian's arm, he raised his head and quickly apologized. "Sorry." There was a fierce look in his eyes, and the muscles on his arms were rather taut. Yi Qian nodded lightly and left with his luggage without saying anything. Yi Qian didn't turn back. Even if this person was the #1 target from Vietnam with the codename Red Scorpion, he didn't look back as he left, because he already knew there was no need to look back. Chapter 158. Of the 12 contestants, 2 were girls and 10 were boys. 2 of them shared a room on the same floor. The first thing Yi Qian and Yang Yi did when they entered the room was to put the books and test papers in their luggage beside the bed. There were even a few sets of test papers in English. There were no other clothes in their luggage, only blue and white school uniforms with short sleeves and long pants. They were dressed in a refreshing and sporty style. 12 o'clock just happened to be mealtime. When Yi Qian's group of 12 walked through the hotel's dining hall, contestants from various countries had gathered together. As the host country, Australia's contestants had all appeared in the dining hall and were enthusiastically chatting with the other country's contestants. Yi Qian's gaze swept across the entire dining hall. There were quite a few groups of black-haired Asian students, but there were no Vietnamese students. If he wanted to keep an eye on Red Scorpion, he first needed to know their whereabouts. When Yang Yi saw so many students gathered in the dining hall, he quietly said to Yi Qian, "It's such a big scene. This pressure. Tiske. I'm going to eat until my stomach hurts. Don't you?" Yi Qian hadn't finished speaking when a commotion came from behind him. Then he heard the Chinese contestant Gu Fan say in a low voice, "You need to apologize." The contestants were all fluent in English. Gu Fan's spoken English was not only perfect, but he also had a pure American accent. Yi Qian only needed to hear his voice to know that it was him who had spoken. When he turned around, he saw a Vietnamese boy glaring fiercely at Gu Fan. There were a few books scattered on the floor. They were the materials Gu Fan had brought over from China. "Why should I apologize?" The Vietnamese boy not only had a fierce gaze, even his tone was fierce. He sneered. "This is a public place. You're obstructing us by standing here." Not only did the boy's fierceness come out of nowhere, there was even a hint of hatred in his words. When he looked at the other Vietnamese students, they were all the same. It was as if the Chinese students standing in front of them were their enemies. "You guys are a bunch of rude invaders who only know how to invade. You want me to apologize? Don't even think about it." It was originally a simple matter, but when the boy said it, it actually escalated to a war between countries. This caused the Chinese students' expressions to change greatly. Their gazes towards the Vietnamese students suddenly became cold and sharp. Invaders? How could he have the audacity to say that the Chinese side was an invader? Yi Jian's expression was calm, But there was a cold glint in his black eyes that shot towards the Vietnamese student like an arrow. She walked over. She stood in front of Gu Fan and said softly to him, "Teacher, we don't want to argue with them over this kind of matter. If these Vietnamese students wanted to discuss the war between the two countries for the past 30 years, she wouldn't mind having a good chat with them." Gu Fan lowered his head and glanced at the book that was knocked to the ground by the other party. He thought that he should not argue with students from other countries in Australia. When he bent down to pick up the book, Yi Jian directly grabbed his wrist and said with a smile, "Apologizing and picking up books is what they should do. It has nothing to do with national wars. S's countries. She spoke in English. Her voice was clear and there was a calm smile in it. She spoke naturally and generously, but there was a stern look in her eyes. Don't let them bully you. Yang Yi saw that the situation wasn't right. It was obvious that the other party was deliberately stirring up trouble. He said with a gloomy face, "I don't believe they dare to do anything here." Chapter 159. Calling the teacher over was obviously the best way to deal with this situation, but the Vietnamese students had taken the Chinese students' etiquette as cowardice. When one of the boys saw that Yang Yi was about to leave, he immediately raised his hand to stop him and said in a harsh tone, "You can leave, but you have to apologize to us." If this time it was really an apology from a Chinese student, then this matter was not an ordinary matter. If this matter spread internationally, it would be equivalent to a few Vietnamese students trampling on the dignity of a country. The other party raised his hand first, and the atmosphere instantly became even more tense. Yang Ye's face was filled with shame and anger, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Please tell us the reason why you want us to apologize." "Reason? What reason do we need to give to invaders? If you want to apologize, then apologize." The Vietnamese student who blocked Yang Ye's path sneered repeatedly, as if he was the judge and could represent the entire country. As such, Yi Qian smiled faintly and raised his hand. "If you can represent your country right now, then you can stand on the battlefield and use your strength to express your patriotism. Instead of standing here and using a laughable excuse to express your patriotism, because all I see is your cowardice. She pressed her wrist against the other party's as she spoke with a faint smile, but the strength of her wrist didn't yield in the slightest, and she directly pushed the other party's hand to the side. "Not only are you not apologizing after bumping into us, you're even twisting words and forcing logic. Please first clarify where you are and why you're here." Her voice was piercingly cold and carried a majestic aura. Regardless of whether it was her words or her aura, she firmly suppressed the other party. The Vietnamese student didn't take a girl seriously at all. Only when he secretly compared their strength did he realize that he had underestimated the Chinese girl. Yi Qian's hands were tied with iron balls during sniping training, so the strength of her arms was far beyond that of an ordinary girl. She immediately suppressed the Vietnamese student with a single move. "You really are invaders. You always act so domineering." The Vietnamese student's face darkened as he angrily pulled his right hand back. Being suppressed by a girl's wrist to the point that he couldn't even raise his arm was an extremely humiliating matter. When Yi Qian heard this, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly towards the students beside her. She finally spoke loudly. The raised voice attracted the attention of the students outside the restaurant. Even those who saw it thought it was an exchange between students from two countries looked over. The rest of the words were not heard by the students, but the word invaders was heard clearly. Some students stood up and walked towards the entrance of the cafeteria. Someone asked, "What are you talking about? Invaders? Why are you talking about this topic?" The Chinese student faintly smiled and explained, "He purposely bumped into my classmate. It's fine if he didn't pick up his book, but he didn't even have the most basic manners. As for his sudden mention of invaders, I'm sorry, but we didn't understand." The tacit understanding that was cultivated could be used in any situation. Just like now when Yi Qian smiled slightly, the Chinese students immediately knew how to respond. Why mention war in the arena of knowledge? This is not a battlefield, but a friendly exchange of knowledge. God, I can't understand this. Can someone explain it to me? Shouldn't you apologize immediately after bumping into someone? I can't understand the need to mix war and war. Chapter 160. No matter how good a person was at twisting words and forcing logic, They could only retreat in defeat in the face of everyone's condemnation. What's more, students from all over the world were talking about it. Soon, a trace of panic appeared on the faces of the Vietnamese students. "Why didn't you go in?" The Vietnamese man with the code name Red Scorpion walked over and saw the panic on his students' faces. On the other hand, the Chinese student had a cold expression. He frowned and asked his students again, "What happened to you guys just now?" He was holding a stack of documents in his hand. Behind him were two other Vietnamese teachers who were also holding the same documents. Under his cold gaze, the few Vietnamese students who had hatred on their faces earlier lowered their heads and whispered what had happened. Gao Yang, who had been silent all this while, suddenly opened his mouth and coldly interrupted the students' words. "Please tell your teacher the whole story again. Tell your teacher the truth about what exactly happened." The first part was in English, but the second part was in Vietnamese. When he opened his mouth, the Chinese student wasn't frightened. Instead, the Vietnamese student was so frightened that his expression immediately tensed up. Yi Qian glanced at Red Scorpion and slightly pursed his lips. With a cold expression, he said, "Please use language that we can all understand and honestly tell us what happened." If the invaders hadn't been mentioned, this dispute would have just been between students. When Red Scorpion heard his own student mention the invaders, he immediately understood why the Chinese students refused to back down. The Chinese teacher walked over with the documents in his hand and happened to hear the second half. His expression was so serious that it made the Chinese students feel apprehensive. The Vietnamese students were able to pick up the books and apologize without a hitch. The four Chinese teachers didn't leave immediately. Instead, they said to Yi Qian and the others, "You guys go eat first. Leave this matter to the teachers." The matter seemed to have passed just like that, but the Chinese students knew that it wasn't over yet. After eating, the 12 students sat in the teacher's room and talked about what happened in the afternoon. They were still a little angry. The leader of the group was Teacher Li from Beijing's experimental high school. When he saw that the students were still talking about the war of self-defense against Vietnam in 1979, he sighed and said, "You guys still know too little. They're not talking about the war of self-defense against Vietnam in 1979, but the counterattack of Laoshan in recent years." Classmate Yi Qian, I remember that your personal profile stated that your hobby was military affairs. Have you studied Laoshan's counterattack? Laoshan's counterattack was a modern war between the two nations. Even now, there were still conflicts between the two nations. This was originally a matter between countries. Even if there was something else, this was not something that students could discuss with each other. Moreover, this was Australia. Yi Qian pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "Laoshan is located to the west of our country's Yun Province's Malipo County. It has always been a battleground for military strategists. After the Vietnamese side completed the self-defense war in 1979, they ignored the repeated warnings of the China government and secretly sent troops to invade Laoshan. Relying on the complex terrain, they built a large number of tunnels, trenches, bunkers, hiding holes, many barbed wire fences, traps, and trenches. Invasion of national territory is something that no country can tolerate. On the morning of April 28, 1984, the 40th Division and the 49th Division of the 14th Division launched an attack on the front lines of Lao San and Jian Mountain. After 18 days of bloody battle, our border defense forces have finally reclaimed Old Mountain and Jian Mountain. Chapter 161. Yi Jian's voice was clear and cold. When she spoke, her voice was low and restrained, but there was a hint of coldness in it. She was talking about the war, and the teachers and students listened quietly. They were brought into the tragic war by her voice. After the Vietnamese army lost the Laoshan position, they counterattacked repeatedly, vainly trying to retake the Laoshan position. Thus, there were 4 major counterattacks. Among them, the Battle of Song Mao Ridge on July 12 was the largest division-level attack by the Vietnamese army. It was also the most tragic battle in the Laoshan tug-of-war. The soldiers of the 2nd Company guarding the Laoshan position near Nala La were all killed. After that, several of our soldiers who went up to check on the situation were also killed by the Vietnamese army. After daybreak, a platoon of 45 soldiers charged up, but they were almost completely wiped out. It was only when the rocket launchers were fired that our infantry retook the position. When she spoke up to this point, several students gasped. They had not paid attention to this area at all. They had always believed that war did not belong to the Chinese side of peace. Yi Qian's expression was cold as she pursed her lips. Her gaze swept past the students who were still in a daze. She continued softly, "The war did not end. After that, the Vietnamese army sent out 500 to 600 soldiers, but they were immediately locked down by our artillery. They also paid a heavy price for their actions." This was a battle that was not far from the students, but many students and adults did not know about it. As Yi Qian spoke slowly, the bullets whistled past the students. It was as if they could see the soldiers who were unafraid of death on the battlefield for the sake of protecting their country. They could see the young soldiers who fought until the last moment of their lives, even though they were heavily injured. When Yi Qian spoke about the flying flesh and blood and broken limbs on the tree branches, in the bamboo forest, in the grass, and in the bushes, it was as if they were already on the battlefield. Sobbing sounds could be heard. It was Yang Yi crying. He was crying for the brave soldiers who had sacrificed themselves in the war. Teacher Li, Teacher Yu, and the other teachers' eyes were red. Even though Yi Qian had finished speaking for a long time, no one spoke. "It's very tragic, but why don't we know much about it?" a student asked in a hoarse voice, heavy and sorrowful. This question was answered by the teacher. Director Li sighed heavily. "I hope that the next generation will always enjoy peace and happiness. I also hope that you can stay away from war. However, as students, you have to know that war means putting people in danger. It means death, blood, and loss of peace and happiness. We must stay away from war. But we must understand and recognize war." As he spoke, Director Li took another look at Yi Qian. His impression of her had undoubtedly deepened. As a student, she didn't know much about Lao Shan's counterattack. When Yi Qian heard what she said, he knew that she had really paid attention to it. Sitting in the corner, Gao Yang lowered his gaze to hide the complicated emotions in his eyes. She knew much more than they did. In another hotel room, Red Scorpion sat on the edge of the bed with a gloomy expression. The gaze he swept over the boys was exceptionally cold. "I didn't bring you out to discuss the battlefield with the Chinese students. I need you to be honest about my matters and your families. I don't want to see such foolish things again. If you anger me, don't even think about going back." The three boys' shoulders clearly shrunk as they lowered their heads. None of them dared to raise their heads to look at him. It could be seen from their expressions that they were all afraid of Red Scorpion. Chapter 162. There was no one who wasn't afraid of him, and these three boys were even more afraid that their teacher would end their lives at any moment. They left in a panic and didn't raise their heads as they quickly entered the opposite room. "It can't be. They're living next door to us." Yang Ye's eyes were wide open as she looked at the three figures that flashed before her eyes. She said with some difficulty, "Dear, can we request to change rooms? Are you kidding me? They're actually right next door to us, just a wall away." Yi Qian wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. This made things easier for her. It looked like Xia Jinyuan had made meticulous arrangements for her. From this, it could be seen that Red Scorpion was definitely someone who was difficult to get close to. Otherwise, they wouldn't have arranged for her to be so close to him. He smiled faintly and said, "So what? Even if it's not us, there will be other students living here. Dear, we can go back to our room and sleep for a while. I suggest you apply ice to your eyes before you sleep. Otherwise, they'll definitely swell when you wake up." "Ah, what should I do? Where's the ice? What should I do if I become ugly?" Yang Yi belonged to the smart and beautiful type. She had an oval face and curved willowy eyebrows. Although her facial features weren't as exquisite as Yi Qian's, she was still a standard beauty. She had just cried, and now that she had calmed down, she knew how to show off. Yi Qian swiped his card to open the door. He put his hands on her shoulders and gently pushed her into the room. "Go in, beautiful. I'll get the waiter to bring you some ice." Xia Jinyuan, who said he would contact her in Australia, still hadn't made a move. Was he here or not? If she went out for a walk, perhaps this elusive man would take the initiative to find her. When she walked to the elevator and was about to press the button, a ding sounded. The elevator door opened and a tall hotel waiter pushed a clean dining cart into the elevator. When he saw Yi Qian, he nodded slightly with a smile and pushed the dining cart out. Yi Qian also smiled slightly. She was about to press the button, but her feet moved slightly. When she brushed past the tall waiter, she calmly pressed the button. The waiter in the dining car stood in the middle of the room where the 3 Vietnamese boys came out in fear. He knocked on the door and said, "Sorry to disturb you." When the elevator doors opened, Yi Qian, who had entered the elevator, slowly closed the doors. His eyes were sharp. This was one of the foreign men in the photo. The door to the room he stopped at was Red Scorpion's room. They had already begun to make contact. The receptionist's bell was still there. After Yi Qian explained the purpose of his visit with a smile, Bell happily said to Yi Qian, "Okay, follow me." Then he said to his colleague, "We'll be leaving for 5 minutes. We'll be back soon." He saw Yi Qian's fingers making secret signals on the marble countertop as he spoke. "You saw him? Oh God. I need to contact my colleagues, damn it. When did he come in?" After Yi Qian finished speaking, Bell's expression changed drastically. He reached behind him to take out his walkie-talkie. God, how could he be the waiter? Damn it. Hearing this, Yi Qian quickly turned off the call button that was about to connect. He spoke in fluent English like his mother tongue. "Bell, I suggest you first find out if the waiter was really killed. I didn't smell anything on him, including the smell of blood." This speed was so fast. Mr. Bell, who hadn't recovered from Yi Qian's speed, looked at Yi Qian in surprise with his light gray eyes. Was this a Chinese student? Why didn't he act like a student? Chapter 163. After the initial shock, Bell's expression was cold and serious as he said, "Yes, your suggestion is very good. That's right, I should go and find out where the waiter is. Maybe God will bless him and let him be safe." Yi Qian let go of his hand and looked at him with dark eyes. "No, you still need to prepare for the worst. There are countless ways to make a person die quietly without shedding a drop of blood. Also, how did the suspect get in? Does he have friends in the hotel? Bell, you're a police officer. You should know what I mean. I stopped you only because I didn't want to alert his friends in the hotel, and I didn't want to put myself in danger. After all, I was the one who met him just now. For a criminal with countless lives on their hands, they would rather kill 100 innocent people than let one person go if there was even the slightest movement. If there really were friends in the hotel, then Bell's actions would make her the next target of the criminals. She had been targeted too many times in her previous life. In this life, she had to be alert if there was even the slightest abnormality. Bell put away the walkie-talkie and looked at Yi Qian with his deep, light gray eyes. After a few seconds, he sighed. "Jane, you're really special. Now I understand why the young major insisted on you being the informant among the students." He was unbelievably calm. He didn't seem like a student but like an experienced police officer. He was even calmer than Bell, who had been a police officer for 5 years. If a student was like this, then wouldn't the soldiers sent by the Chinese side be even more powerful? Bell had a feeling that the people sent by the Chinese side were definitely not what some people were mocking. Soldiers trained by a backward country, not even as good as the traffic police on the streets. "Please give me the ice. I need to send it to my classmate upstairs." Yi Qian was really calm. Even his eyes were as calm as water without a trace of emotion. "I also need a communication device to contact you. If you have one, please give it to me. Thank you." Bell immediately put the ice into a stainless steel cup. When he spoke again, he didn't have the casual tone of an adult talking to a child. It was to truly place Yi Qian in the right and equal position. "Yes, I need to give it to you. Not only is it a communication tool, we have also equipped you with a locator." By the time Yi Qian returned upstairs with the ice, she had 2 extra items on her body. One was a locator and the other was a transmitter. As for Yang Yi, he was already sleeping soundly. After wrapping the ice in a towel, Yi Qian gently placed it over Yang Ye's eyes, who had already fallen asleep. Then, he gently moved the sofa in the hotel and slowly placed it against the wall. Red Scorpion's room wasn't even bugged. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but that Red Scorpion's anti-reconnaissance ability was quite strong. No matter where the bugging device was installed, he would be able to find it. This also reflected how difficult it was to deal with Red Scorpion. They were only separated by a wall, so he didn't know if he could hear anything. After pressing his ear against the wall and listening for a while, Yi Qian gave up. He didn't hear anything, which was to be expected. Thus Yi Qian didn't continue listening. After flipping through a few math Olympiad papers, he leaned against the sofa and fell asleep. Chapter 164. When she woke up, there was someone knocking on the door. It was a blonde, handsome boy with blue eyes and 2 glasses of iced cola in his hands. He smiled at Yi Qian as she opened the door. "Hey, I'm Auburn. Nice to meet you." The man was of average height, about 1.78 meters. His warm smile was as sweet as cotton candy. "We'll be having a party by the swimming pool tonight. I hope you and your friends can join us." It was a passionate invitation from a handsome boy. Yi Qian felt that if she were to reject this angelic boy's invitation, it would be a very bad thing. It would be too rude. As it turned out, there was no student who could resist the temptation of a party. Yi Qian watched as the boys and girls held crystal glasses filled with champagne and gently clinked glasses. They chatted happily and without any obstacles by the colorful swimming pool. From their faces, she couldn't see any nervousness from the competition. It was as if they were here for a vacation, relaxed and comfortable. Yi Qian stood in the dark, keeping an eye on Red Scorpion's side. She sipped her champagne until a familiar low voice suddenly came from her earpiece. She walked over to Wang Emo, who was closest to her, and said, "I need to go back to my room." Then she left with a calm expression. When the door opened, there was a faint but familiar mint smell in the air. Yi Qian gently closed the door and locked it. In the dimly lit room, she saw someone sitting on the sofa. The figure in the dark was like a beast hibernating in the dark, waiting for its prey to arrive. Without turning on the lights, Yi Qian walked over to another sofa and sat down. The first thing she asked was, "That waiter should have met with a mishap, right?" People of different statuses even talked about different topics. "Yes, he was killed around 2:10 in the afternoon. His body was hidden in the hotel's utility room." Xia Jinyuan spoke softly, his cold voice carrying a hint of hostility. "Red Scorpion is already on the move. The first transaction should be completed soon. The Chinese target hasn't appeared yet, so we won't make a move for now." In the dark room, his usually sharp and cold gaze was more substantial than usual. When it fell on Yi Qian, it was especially serious. "The 2 foreign suspects are the targets of the international police. They have nothing to do with us. Yi Qian, you know what I'm talking about, right? Their conversations were always full of mystery. Sometimes, even if one tried to guess, they might not be able to understand. However, if the 2 of them had a certain level of tacit understanding, they would be able to understand each other's meaning with just one sentence." Yi Qian paused for a moment, then said calmly, "I understand. What we need to do is within our duties. As for how the international police arrange things, it's not something we can interfere with." "Little girl, it's good that you know. You don't have to say any more." Xia Jinyuan smiled coldly. "Our country is still a little weak in the eyes of some other countries," he said. "Our country is still a little weak in the eyes of some other countries. In 1995, all aspects of China were still in the process of revitalization. However, whether it was the national economy or the military, they were all secretly developing in the best direction. Yi Qian had been there before, so he knew what the future would be like. On the other hand, Xia Jinyuan was a soldier, and his family was the core of the military. Naturally, he knew more. As for why some countries said China was weak and didn't allow China to interfere too much in this operation, the reason was simple. As developed countries, they thought China was weak. Regarding this, China, which had always kept a low profile, naturally continued to keep a low profile and didn't say much. Chapter 165. This was what Xia Jinyuan wanted to express. Since Yi Qian could think of not interfering with the international police, she naturally understood what he was trying to say. The country's weakness was a heavy topic, but at the same time it was also a kind of motivation. Fortunately, China had always been motivated to become a powerful country. Yi Qian was not deceived by his fake seriousness, because she knew that in the near future, China's military strength would make the former world superpowers feel threatened. She smiled slowly and said, "You should know better than me how powerful we are. If you don't interfere too much, then I, as a student, won't." "No, little girl, we will interfere, but not now, but..." Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows slightly. His cold and handsome face was calm and composed. His innate elegance at this moment made his temperament even more cold and unpredictable. He smirked and paused for a moment. Then he slowly said, "Instead, they will have no choice but to ask for our help. Just you wait, little girl. Since we are here, how can we let some people look down on us?" Soldiers were proud and at the same time, they represented the country's military strength. If they were looked down on, of course they had to be ruthlessly dealt with. What should we do? I'm suddenly looking forward to the day you mentioned. Yi Qian smiled, her clear eyes shining like stars as she looked at the arrogant man in the dark. I hope that when the time comes, Captain Xia will still think of me and let me experience it. Her words made Xia Jinyuan smile happily. He stood up from the lounge chair, his cold and slender figure as sharp as a sword. Hearing his cold voice, he said indifferently, "Don't worry, little girl. Time is not the only thing that makes you grow. You still need more training." He looked forward to her growth, so he would do his best to let her lay the strongest foundation in the process of her growth. The party downstairs didn't end until 10 p.m. If it weren't for the teacher's reminder, it would have gone on even later. Yi Qian didn't go downstairs. Instead, she stayed in the room and digested Xia Jinyuan's words, using the excuse of doing test papers as an excuse. A gentleman has to do what he does and doesn't do what he does. Just thinking about it made her motivated. There are 3 rounds in the competition. One is a team competition, one is a theory test, and the last is a trial test. It will be held over 3 days, 5 hours per round. It starts at 8 a.m. and ends at 1 p.m. Early the next morning, a group of students still hadn't woken up from last night's party and were already preparing for tomorrow's competition. Director Li did not waste his breath. Yesterday they had played and slept. Today no one would be able to rest as easily as yesterday. With a wave of his hand, it was as if he was here in person, causing the students who wanted to relax in the afternoon to stop. Once they immersed themselves in their studies, they realized that the day had passed just like that. Rest early tonight. Go to bed at 9 o'clock sharp. Hand over one of your room cards. Our teacher wants to check on you one by one. When they went downstairs for lunch at 5:30 p.m., Director Li made another move. He confiscated a room card from each room so that it would be easier for them to check the rooms. In China, it was normal for teachers to check the rooms. Last night, when they were chatting with students from different countries, the teacher directly pushed the door open and checked the rooms. TSK, TSK, TSK. The expressions on the faces of the foreign students were unbearable. It was as if their bodies were being violated. They couldn't accept that the teacher didn't care about the students' privacy and barged in without their permission. They obediently handed over their cards and followed the 4 teachers to the cafeteria for dinner. Chapter 166. When the 12 of them walked out of their rooms, they saw that the Vietnamese students on the same floor had also walked out of their rooms. It looked like they were heading to the cafeteria to eat just like the Chinese students. They walked in front while the Chinese students walked behind them. When the Vietnamese students entered the elevator, the Chinese students just happened to be standing in front of the elevator doors. The gazes of the students from the 2 countries directly confronted each other. In any case, there was no way for them to continue being friendly. Although they maintained civility with their words, they were glaring at each other with their eyes. Unfortunately, the confrontation didn't last for long. After a few seconds, the elevator doors slowly closed. Yi Qian's gaze indifferently slid past Red Scorpion's face, as if it was a normal exchange of glances, before he calmly withdrew his gaze. Red Scorpion's gaze was like the fangs of a venomous snake, suddenly sweeping over with its mouth wide open. It carried a gloomy ruthlessness as it swept past the faces of the Chinese students in the increasingly narrow space of the elevator, causing the students standing near the front to involuntarily shrink their eyes. Yi Qian, Yang Yi. Tonight you 2 will change rooms with me and teacher you. When the elevator doors closed, Director Li spoke. Come up and change rooms after you finish eating. The Vietnamese teacher's gaze always gave him a cold feeling. It didn't seem like a teacher's gaze, but more like a murderer. His gaze was too fierce, and he didn't have the temperament of a teacher. After teaching for so many years, and being the school's director of education, Director Li had a good eye for people. Yi Qian didn't immediately reply. The rooms were specially arranged, so how could they change rooms? However, it was indeed necessary. Not for him but for Yang Yi. At night, Yi Qian was the only one in the room. He was used to sleeping alone, and he couldn't change beds because he didn't want to affect tomorrow's competition. As the main force of the entire competition, Director Li could only agree to her requests. Sleeping at 9 wasn't difficult for Yi Qian, but as long as he closed his eyes, he would see the ferocity in Red Scorpion's eyes when the elevator doors closed. Something might happen tonight. With this premonition, Yi Qian fell asleep without any distracting thoughts. At around 1 o'clock in the morning, Yi Qian, who was sound asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. In the darkness, a cold light flashed across the depths of his eyes. He gently closed his eyes again. The originally tightly shut door quietly opened. The light from the corridor shone into the room, then disappeared as the door quietly closed. Someone tiptoed into the room, even holding their breath. He didn't walk to the bedside. Instead, he gently pushed open the bathroom door and stayed inside for about 2 minutes. Then he closed the door and left, as if it was just a nightmare. Yi Qian did not get up immediately. Instead, he bravely lay in bed for at least an hour before he reached out to turn on the bedside lamp. Everything in the bathroom was normal. There was nothing unusual. Yi Jian closed the toilet lid and placed a towel on top of it. Then she stood on top of the toilet lid. Very carefully, he moved the ceiling by 1 square, then another square. Using both hands to support the dragon skeleton, he leaped lightly onto the ground, using the strength of his arms to support his entire body. In the dim light, Yi Jianjian saw a black travel bag quietly placed in a place that was within reach of her hand. After looking at it for a while, the corners of Yi Qian's mouth curled up slightly. If she wanted to attract Red Scorpion's attention and make him walk around under her nose, the opportunity was right in front of her eyes. Captain Xia, if I said that someone came into my room and left a black bag in the bathroom, would you believe me? Chapter 167. Placing the bag on the bed, Yi Qian smiled as he contacted Xia Jinyuan. As he unzipped the bag, a bag of white crystals appeared before his eyes. It weighs about 40 kilograms. If I'm not wrong, this is heroin. Xia Jinyuan leaped out of bed like a carp. His deep, handsome eyes were cold as he said in a deep voice, "Wait for me. I'll be right there." He didn't even give Yi Qian a chance to refuse before he cut off the call and rushed downstairs. He didn't even go through the front door. Yi Qian was stunned for half a second when he heard a light knocking sound coming from outside the window. Then he rushed over and pulled open the curtains. He saw the dangerous man who said he was coming over a minute ago, standing dangerously outside the window. There was no cover except for a few potted plants. Yi Qian's mouth twitched slightly as he hurriedly opened the window. "I don't want to go through the front door. I want to go." He stopped halfway through. If they couldn't go through the front door, it meant that they had to avoid being noticed. Did that mean there were accomplices of the suspect in the hotel? When he entered, Yi Qian's expression instantly turned cold. Instinctively, she reached out and wrapped her slender arms around Xia Jinyuan's shoulders. "Be careful. We're on the 8th floor. If you fall, you'll be crippled even if you don't die." The little girl's slender arms gave him a sense of security. Even though he didn't need her protection, Xia Jinyuan knew very well that the moment she wrapped her arms around his shoulders, his heart was filled with warmth. He hadn't misjudged little Fox. She was only a student, but she already had the awareness to protect her comrades at all times. He didn't reject her and even reached out to hold her slender but indomitable shoulders. Then he jumped down from the window. The two of them were like comrades who had known each other for many years. One was tall and the other was short. Under the dim light, they looked so harmonious. Heroin. It weighs 42 kilograms. If it's converted to Vietnamese currency, you won't have to worry about food or clothing for several lifetimes. Yi Qian placed the black bag on the coffee table. 1 hour and 5 minutes ago. Red Scorpion personally came in and put it in my room. Xia Jinyuan furrowed his brows and looked at Yi Qian sternly. "You discovered it an hour and 5 minutes ago, and you're only telling me now?" The major was a little angry. What if something happened to the little fox? How was he going to answer to the two seniors who were still waiting for her in the depths of the mountains? "Are you angry?" "Don't." Yi Qian, who felt his heart skip a beat after being glanced at by Yi Qian, calmly explained the situation. After he was done, he concluded, How could such a difficult person attack my student before the deal was done? You should know that the competition is tomorrow. If something happens to me, this competition will be cancelled. Once it's cancelled, won't he get nothing? So of course she wasn't afraid. Xia Jinyuan didn't know if he should be happy or angry. The overly intelligent little fox could be quite worrying at times. Just as she said, Red Scorpion had hidden the drugs in her room, so they couldn't kill anyone in her room. This proved that the most dangerous place was actually the safest place. But this little girl was too daring. Xia Jinyuan exhaled softly. When he opened his mouth again, there was a solemn look on his face that was reserved for his soldiers. Yiqian, listen up. In a team battle, you must ensure that you can communicate with each other at every step. When you can contact your comrades, you must report your whereabouts and discoveries to them. Chapter 168. He was training Yiqian as his own soldier, teaching her how a qualified soldier should cooperate with an entire group on the battlefield. Major Xia's eyes were cold. Even though he knew that such a fierce person could very well cause Yiqian's disgust, he still had to discipline her. His deep voice was as cold as ice as he slowly said sternly, "When you lose contact, no matter what, you have to leave a mark for your comrades to know. You can't act on your own and make your own decisions." Hearing this, Yiqian's smile immediately disappeared, and he seriously accepted the criticism and education. Yes, she took it for granted, but she didn't think that her actions would cause others to worry. After Xia Jinyuan scolded her in a deep voice, he saw her guilty expression, like a little rabbit, and he secretly felt a headache coming on. Sometimes, he found himself unable to be ruthless towards this girl. Even if he couldn't be ruthless, he had to be ruthless. Being lenient today was equivalent to harming her. Yiqian waited for him to finish scolding her, then immediately said obediently, "I won't do it again, I definitely won't do it again. Just now, I was afraid that Red Scorpion would be watching outside or sneak into the room again, so I waited an hour before contacting you." In short, she had to have the resolve to immediately admit her mistakes. When Xia Jinyuan saw this, such a high level of awareness, the seriousness on his face disappeared, replaced by a low chuckle. "You're quite aware of your mistakes, but your judgment is very normal. However, the prerequisite is that you need to immediately contact your comrades if the situation permits. This is also a form of self-protection." Understood. There won't be a next time. Yiqian also laughed. It was undeniable that working with a man like Xia Jinyuan was a very pleasant thing. After being serious, there was an appropriate amount of humor. While feeling his deterrence at the same time, one could also understand that he was truly doing it for their own good. A man with a pure heart. No matter how dangerous it was, there would still be people willing to approach him. The black bag was no longer touched, but the goods inside were no longer the original goods. After changing the bag, Yiqian put the bag back in its original position. Now that the goods that all parties wanted were in the hands of the Chinese side, all that was left was for certain parties to beg the Chinese side to come forward. The next day, they got up at 6 o'clock and gathered. After an hour of meal time, buses stopped outside the hotel and picked up the contestants from the 24 countries. The Australian TV station arrived early and reported that students from 24 countries had entered the University of Sydney. The hotel was right next to the University of Sydney, and it was only a 10-minute drive away. There were police cars leading the way in front and police cars protecting the back. 24 buses slowly drove into the university in the QS World University Rankings. Yang Ye's eyes were fixed on the outside of the carriage, and he was so excited that his right hand grabbed tightly onto Yiqian's left hand. "You know, right? This is my goal. You really didn't disappoint me. You're too beautiful." After speaking excitedly, he turned his head and asked Yiqian, "What about you, Yiqian? Which university is your goal?" Gao Yang, who was sitting in front of the two, happened to hear this. His eyes had been closed, but his expression was cold. He gently opened them and turned his head, his gaze landing on the famous university campus. Studying abroad. This was also part of his plan, but could it be part of Yiqian's plan? My goal? Yes, but it's definitely not studying abroad. Yiqian replied with a smile. There was a tenacity between his beautiful brows that no one his age had. He said indifferently, "I'm still working hard." I hope I can achieve my goal in 4 years. Chapter 169. Yang Yi tilted his head, thought for a moment and said, "Your results are very good. Even if you don't study abroad, you can choose between Hua University and Shi University. I can't. My family has already made arrangements. It's either America or Australia. No matter where it is, let's work hard together." Yi Qian, who didn't want to discuss which university they would go to in the future, pointed outside and said with a faint smile, "It's so beautiful there. Where is it?" When the topic changed to Sydney University, which Yang Yi was concerned about, she didn't continue to ask. She looked in the direction Yi Qian pointed, and her eyes lit up. It's the Central Tower, the iconic building of Sydney University. Founded in 1850, Sydney University was recognized as one of the most beautiful campuses. This was a university that firmly controlled Australia's political and economic lifeline. Countless politicians and rich people came from this university. The bus stopped at Sydney's most iconic Central Tower. The magnificent building, which was like a European palace, was solemn and elegant. The towering spire and the beautiful sculptures told all the students about the long history of this famous university. From 8 a.m. to 1 p.m., students were free to visit after the exam. But now, one after another, they got off the bus and went to the main teaching building. There weren't many students who stopped to look at the scenery. The teaching field was a hall that could accommodate hundreds of people. There was a total of 288 long desks that were about 90 meters long. The distance between the desks was very large, and all the students were only allowed to sit in the middle of the desks. This was to prevent cheating and make it easier for all parties to monitor. After everyone was seated, Yi Qian felt that there were countless people watching all the students from all directions. After a famous politician who graduated from Sydney University and had participated in 2 mathematical Olympiads gave a few simple but powerful words of encouragement to the students, the clock tower rang, and the theory test from 8 a.m. to 1 a.m. began. After the test papers were handed out, there was no sound at all. All the students were completely immersed in the complicated mathematical Olympiads. There were a total of 5 questions in this exam. The questions included algebra, geometry, and number theory. The difficulty of the 6 questions increased in order, and the questions were divided into many small questions. The students had a lot of work to do and spent a lot of time answering the questions. All the teachers were outside the exam hall, and they could see the situation of each student through the huge screen. The international police focused their cameras on each student. They needed to find out which students were controlled by international drug gangs. Xia Jinyuan was also in the office. The difference was that his eyes were directly locked on the 3 Vietnamese boys that Yi Qian provided. When the exam went into the 3rd hour, a Vietnamese boy stood up and sealed the test papers into a folder and walked through the group of students. "Here, zoom." Xia Jinyuan pointed out that when the Vietnamese man passed by a table, his hand seemed to move inadvertently. If one didn't pay close attention, it would be difficult to notice his subtle movement. B. The 2 international police took a look and looked at Jinyuan thoughtfully. They took out their walkie-talkies and contacted their colleagues who were disguised as school security personnel to pay close attention to the whereabouts of the Vietnamese students. Outside the bishop's office, Red Scorpion looked at the students who walked out. He vigilantly scanned the surroundings, then walked over and asked in a low voice, "Handed it in?" Even if someone could understand him, they would think that he was asking if the students had handed in their test papers. Chapter 170. The boy did not look too good and his lips were a little pale. He nodded and stammered, "Yes, teacher. Do you not need me to do anything else after this?" "The test paper. I didn't finish it." "Test paper? Do you still want to continue?" "Child, your sister is still in their hands, your father is still in prison, and your mother is still waiting for you to return. Are you sure you still want to do the test paper?" Red Scorpion smiled coldly and patted the student on the shoulder. "Smart children know what to do. Go take a look at this university." He stuck his head out and aimed at the teacher and student who were talking in the corner of the wall. Their soft voices came one after another. Xia Jinyuan wrote on a piece of paper, "Sister kidnapped, father in prison, mother waiting." He picked it up and looked at it quietly, then translated it into English and handed it to the international police. "Important clue. Okay. The The European police officer took the paper and threw it down. He looked at it with an arrogant expression and chuckled. I don't think we need these so-called important clues. Okay, buddy, you can go to the side and rest. Leave this to us. His chuckle was full of mockery, as if he was holding words written by a child and not a clue. Xia Jinyuan heard this and chuckled with indifferent elegance and confidence. Okay. I hope your work will go smoothly. He turned around and said to his comrade, who was dressed in casual clothes and had a strong temperament, with them here, we can go back and rest. Naturally, they had to rest well and conserve their energy. The European police officer, who was still laughing, said to his colleague, God, I've never seen soldiers like them. They don't know how to do anything and are just like children. What a headache. Okay, buddy, for God's sake, don't say so much. They're pitiful enough, we don't have to discourage them. The tall and sturdy man took over the conversation and glanced at the departing figures with his brown eyes. God, they're so skinny. Xia Jinyuan, who had already walked to the door, casually looked back when he opened it. The coldness in his dark eyes seemed to be stained with blood. The bloodthirsty hostility made the man's heart sink. When the man looked at Xia Jinyuan again, he only saw the elegant and noble smile on Xia Jinyuan's handsome face. Everything felt like an illusion. 10 minutes after the Vietnamese student left, another student also left the arena. The students on the Chinese side were still immersed in solving the questions. Some of them were frowning, and some of them were smiling confidently when they solved the questions. Every time in the mathematical Olympiad, the Chinese side's ranking would always be at the top. Just like the previous contestants, the students' answers to the questions were very detailed and logical. Faced with the Australian TV station's interview, Director Lee replied with a calm smile. Regardless of whether the results are good or bad, I have confidence in them. Every student loves mathematics, and every exam is an exploration. Therefore, good or bad results are no longer important. The most important thing is that they love mathematics. If they only take the exam for the sake of ranking, they will lose the true meaning of exploring mathematics. Friendship first, competition second. It's all just talk. The Chinese students were all doing their best. Who would want to fall behind? No one wanted to. However, it was undeniable that they all loved mathematics. When he was thinking hard, he finally understood why Pythagoras was so happy when he said that everything is number. Chapter 171. 5 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When Yi Qian finished, there was still plenty of time. Even though her mind was not on the competition, she still maintained her principle of being serious. She finished all 5 questions and checked them carefully. Only after confirming that there were no problems did she stop writing. She stopped writing and did not leave. Among the Chinese students, she was like a stabilizing force. She waited for the time to stop at 1 o'clock sharp before standing up. She was the first Chinese student to come out. Director Lee and the other teachers who had been waiting early gave her a warm hug. Good girl, you are our pride. This was the teacher's encouragement to the student. I will. I definitely will. Yi Qian smiled. She was back. How could she let all the good things slip through her fingers? In her limited life, she could create countless miracles. This was the kind of life she needed. Director Lee, who was laughing heartily, looked approvingly at the girl who had come from the depths of the mountains and brought many surprises to the teachers and students. I believe in you, Yi Qian. You will become the pride of the whole country. Was the ranking not important? It was actually important. It was not because they were materialistic, but because this was the time to prove that they were not inferior to others. When the ranking was no longer important, it meant that they were already standing at the peak that no one could reach. Students hugged their teachers and students hugged each other. In a foreign country, the only thing that could make one feel a sense of belonging was a fellow countryman of the same nationality. When the Vietnamese students came out, their expressions were not very good. When the boy who had a conflict with the Chinese students passed by Yi Qian, he stopped and looked at her with an unfriendly gaze. He said stiffly in heavily accented English, "Don't be happy too early." This time, he really did not dare to use the word invader. The current Yi Qian was no longer the Yi Qian who had to swallow her anger. When it was time to stick out her chest, her words and expression would not yield an inch. Hearing this, her gaze became sharp. She looked at the boy coldly without backing down. She smiled and said, What's the difference between being happy early and happy late? We are always this happy. There are still 2 more days. Just wait and see. When the boy saw the students coming out one after another and his teacher waiting in front, he said some harsh words before leaving. Yi Qian did not remain silent just because he had left. He continued walking. She continued to speak slowly. Just wait and see. Don't fall while walking. The Chinese students who had been listening the entire time chuckled and gave Yi Qian a thumbs up. Modesty and courtesy are virtues, but remember, if someone bullies you and you happen to have enough strength to fight back, then you absolutely don't have to show mercy. Gao Yang smiled as he looked at Yi Qian, whose eyebrows were in high spirits and whose smile was as bright as the sun. A hint of a smile appeared on his usually cold face. She was really the same as when she was in school. Whoever bullied her, she would definitely fight back. His impression of Yi Qian, who was always submissive to everyone, was becoming more and more blurry. Sometimes he even thought that maybe it was just an illusion. The real Yi Qian was like this, bright and beautiful like the sun, reserved and confident, inadvertently attracting the attention of countless people. He did not hug Yi Qian without any scruples like the other students. Instead, he said to Dean Li, "My father will be here in about 10 minutes. It is very likely that I will have lunch with him in the afternoon." Chapter 172. Father. Director Li was taken aback by this distant form of address. Before he could say anything, a black sedan slowly drove over. Under the sunlight, the body of the car was so smooth and domineering that even those who didn't know much about cars would know that this car was extremely expensive. Gao Yang, who had a slight smile on his face, saw this and the coldness in his eyes deepened. When the car stopped, he said to Director Li, "He's already here. It's rare for him to be punctual." He didn't hide his sarcastic tone at all. From what he could remember, this was the first time he had arrived 10 minutes earlier than the agreed time. The appearance of Gao Yang's father really shocked all the Chinese students. Tall, handsome, and with a powerful aura, he was like an overlord. His every move showed that he was a very successful businessman, and he exuded a strength that didn't allow anyone to refuse. When he exchanged greetings with Director Li, even if he was smiling, he still couldn't make people feel close to him. Yi Qian looked at him, and then looked at Gao Yang. The father and son really were carved from the same mold. They had the same facial features and the same temperament. It was rare for a father and son to resemble each other so much. "It's not convenient to eat out. Mr. Gao, go ahead. Just have Gao Yang return to the team before 6 in the evening." Director Li smiled as he rejected the invitation of this famous businessman, who often appeared in the domestic financial news. He lightly patted Gao Yang and looked at the boy whose expression had become colder ever since his father appeared. He said gently, "Remember, return to the hotel at 6. You still have an exam tomorrow." From Gao Yang's increasingly cold expression, it could be seen that he didn't want to interact too much with his father. However, this was a student's family matter, so Director Li naturally wouldn't say much. He only reminded him implicitly. Gao Yang's father didn't insist. He took out an antique phone in Yi Qian's eyes and dialed a number to inform his assistant to cancel tonight's meal order. Yi Qian's gaze passed over Gao Yang's father's shoulder and landed somewhere behind him. There, Red Scorpion seemed to be communicating with a tourist. The Vietnamese boy standing next to him seemed very nervous. Under the sunlight, his thin shoulders seemed to be trembling slightly. Tonight at 8 o'clock, the first batch of transactions will be completed. He will be in charge. Red Scorpion noticed the student's strange behavior and raised his hand to directly place it on the boy's shoulder. He lowered his head and softly warned him in Vietnamese before saying, "Remember, I need you." The tourist was wearing a baseball cap with the brim pulled low. Yi Qian only saw him make an okay gesture, and the conversation ended in 1 minute. This was an unfamiliar figure. Yi Qian searched his memory and was certain that there was no trace of this man in the past 2 days. He watched as the man crossed the fountain in the square and quickly disappeared from the campus. The black car slowly drove past them, cutting off Yi Qian's line of sight. It then took Gao Yang away from the campus. A limited edition Maybach. How much money does Gao Yang's family have? After the father and son who didn't communicate with each other the whole time left, A boy whispered in surprise. There are only 10 of them in the world. Even if you have the money, you can't buy a peerless car. Because of Gao Yang's father's appearance, the students heading to the cafeteria at the University of Sydney had another topic to talk about. After eating at the University of Sydney, the teachers led the students on a tour of one of the most beautiful universities in the world. The wide lawn, tall steeple buildings, and unique and enchanting scenery make countless tourists stop in their tracks. Chapter 173. The most beautiful scenery is the exam season from late October to November every year. The campus is filled with rows of blue trees decorated with violet flowers. It's extremely beautiful. Yang Yi had never been to the University of Sydney before, but he knew very well that she really liked this school. From their conversation, Yi Qian found out that more than half of the students here were already prepared to study abroad. They would go abroad directly after graduating from high school. Every time this topic was brought up, Yi Qian would smile and remain silent, because she knew very well that the school she wanted to study at would definitely not be overseas. Even if she could, she wouldn't choose to study abroad. Compared to Yang Yi and the others who were in high spirits, Yi Qian used the excuse of being tired as an excuse to return to the hotel with the other boys after seeing Red Scorpion bring 3 boys into a silver car that drove into the campus. The ones who returned with them were all students who had no intention of studying abroad. The 4 of them returned to the hotel together. After entering the elevator, they looked at each other and smiled. They understood the meaning in each other's eyes and agreed to meet at 5:30 before returning to their respective rooms. Yi Jian glanced at her hair, which was still in the lock before she left. Only then did she close the door gently. There was no smell of strangers in the room, which meant that Red Scorpion hadn't been here. She took out the communicator hidden under the mattress. Yi Qian remembered Xia Jinyuan's words, so she wore her headset even when she was asleep. Today's difficult exam had lasted for 5 hours, so she was indeed mentally exhausted. Just as Xia Jinyuan had said, within the limited time, do your best to preserve your energy. She had just put on her headset when Xia Jinyuan's low voice lazily came from the other end. You just got back? Do you want to go upstairs and eat a bowl of Chinese instant noodles? 3 in the afternoon. It's too late for lunch, too early for dinner. Yi Qian directly laid on the soft bed and replied lazily, I don't have the habit of eating last minute. Right now I just want to have a good rest. I used too many brain cells in the morning, so I need to recover. Their rooms were only separated by 1 floor, which was why Xia Jinyuan was able to jump out of the window last night. Hearing this, the coldness in his eyes softened quite a bit. He asked, was it very difficult? Are you done? He had also participated in the Olympiad before. Sometimes it would take him 2 or 3 pages to solve a geometry problem. Only those who had experienced it could understand how difficult and challenging it was. It's okay. I finished it an hour in advance. After checking it, there shouldn't be any problems. I'm a little tired. I want to rest. Yi Qian closed his eyes as he spoke. Listening to his voice, all the complicated and uneasy feelings seemed to have disappeared, leaving only a peace of mind. Yi Qian's breathing gradually lengthened, and the space between his brows gradually relaxed. He quietly fell asleep to the sound of his zither strings. Xia Jinyuan listened to her shallow breathing through the earpiece, and his thin lips curved into a sexy smile. This girl must be really tired to have fallen asleep so quickly. Sleep well, don't think about anything. I'm here. He spoke softly, and the gentle smile on his elegant and noble face fell in the eyes of his comrade Suyu. It was no different from the sun rising from the west. Xia Jinyuan was already looking sideways at his comrade, who had a strange expression on his face. He asked in confusion, What's wrong? You. Suyu, who had a dignified expression, opened his mouth and stopped. He reorganized his words before continuing. I know who you were talking to just now. If I didn't know, I would have thought you were talking to your girlfriend. Chapter 174. They were not comrades in the same army. Suyu was a member of the Yunnan Border Police Force and had worked with Xia Jinyuan twice. They only found out about this mission after meeting each other. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and leaned on the soft pillow casually. He smiled and said, What an interesting girl. If she were a little older, I might have such an idea. Suyu was so scared that he rubbed his face and said, Don't mess around, don't mess around. You can't mess around with military discipline. 14 years old You're worse than a beast. Some words were not taboo during rest time. Xia Jinyuan laughed and said, Comrade Siyu, I mean if she were a little older I might have such an idea. She was too young now. When she was a little older she would be at least 18. Another important point was that the girl was not enlightened at all. Besides, he did not want her to be enlightened so early. It would be better if she did not become enlightened when she was in middle school, high school, and university. You scared me to death. You must have the awareness of being a monk now. Siyu was relieved to see this. Soldiers like them who were directly on the line between life and death usually joked with each other about each other being monks. They must abide by the rules and discipline and never violate them. This meant that they were in such a dangerous frontline army. Who knew when they would not be able to come back? Dating was to avoid harming the girl. Xia Jinyuan sneered and said, You don't dare to talk about it. As for me, I won't talk about it now. We'll see when the time comes. If she felt that he was good at that time, it was not impossible for her to give it a try. It's good that you understand. Before the age of 35, be pure and simple. Siyu was 7 years older than him. Soldiers like them who fought on the front line would either be transferred or discharged before the age of 35. They did not dare to harass the girl before they felt at ease. This was not a very easy topic. Xia Jinyuan sorted out the clues, and the two quickly entered into a discussion about the operation. After dinner in the evening, Director Li returned to the hotel several times with a frown and a trace of worry. Gao Yang, who said he would be back before 6, did not return to the hotel on time. This made Director Li a little worried. He wanted to contact Gao Yang's father. But in the end, he did not even have his contact information. Yi Qian and Yang Yi, who had already eaten, were about to go back to their rooms when Director Li stopped them. Yi Qian, come here for a moment. Yang Yi, you go upstairs first. Behind them were all Chinese students. The worried Director Li added, Go back to your rooms. If there's anything, contact Teacher Yu on the landline. If there's nothing else, stay in your rooms and do whatever you want. The closer it got to this point, the more he couldn't afford to let anything happen. He had to keep every student under his nose. Of Gao Yang, he left 2 contact numbers for himself. One was unanswered, and the other was turned off. It's almost 7 o'clock and he's not back yet. What if something happened? Every time there was an exam, the teacher was most afraid of an accident. If something happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Unfortunately, Yi Qian did not know the phone number of his family in China, but he did know the phone number of his family. Try this number. It should be the phone of his father's assistant. Yi Qian recalled the number that Gao Yang's father dialed when he called to cancel the order. He smiled and said, I can try. It should be correct. Chapter 175. Although the phone was an antique, the numeric keypad hadn't changed. Based on the movement of Father Gao's fingers when he made the call, it should be the number she mentioned. Upon hearing that there was also the contact information of Father Gao's assistant, the anxious Director Li didn't think too much about it. Go to the front desk. Come. Follow me to the front desk. Thank goodness you know. Otherwise I'd be worried. At the front desk, the person on duty was still Bell. When he saw Yi Qian, he winked and smiled as he dialed the number for Director Li. The person who answered the phone was indeed Father Gao's assistant. It only took a few minutes for him to get in touch with Father Gao. Your classmate. Do you want to say something? The car stopped at the side of the road. Father Gao looked at his only son coldly. When he saw that his son didn't even look at him, his angry face couldn't help but soften. They're very worried about you. Say something to her. Gao Yang clenched his teeth and turned his head. He reached out to take the phone and said, Hello. Then he heard Yi Qian's clear voice. Where is she? Do you know that it's already half an hour past the time we agreed to return to the hotel? On the other side, Director Li quickly wrote a line of words. Yi Qian read it out loud. Sorry, she's already back. He didn't expect it to be Yi Qian. His cold voice immediately softened. Return to the hotel in 10 minutes. I'm hanging up. He hung up after he finished speaking. Yi Qian was even faster. He had already put the phone back on the phone. I said I'll be back in 10 minutes. Don't worry, go eat. The phone rang again. This time it was picked up by the front desk. Excuse me. Belle smiled at Yi Qian with the phone in his hand. Before she left, he said politely, "It's your friend. She probably has something urgent to talk to you about." It was a call from Yang Yi. It was an extremely urgent call. Yi Qian had to make a trip to the supermarket immediately. Director Li didn't know where the supermarket was. After Belle brought Yi Qian to the supermarket, Yi Qian politely declined Belle's company as she needed to buy female products. She indicated that she already knew where to go and went to the supermarket alone to buy underwear and sanitary pads for Yang Yi. It was already past 7 o'clock in the evening, and the streets of Sydney were the same as in China. The lights had just been lit up, decorating the entire city, and the endless traffic added color to the city like a symphony. The towering trees on both sides of the street made the bright street lights only shine dimly on the sidewalk, faintly outlining the sparse silhouettes of pedestrians. Yi Qian held onto the bag that didn't take up much of his weight. When he was about a kilometer away from the hotel, he saw Gao Yang's figure in front of him. His footsteps were somewhat sluggish, and he walked with a heavy heart. Yi Qian paused and pursed his lips. In the end, he still chased after her. I'm sorry. When they were only a few meters away, Gao Yang, who wasn't even paying attention to walking, suddenly bumped into a boy who was running with something in his arms. With a hua sound, the things in the boy's arms fell to the ground and were flung to the side of their feet. Both of them were startled and reacted extremely quickly, bending their backs. Yi Qian had already dodged to the side. The boy who was bumped into wasn't anyone else, but a Vietnamese boy. Tell your classmate to leave, Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan's cold voice suddenly came from the headset. Yi Qian, who originally planned to wait for the Vietnamese boy to leave, had a cold expression on his face as he strode out from the darkness. Chapter 176. The Vietnamese boy didn't look good, and his whole body exuded a deathly aura of despair. Yi Qian took a few steps closer, and his heart suddenly sank. A gust of night wind blew, and even the hairs on his back stood on end. Danger, danger, danger! A voice came from the bottom of his heart, and it kept stopping Yi Qian from walking over. There was danger, and it was a life-threatening danger. Why are you still here? The teachers are waiting for you to go back. If there was really danger, it wasn't her style to turn around and leave at this time. When he took a few steps closer, he saw that the Vietnamese boy's eyes, which were filled with despair because of her and Gao Yang's appearance, suddenly burst with a bright light like fireworks. The Vietnamese boy was holding one side of the black bag, and Gao Yang was holding the other. When he heard Yi Qian's voice, Gao Yang, who didn't feel anything wrong, turned his head. Yi Qian, why are you here? Because Yi Qian's appearance was too sudden, Gao Yang didn't notice that the Vietnamese boy was acting strangely. However, Yi Qian clearly saw that the Vietnamese boy's hand that was holding the big bag suddenly moved. As Gao Yang turned around, the originally bulging bag was unzipped, and a few things fell out. The Vietnamese boy opened the black bag by himself. Yi Qian's pupils contracted like needles. He saw the Vietnamese boy's deathly despair like a pool of water that was about to expand. Even though he was a few meters away, he could feel it. Gao Yang had already come back to his senses and realized that he had opened someone's bag. He hurriedly said to Yi Qian, "Wait a minute," and bent down to pick up the things that fell out. Before his fingertips could touch her, two figures rushed out from the dark side of the walkway and covered Gao Yang's mouth. The series of events happened in an instant, and Yi Qian didn't think much of it. When he saw Gao Yang being dragged to the side of the road by a car that screeched as it braked, he immediately ran after them. Xia Jinyuan's angry voice came through the earpiece. "Retreat! Yi Qian!" "It's too late, Captain Xia." Yi Qian, who had rushed out, saw someone rushing towards him at the same time. He quickly said, "Vietnamese boy, open the bag yourself. Gao Yang has been taken away. I have to chase after them." In the dark, Xia Jinyuan's handsome face was cold. "I will come and find you, Yi Qian." His low voice was as cold as a sword, but it also carried a mountainous promise. He knew that Yi Qian had made the right choice because someone had to know where Gao Yang was. Yi Jian, on the other hand, was China's only choice. "I have never doubted," Yi Qian said softly. As she retreated in fear, She quickly pulled out the earpiece hidden in her long hair and stuffed it into the bag of sanitary pads and underwear. I have never doubted your loyalty, and I have never doubted your promise, because you are an indomitable military man. You are the spear of the nation and the shield of the people. What are you doing? Save him. She pretended to be frightened as she looked at the people approaching her. When her mouth was covered, she could only make muffled sounds from her throat. Then she was taken into the car on this dark road where there weren't many people. Her voice came faintly from the earpiece, followed by a series of rustling sounds. Then the earpiece returned to silence. Xia Jinyuan calmly said to Su Yu, "The plan remains the same. Hand the kidnapped student over to Yi Qian." Oh. Su Yu's palms were sweaty. "I trust you, so I also trust Yi Qian." Chapter 177. At a time like this, Su Yu knew very well that he had to treat Yi Qian as a comrade who would fight side by side with him. As long as he believed there would be hope. Unlike when the international police found out that 2 students participating in the mathematical Olympiad had been kidnapped, there was only one word written on their faces: "We're done for." In their eyes, the kidnapping of 2 Chinese students was equivalent to the loss of 2 lives. There was no way to hide something like this from Director Li, so now Director Li and the other teachers were sitting in the room, their faces ashen. "So now all we can do is wait?" he asked the international police. "Yes, sir, we can only wait." The international police, who was also the hotel attendant Bell, looked at Director Li with a solemn expression. His face and tone were full of helplessness. "We can't take action immediately because Jane and another boy have fallen into the hands of a very troublesome criminal group." Director Li felt his vision darken. He needed to contact the embassy immediately. 2 students had been kidnapped and fallen into the hands of a very troublesome criminal group. Even the international police looked like they couldn't do anything. How could he trust them? He could only trust his own people. Director Li naturally had the embassy's phone number. The embassy had taken care of the 12 contestants representing their countries in the mathematical Olympiad. The Chinese military had already called the embassy 5 minutes after Yi Qian was taken into the car. Director Li called 10 minutes later and learned that the Chinese military had already taken action. Director Li, who was standing on the phone, heard the news and sat down weakly on the bed. That's great. At the critical moment, his own country was still the most reliable. In the car, Gao Yang calmed down after struggling for a while. When he saw Yi Qian, who was also taken into the car, he knew that it was useless for him to struggle now. The people who took the 2 students into the car were foreign men. They were tall and strong, with thick whiskers that made them look like the same person. They did not pay any attention to the students who were taken into the car. Once they got into the car, they chatted unscrupulously. They spoke Australian English with a strong local accent, which made it convenient for Gao Yang and Yi Jian to communicate secretly. Gao Yang, who was close to Yi Qian, pursed his lips and whispered in Chinese, "Don't be afraid, they want money. Don't make a fuss at any time. If you want to cry, wait until they leave. Let's see where they take us first." After he calmed down, he still didn't understand that his kidnapping had nothing to do with money. However, for someone who had been kidnapped before, the scene in front of him was very similar. It was reasonable for him to think that he had been kidnapped for money. His calmness made Yi Qian look at him in a new light. It was rare for a young boy to be able to calm down after struggling for a few seconds. When encountering such a situation, it would be strange if you weren't scared at all. You should at least cry a little. Yi Qian said softly. Her voice was muffled and sounded like she was about to cry. For a moment, Gao Yang could not tell if she was afraid or not. There were 4 kidnappers and a driver in the car. In addition, there was a man in the front passenger seat who had been talking to someone since he got on the car. The 6 people's attention was not on the 2 students. After the car door closed, they started chatting among themselves. Chapter 178. Yi Qian recognized the voice of the foreign man in the front passenger seat. It was the man she had bumped into when she was pushing the dining cart out of the elevator. He was one of the suspects wanted by the international police. "Yes, it's a bit bad, but we're lucky it's just 2 students." "Yes, that's right, we'll proceed according to the original plan. I don't want to wait any longer. Let Red Scorpion worry about the rest, ha ha ha." The man on the phone didn't try to hide anything. He said whatever he wanted to say and spoke in English. He wasn't afraid that the two kidnapped students would understand. Yi Qian's eyes darkened. The other party didn't care at all, which meant he wasn't afraid that they would spill the beans. Because dead people don't talk. She wasn't afraid. In her past life, she was bullied by Yi Ying until her guts were as hard as stone. She only knew how to survive and didn't know fear. In this life at this moment she really wanted to thank Yi Ying for what she had done to her in her past life. That was why Yi Qian was who she was today. Fearless, fearless. A pair of slender but cold hands quietly grasped her hand. Yi Qian instinctively wanted to shake it off, but the owner of the hand tightened his grip. It was so tight that she could feel the sweat in his palm on the back of her hand. They didn't want money. Gao Yang's voice was trembling. Even though he was speaking in a muffled voice, Yi Qian could clearly feel the tremor in his voice. No matter how calm a 15-year-old boy was, he would still be afraid. Because he also understood why the man on the phone was so unscrupulous. Yi Qian sighed in her heart. In the end she didn't pull her hand away. She had a problem with him. When she first arrived at school, he blamed her for angering Yi Ying to the point of being hospitalized. After that, although there were some misunderstandings, he still apologized to her after understanding that it was Yi Ying's little trick. From these points Gao Yang could be considered a boy who understood what was right and wrong. Congratulations, you guessed right. So we can only wait for the right time. Yi Qian sighed softly, but she still slowly withdrew her hand. She was not used to holding it like this. Let's see where they take us first. At least for now, we're not in any danger. The plan did not change, which meant that the deal would still go on. Before the deal was completed, smart people would not do anything that would complicate matters, such as immediately killing the two contestants who came to Australia to participate in the Mathematical Olympiad. The Mathematical Olympiad was something that the entire state of Australia was paying attention to. No matter how arrogant the criminals were, it was impossible for them to commit crimes so arrogantly. Money was their priority. On the other hand, the two lives that were already in their hands could be dealt with at any time. Gao Yang had already pursed his lips into a straight line. He vaguely guessed that this kidnapping had something to do with the Vietnamese boy just now. If that was the case, then in the end he had implicated Yi Jian. He glanced at Yi Qian slightly. Her long hair covered her dimples and all the expressions on her face. He couldn't see her expression clearly, and he couldn't guess what she was thinking. The only thing he knew was that she was not afraid and did not need to rely on him. From the moment she pulled her hand out without hesitation, he knew that she did not need his comfort at all. This Yi Qian was so unfamiliar but so outstanding. The night was still dark. Nothing had changed because of some people or some things. As Director Li waited anxiously, Gao Yang was pushed out of the car. Chapter 179. When it was Yi Jian's turn to get out of the car, the bag she had been holding in her hand was grabbed by a pair of hairy hands. Yi Jian, who did not let go, directly took out a pack of sanitary pads from the bag. Crying and shy, she stuttered in English and said in fear, "Do you, a man, need this? Do you need it?" When the other three kidnappers saw it clearly, they burst into laughter. The man who grabbed the bag also laughed. Then he pulled out a gun from behind his waist and pressed it against Yi Qian's forehead. He said with a faint smile, "Kid, don't make me angry." With the gun pointed at her head, Yi Qian, who was calmer than ever, did not scream. Instead, she widened her eyes and tried her best to look as if she was about to faint from fear. In fact, Yi Qian's gaze was focused on the gun. She did not see the model of the gun in the man's hand. It was a Beretta M8000 American Lion F mobile phone. It had 15 rounds of ammunition. It was 180 millimeters in length and had the function to disable the hammer. She thought that she would need a gun for tonight's escape. When the hairy foreign man saw how scared she was, he laughed wantonly and made a soft bang sound. When they saw how scared the girl was, they laughed even louder and wantonly. From their cold laughter, it was clear that they did not care about adding 2 more lives to their hands. "Okay, Gianni." The man who jumped out of the car from the front passenger seat glanced at Yi Qian with his brown eyes. His gaze fell on the feminine products. When he asked the kidnappers to let go, he gave Yi Qian a meaningful smile. "I think you won't need these things very soon." His voice was like a maggot's laughter. It made the kidnappers break out in cold sweat. "Okay, buddy. Since they're cooperating, stop teasing them." I prefer to settle things quickly. That's the best way. The kidnappers laughed, but they did not notice that Yi Qian, who was being teased, had a ruthless look in her eyes. Standing in the dark alley without even a street light, Gao Yang's face was so pale that a thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. Creak, creak, creak. A rusty iron door slowly opened. The silent night seemed to have been torn apart, and deafening heavy metal music rushed into the room. The two of them were pushed into a colorful world. The dance floor was filled with people who were crazily rocking to the music. The dazzling lights kept flashing, and the waves of music seemed to overturn the entire KTV. No one noticed the group of people appearing in the bar. The suspect walking in front even greeted the waiters in the bar. He passed through the dance floor without any hindrance and walked into the bar. After turning a corner, he stood in front of the shiny elevator door. Yi Qian was like a quail. His shoulders. All right, let's invite our children to sit in the next room for a while. We'll play with them after midnight. When the elevator reached the 8th floor, the man in the lead laughed. He even patted Gao Yang's shoulder and left arrogantly. This was his place. He could do whatever he wanted. When the door was locked with a click, Yi Qian, who was holding the bag, sighed in relief. Chapter 180. She had taken the initiative to take out the sanitary pads. Wasn't this a gamble? She was betting on a man's reputation, and she was also betting on how vigilant they would be towards her. As it turned out, she had made the right bet. With his back against the cold wall, Yi Qian let out a long sigh of relief. The locator and communication device were on him, so all that was left was to send the location to Xia Jinyuan, the international police. She really couldn't trust them. On the other side, Gao Yang was already looking around to see if there was an escape window. With a whoosh, he pulled open a thick curtain and saw a brown sliding glass window. He could vaguely see the streetlights outside through it. Delighted, he immediately reached out to push the window. But the sliding window didn't budge at all. It was obviously sealed shut. Yi Qian, come here. Not giving up, he turned around and said to Yi Qian, who was leaning against the wall, "Glass, we have to find a way to pry it open." Gao Yang wasn't panicking, nor was he panicking. He still knew how to look for an escape. His performance undoubtedly made Yi Qian feel a little more at ease. There were no cameras in the room, so he didn't feel like he was being watched. With his back facing Gao Yang, Yi Qian put on the headset that was too far away and had no signal source. He then took out the locator that was smaller than the palm of his hand and entered a string of signals. Soon there was a DD sound. The code that was sent out went through a series of processing and transcoding, before finally appearing on the server of Belle's laptop. "Xia, over here." Belle was able to become the police officer who contacted Yi Qian at the hotel because he had worked with the Chinese military before. This time, when no one else was willing to step forward, he volunteered to cooperate with the Chinese military. Xia Jinyuan and Siyu were both in the room. When they heard the sound coming from the server, the two of them rushed to the computer at almost the same time. They clicked, zoomed in, located, confirmed. It only took them 2 minutes to confirm Yi Qian's location. It's the King's Cross district, a place where drugs, brothels, and gangs run rampant. Damn it, it's all their own people there. It'll be difficult to save Jane. After Belle saw the location clearly, he clenched his fists and slammed them on the table. He said in annoyance, "You still need to capture Red Scorpion. Xia, leave Jane's matter to us." After confirming Yi Qian's specific location, Xia Jinyuan secretly, he sighed and said to Suyu, "We'll leave in 3 minutes." He then said to Belle, "Thank you, friend. However, we can handle this matter. Let's deal with Red Scorpion first." Belle was not a frontline police officer, so it was impossible for him to go with Xia Jinyuan. Hearing this, he said worriedly, "You need to be careful. The Sydney police have mobilized a lot of police forces here, but they still haven't succeeded." After thinking for a while, he took out a pistol from under the pillow on his bed. "Take it, buddy. It'll definitely come in handy." Xia Jinyuan and Suyu had guns, but Yi Qian did not. Xia Jinyuan took the gun that was thrown to him and popped open the magazine to take a look. It was fully loaded with 15 bullets. After nimbly installing the gun, Xia Jinyuan raised his long eyebrows. There was a hint of elegance in his handsome yet cynical smile. It would be even better if there was a fully loaded magazine. It would make me feel more secure to have a replacement. Bell shrugged non-committally. He smiled and took out a magazine from under the bedside table and threw it to Xia Jinyuan. Good luck, buddy. Chapter 181. At this time, groups of men and women of all kinds were flirting and frolicking on King's Cross Street. There were young men in short shirts and shorts, bare-chested women in sexy clothes, and office workers in suits and shiny leather shoes. They were also flirting with sexy women. Glasses of beer were not meant to be drunk, but to be drunk. Therefore, from time to time, one could see drunk Westerners singing and making a ruckus on the streets. Some of them even hugged a tree while twisting their waists and swaying their buttocks. It looked very ugly, but no one would laugh at them. This was a famous red light district. No matter what kind of behavior people did, they would be tolerated because it was not strange. The room was soundproof. No matter how noisy it was outside, the room was still quiet. After Yi Qian sent out the signal, she quietly waited for Xia Jinyuan's next instructions. He knew where she was and would definitely rush over. She trusted him so much. Take a break. We'll talk later. After she was done, she saw that Gao Yang was still trying to figure out how to open the window. Yi Qian sat on the floor and said calmly, "Take a break first. What are you in such a hurry for?" After Gao Yang failed to open the window for the fourth time, he sat down. He did not sit close to her, but sat across from her. He frowned and stared at Yi Qian. "You don't seem to be afraid at all. Aren't you the same?" "You're not afraid." Yi Qian smiled faintly. She had always maintained absolute calmness and composure. You don't have to be afraid of things that have already happened and things that can be resolved. It's useless to be afraid of the unknown before it happens. He had thousands of questions to ask her, but they were all blocked by her one sentence. After a long silence, Gao Yang laughed self-deprecatingly. "You're right. I'm the one who doesn't understand." He seemed to have thought of something. A hint of sarcasm appeared on his cold face, and then he fell into silence. Yi Qian, who had her hand in the paper bag, did not respond. Her slender fingers moved slowly in the paper bag, and her fingertips gently slid across the gun. With a gun in hand, she felt very safe. If the window was locked, one shot could solve it, but not now. She needed to wait for Xia Jinyuan to contact her. She already had no idea where Red Scorpion and the Vietnamese boy were. However, one thing she was certain of was that, since the foreign criminal suspect who made the deal with Red Scorpion was here, and had even said that he would take care of them after midnight, Red Scorpion and the Vietnamese boy probably made the deal in this area. The Chinese military had been keeping an eye on the Red Scorpions moving about outside, so the whereabouts of the drugs were definitely being monitored as well. Thus, what she needed to do was to wait quietly and then leave with Gao Yang. Outside, the Western man who had lost his pistol ran through the hotel and ran outside to look for the girl. After finding nothing, he cursed and returned to the bar. He had no idea when he lost his pistol, and he had no one to suspect. He could only blame himself for being too careless. Over here, private possession was legal. If someone really picked up a gun, it was not impossible for them to secretly possess it. Upstairs, the foreign criminal suspect had already made contact with Red Scorpion. Originally, he was supposed to make the deal at Red Scorpion's designated location, but he directly changed it to a bar. The reason was simple. His student was too disobedient. The Vietnamese student had already been beaten by Red Scorpion, until he was curled up in the car. He did not even dare to cry out in pain. The other Vietnamese boy in the car hugged a black bag and trembled as he sat to the side. He was so scared that his entire body was shaking. Chapter 182. The driver was Red Scorpion himself. Changing the location of the transaction caused his originally gloomy eyes to reveal a frightening savagery. Without sparing the two students another glance, he stepped on the accelerator and headed straight for King's Cross Street. A pickup truck was even faster than him. With a rumble, it overtook him. Then with a beautiful drift, it cut in front of him. It seemed like it was intentional, but also unintentional. It blocked Red Scorpion's fast-moving car. "Ji King, it's your turn." On the pickup truck, Xia Jinyuan had a faint smile in the corner of his eyes. It was as if he was leisurely playing a car race, and he informed Zhan Tu, who was moving with him, to overtake him. With a rumble, another pickup truck overtook Red Scorpion's car. then drifted directly in front of Xia Jinun. The expressionless red scorpion glanced at the pickup truck that kept overtaking and drifting in front of him. He stepped on the accelerator and turned into the outermost lane, turning into another road that led to King Cross Street. When Xia Jinyuan saw that he had successfully forced the other party onto a road that was not a shortcut, the faint smile between his brows gradually disappeared. His cold, dark eyes looked ahead with a sharpness as sharp as a sword, and he headed towards Yiqian's location. The various men and women in the KTV were still dancing wildly and drinking in large mouthfuls. No one cared about the transaction in the dark, and even if they did, they wouldn't pay much attention to it. This was because this place itself was a drug-dealing place. At 9:40, Xia Jinyuan's low voice broke the silence in the earpiece. Yi Qian, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Hearing his restrained voice, he said with a faint smile, "Are you scared? Or do you find it very exciting? Captain Xia knows me well." His voice seemed to come from ancient times, bringing with it the power to make people feel at ease. In an instant, it made her tense heartstrings relax. "Everything is fine. They're locked in a room on the 4th floor of a bar. I think they'll be safe until 12 o'clock. After 12, I'm not too sure." Gao Yang, who was also resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes when Yi Qian suddenly spoke. He thought Yi Qian was talking in his sleep. Before she could say another word, Gao Yang stood up abruptly and looked at Yi Qian in disbelief. "Captain Xia? Who? Who was she contacting? How was he going to contact the people outside?" Countless questions that he couldn't figure out kept popping up in his mind. Looking at the faint and leisurely smile at the corner of her eyes and the unhurried conversation, Gao Yang, who got up so abruptly that he felt a little dizzy, almost thought that he was hallucinating. "They're all fine. They're students after all. They were kidnapped halfway through their journey, so they're not that vigilant. You guys go first. I still have the ability to protect myself." It was only slightly more than an hour after she had located the location of the abduction, but he had already arrived. It could be seen that he did not waste even a minute. She knew that he would definitely come. She had never doubted it. When Xia Jinyuan heard her slightly immature but exceptionally calm voice, he knew that his little fox was safe and sound. His cold, handsome face revealed a faint and warm smile. "Okay, wait for my good news. We'll meet before 12. He was telling Yi Qian that he would not let her wait until the moment of danger. He would definitely meet up with her before the danger came. A man's promise didn't require a solemn vow. It was more reassuring when it came inadvertently. "If I could get out on my own, I wouldn't have troubled you to come." Yi Qian, whose smile had not faded, replied with curved eyes. Her bright crescent-shaped eyes were like those of a cunning fox, full of spirit. "This is a rare opportunity for actual combat. I want to participate in it myself." Chapter 183. What a bold little fox. She wasn't afraid at all. Xia Jinyuan, who was hiding in the dark and waiting for the net to be reaped, gave a low laugh. His elegant eyebrows were relaxed. Okay, be careful. Since she wanted to fight her way out, he would give her a chance to do so. He would clear the obstacles outside and ensure her safety before she came out. Gao Yang had already moved closer to Yi Jian's left side and slowly sat down. His gaze fell on her ear as he stared at it closely. "You can contact the outside world." It was a completely affirmative sentence. "Yes, I can." Yi Qian lifted her long black hair, revealing a small black earpiece. "It's our military personnel. They're outside now. They'll come find us after they've dealt with the outside before midnight." Gao Yang trembled slightly and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his handsome eyes were filled with self-mockery. "So, all we have to do now is wait, right? Then why did you say that if you could, you wanted to go out by yourself?" He wanted to ask, but he couldn't. She could contact the outside, but during this hour of torment, she kept silent and didn't tell him. What did this mean? That she didn't trust him? Or was it that he wasn't even worth a single word from her? That kind of helplessness made Gao Yang feel deeply frustrated. Not only was there helplessness in his tone, but there was also a trace of anger. Yi Qian narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at him indifferently. She chuckled. "I didn't tell you because if you didn't contact us, you would only feel more uneasy. I'm not hiding anything from you now. I've already told you that someone will come to save us. You just have to wait patiently. She paused. Seeing that he was trying his best to hide his fluctuating emotions with indifference, her cold smile deepened. If no one contacts me, this communication device is useless. What she meant was, rather than letting him have hope in the beginning, why not give up hope in the beginning? Because when hope was shattered, he would be the one hurt in the end. Gao Yang's expression froze. He suddenly lowered his gaze weakly, and his straight shoulders slumped lightly. He had nothing to say. What she considered was far beyond what he could have thought of at that time. She still knew how to take care of her own feelings at a time like this when she was about to break down. Gao Yang lowered his head and smiled bitterly. Just as his father had said, his so-called intelligence and inviolable self-esteem were just a joke in the eyes of others. He didn't ask any more questions, and Yi Qian didn't say anything either. Whether or not he could understand was his business. He had already made it clear enough. Time passed bit by bit, and at 10:30, Red Scorpion appeared near the KTV. Beside him was a student who trembled as he walked. Pass through here. Remember, one hand for the goods, and the other for the money. If you don't get the money, you don't have to come back. The boy's lips trembled slightly. He still wanted to say something, but when he saw the ferocious look on Red Scorpion's face, he hugged the black bag in his hand and walked step by step towards the end filled with evil. He couldn't turn back, and Red Scorpion, who had never personally come forward to trade, definitely wouldn't allow him to turn back. Here we are, Nick. Someone closed the open window and informed Nick, who was waiting for the goods in the KTV. He was the #1 target that the international police had to capture. Red Scorpion still had his student deliver the goods. Nick, who was smoking a cigar, took a deep breath. His rugged face revealed a ferocious look. He crossed his muscular arms over his chest, revealing the green beast head tattoo on the side of his arm. Tell him that my patience is limited. This meant that he wanted Red Scorpion to personally deliver the goods. Chapter 184. They were all venomous snakes, so they carefully exited their holes and revealed their fangs. The entire process was done in an extremely secretive manner, leaving no traces and no one would be able to catch them. But for Nick, after what the Vietnamese student did, he didn't want a third party to be involved in the transaction. Red Scorpion didn't want to leave any evidence, and he didn't want to lose the goods either. The heavy metal music continued. Some people came in and some left. Xia Jinyuan and Su Yu, who were proficient in Japanese, entered the colorful dance floor, which was filled with perfume and sweat. Red Scorpion's figure was right in front of them, and in front of him was his own student. Underage children entering the adult world didn't seem to attract much attention. Outside, the international police were dispatched. Less than 2 minutes after Red Scorpion went in, Xia Jinyuan appeared in the kitchen of the bar. He was like a cheetah that had walked out of the grassland. He silently knocked down a large pastry chef wearing a long white chef's hat. When he came out again, he was also wearing a white chef's outfit, a white apron around his waist, and a long white hat. He lightly patted the chef who was fiddling with a plate of desserts on the shoulder. Hey, is this done? Okay. The pastry chef who was about to turn around suddenly felt a heavy blow on the back of his neck. Another pastry chef was knocked unconscious and finished off the job. A fire alarm suddenly rang, and thick smoke rose from the kitchen. Several pastry chefs in the bar all fainted on the ground, waiting for the international police to drag them away. Elimination complete. In the kitchen, Xia Jinyuan took off his white chef's outfit, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it directly into a pot of boiling water. His hat was also thrown into the pot. Disinfecting and erasing evidence, it was a very good method. 2 smoke grenades were thrown out, and the smoke alarm in the entire kitchen suddenly rang. Then the fire alarm in the entire KTV rang loudly. The ear-piercing alarm wasn't covered by the heavy metal. A towel soaked in alcohol was ignited and thrown in the passageway leading to the kitchen door. The dancing men and women heard the fire alarm and smelled the burning smell. At the same time, screams rang out, and chaos broke out in the crowd. The international police officers who blended into the crowd took control of the situation. They acted like experienced guests who were trying to escape, guiding the screaming crowd away. The bodyguards working in the bar immediately rushed to the kitchen where the alarm sounded. Xia Jinyuan and Su Yu, who had been waiting for a long time, swiftly acted as the vanguard. Before the bodyguards could take out their guns, they had already taken care of them. Upstairs, Nick received a call from his bodyguard. Fire? Are you sure? Red Scorpion, who was about to hand over the goods, moved quickly. He immediately took back the bag and rushed out of the door with almost no hesitation. This was an extremely vigilant venomous snake. Even the slightest movement would make him shrink back into his cave. Outside, the sirens sounded like an unfamiliar intruder, breaking the extravagance of King's Cross Street and announcing their arrival, warning the criminals that they had been surrounded. When the Chinese soldiers outside heard the sirens that came out of nowhere, their expressions changed as they contacted Xia Jinyuan. Q King, the international police are acting without permission. The sirens have been sounded, you must be careful. The Chinese side sent out a total of 5 soldiers to carry out the mission. 2 of them were outside keeping an eye on Red Scorpion. Xia Jinyuan and Su Yu were in the hotel, and Yi Qian was among the students. It could be said that they cooperated quite well, but they ran into a group of self-righteous international police officers. Chapter 185. Xia Jinyuan froze when he heard the news from his comrade waiting outside. Switch to the public channel. According to the plan, they needed to wait until they found Yi Qian and Gao Yang before the international police could show up. Now that these guys had stirred up trouble, even the usually well-mannered Xia Jinyuan wanted to beat them up. Xia Jinyuan switched to the public channel and immediately contacted Yi Qian. Chaotic sounds came from the headset. Yi Jian, who had also heard the sirens outside, no longer sat on the ground to rest. Instead, he stood up immediately. Roger that. Don't worry about me. I found a pistol. I can protect myself. Found a pistol? Xia Jinyuan crouched on the stairs on the 2nd floor and stood guard. Su Yu was standing on a high stool he had gotten from somewhere. He was fumbling with a fire alarm light. After 2 minutes, he gave Xia Jinyuan an okay sign. Xia Jinyuan nodded slightly and gestured for them to move forward. When he heard her words, a smile flashed across his eyes. Good job, little girl. We are now on the 2nd floor. The international police have surrounded the ground floor. You can leave through the escape window. Hearing his cold voice, Yi Qian turned off the lights in the room. He walked past Gao Yang, who had woken up, and stood in front of the window. Bang! With a cold gaze, Yi Qian fired a shot at the glass. The tempered glass shattered under the force of the bullet. Then spiderweb-like cracks spread all over the glass. Yi Qian lifted his leg and kicked the glass lightly. When a footprint appeared on the spiderweb-like glass, Yi Qian turned to Gao Yang and said, "Take off your shirt and give it to me. Quick." He couldn't be sure if there was anyone down there, so he could only use his bare hands to dig the glass into the room. Ever since Yi Qian fired the shot, Gao Yang's expression was one of shock and astonishment. Yi Qian said sternly. He had no choice but to obey. After he took off his short-sleeved uniform, he saw her wrap her hand with the uniform. She put a finger through the bullet hole and hooked it into the room. With a few clattering sounds, Yi Qian's gentle hooking force shattered the entire piece of glass in the room, leaving only a frame that only one person could pass through. Outside, there was no anti-theft net installed like in China. The flashing police lights illuminated the room. Yi Qian shouted at the motionless Gao Yang. Quick, jump out of the window. Gao Yang, who had been stunned by the gunshot, heard her shout and quickly rushed over. Okay. Follow me closely. Put on your clothes. Yi Qian didn't say much. He just threw the clothes back. Move quickly. Don't panic. There are international police officers outside. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from outside, followed by 2 gunshots. The shots hit the door lock and made it fall off. Seeing that something was wrong, Yi Jian quickly loaded her pistol and pulled Gao Yang behind the door. The room was dark. When the enemy kicked the door open, a figure rushed in with a murderous aura. He rushed to the window that only had a frame left. After taking a quick look, he cursed, "Fuck you." He turned his head and shouted at his partner standing at the door. Damn it! They escaped. He cursed and rushed out again. The man standing at the door quietly raised his hand and pointed behind the door. After counting from 1 to 3, he suddenly turned the light switch back on. The dark room was lit up again. Chapter 186. The man who hadn't left the room pulled the door open and saw the two students he thought had escaped standing against the wall. With a furious expression, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Qian without hesitation. Fuck! Gao Yang saw this and didn't have time to be afraid of the gun in the man's hand. He instinctively raised his hand to block the slap aimed at Yi Qian's face. Bang! A familiar gunshot suddenly rang out. The man who had raised his hand to hit Yi Qian suddenly froze and fell to the ground with a loud thud. Only 30 seconds had passed. When the man at the door heard this, his expression changed. He quickly dodged outside and fired randomly into the room. Gao Yang was so shocked that he felt like his soul had left his body. He heard the gunshot and saw someone fall to the ground. Large amounts of blood began to flow out of his chest. The Western man who had wanted to kill Yi Qian a moment ago had become a bloody man. His fingers were still trembling and his eyes hadn't even closed. Blood flowed out of his mouth and flowed down his neck, wetting the man's thick beard. Multiple bullets were fired into the room. Gao Yang's eyes were wide open as he forcefully pulled his gaze away from the bloody man and forced himself to look at the bullet hole on the floor. His hands were tightly clenched into fists. He used so much strength that he couldn't stop his body from trembling. Yi Qian didn't have time to pay attention to his expression. There were only 15 bullets in the gun. Her gaze fell on the dead man's hand. He still had a gun in his hand. She needed this gun. After the random gunshots stopped, Yi Qian turned her head to look at Gao Yang, who was so shocked that his pupils were dilated. I'm going to shoot outside now. Pick up the gun and give it to me. Gao Yang didn't know how many more times he was going to be scared tonight. He slowly shifted his gaze and looked at Yi Qian. Just now, he saw with his own eyes Yi Qian shoot one of the kidnappers without even blinking. She was so calm and practiced. It was as if she had done this countless times before. Her movements were swift and fierce, and her eyes were ice cold. Her entire body was emitting an aura that made his heart tremble. Even if she ordered him to pick up the gun, he couldn't refuse. Okay. She nodded lightly and answered dryly. She trusted Yi Qian quite a bit. Yi Qian calculated the trajectory of the bullets in his mind, then looked at the closed door and said, You've learned Taekwondo before. Show some dexterity. When I count to 3, roll over and pick up the gun. All right. Gao Yang swallowed his saliva. His cold expression had already cracked. Under Yi Qian's cold and sharp gaze, he nodded solemnly. Okay. Shooting, killing. Yi Qian didn't give Gao Yang a chance to accept it. At a time like this, every second was the key. After counting from 1 to 3, she lifted her leg and kicked the door open again. At the same time, she dodged to the side of the door and fired 3 shots outside. The bullets pierced through the door and into the kidnapper's left shoulder. A scream came from outside. Gao Yang was so nervous that his palms were covered in cold sweat. He picked up the gun and rolled over to Yi Qian's side. Gunshots came from outside the room again. Chaotic footsteps passed through the bullet-holed wooden door and clearly reached Yi Qian's ears. Chapter 187. At the same time, Xia Jinyuan's voice could be heard from the earpiece. Yi Qian, calm yourself down, don't panic. You're still the same as how you usually shoot. Okay, I still have someone ambushing me outside. Let's get my classmate to leave first. Yi Qian took the gun from him and replied calmly, I can't leave for now, I have to cover the rear. He removed the magazine and took a look. Not bad, there were 13 bullets in it. He looked at Gao Yang, whose neck was dripping with sweat. Without waiting for Xia Jinyuan's reply, he pursed his lips and said to Gao Yang, Get down from the windowsill, I'll cover the rear. No. Gao Yang refused directly. I can't be at ease if I leave you here. Yi Qian raised his eyebrows and said in amusement, Did you see me scared when I was killing people just now? Also, when I counterattacked, you should have heard someone screaming outside when you picked up the gun. The bullet I shot hit his left shoulder. After careful calculation, I shot to make sure there was no mistake. So, Gao Yang, you have to leave, I can't take care of you anymore. Xia Jinyuan and the others were still in the bar. She could roughly tell from the public channel that the international police did not care about the lives of the Chinese soldiers and directly took action. There was no movement outside, but they couldn't stay put and not leave. Under Yi Qian's urging, the pale-faced Gao Yang retreated step by step to the window. He heard Yi Qian's cold voice and shouted again, Leave now. Gao Yang supported himself with both hands on the windowsill. His actions seemed to be instinctive as he propped himself up and left the room. Even when the glass pierced his palms and the sharp pain stimulated his nerves, he did not wake up from his daze. From holding the hose down to sliding to the ground, to being rescued by the police in the car, it was as if his entire being had been emptied. Upstairs, Yi Qian held 2 pistols and forcefully pulled open the door. After shooting randomly, she saw the bullet holes on the ground increase. After seeing the bullet specifications, Yi Qian gently curved the corners of her mouth. The USM-9 pistol produced by the Meberetta Company had 9 by 19 mm ammunition, and 15 plus 1 rounds loaded. Now that the bullet holes on the ground increased to 12 rounds, there was a short pause. This is the moment. While the other party was reloading, Yi Jian rolled on the ground a few times. Lying on her back on the floor of the corridor, she fired her gun at an extremely fast speed. She fired 2 shots consecutively with both hands, destroying the lights in the corridor. Following the trajectory of the bullets, Yi Jian calmly fired a shot in the direction where the bullets came from. There was a muffled sound, followed by a plop sound. Someone had already fallen to the ground. She was on the 4th floor while Xia Jinyuan was on the 2nd floor. Yi Qian did not know how many targets there were on the 4th floor. After taking care of 2 burly men with guns, Yi Qian spoke to Xia Jinyuan. 2 targets eliminated on the 4th floor. The exact number of targets is unknown. On the 2nd floor, Xia Jinyuan heard the gunshots through his earpiece and knew that she had taken action. It would be a lie to say that he was not worried. The target is on the 6th floor. Girl, you must remember to hide on the ceiling above the corridor. I'll come and find you. No matter how worried Xia Jinyuan was, he did not show it in his words. He also did not tell Yi Qian that he and Suyu were the only ones who entered the KTV. He also did not tell Yi Qian that their combat style was actually assassination and shooting. Chapter 188. Suyu was in charge of shooting and clearing while Xia Jinyuan was in charge of the assassination. The 2 of them cooperated seamlessly and went straight up to the 4th floor to rescue Yi Qian. But now that she was out, her comrades outside could hide on the 6th floor. Soon, Yi Qian heard Xia Jinyuan say in a low voice in the public channel, G3 Operation Coiling Snake, the 3rd step of Operation Stone Crushing. Coiling Snake. The snake here naturally referred to Red Scorpion. Coiling was equivalent to killing. The Vietnamese military didn't need to care if Red Scorpion was dead or alive, as long as he was captured in the end. News from the Vietnamese. 1 student was successfully rescued from the car, and the other student is still in the hands of Red Scorpion. G3's voice was different from Xia Jinyuan's low voice, but it also contained a hint of elegance. His voice was a bit hoarse, like the edge of a knife scraping against a whetstone. Just hearing it made one feel that this person was not to be underestimated. Hearing this unfamiliar voice for the first time, Yi Qian, who had already turned around to hide on the ceiling, held his breath. She was holding a gun like this. It was actually illegal. She didn't know if it would affect Xia Jinyuan. Another person spoke, and it was also an unfamiliar voice. Looks like we have to meddle in other people's business again. J5 received Operation Coiling Snake commencing. 3J5. Q King. Why was Xia Jinyuan the only one with Q King? Which meant King of Elites. Is the little girl still there? If she is, say something to me. J5's style was a little different. It was less cold and hard but more casual and bad. If you're still on the 4th floor, find a place to hide. You must remember your brother Xiao's words. Hide well on the ceiling. Your brother Xiao will come looking for you soon. Be good. Although it's cool to hold a gun, bullets will hurt a lot when they hit your body. J5 was an instructor. One day, he insisted on switching positions with the company commander. From then on, he no longer forced the soldiers to do ideological and political work. He was even more obsessed with the glory of the battlefield than the company commander. In his own words, it would be very cool for a man to run a lap on the battlefield. Super cool. Countless female soldiers bowed to him. When Xia Jinyuan heard that J5, who usually liked to tease female soldiers, was teasing the little fox that he had his eyes on, his dark eyes darkened. He said with a faint smile, J5, I heard that you got a 1 last week. I'd like to go back and spar with you. Please enlighten me. Student Yi Qian, please be careful. Believe in the People's Liberation Army and believe in Captain Xia. They will definitely save you. Also, look for me if you don't have enough bullets. Over. The J5 style changed again. It was full of coldness, and the sharpness of a soldier was fully displayed in its words. As the subject of their conversation, Yi Qian felt that there was no need for her to remain silent any longer. She hid her emotions well and smiled faintly. Thank you for your concern. They say that it's better to rely on yourself than on others. I've always liked to help myself. You have backbone. Not bad. G3 laughed. In the darkness, his and J5's hidden figures were like fierce beasts on the hunt. He threw out a climbing rope and hooked it onto a building. He gestured to J5. He grabbed the rope with both hands and agilely climbed up to the 7th floor in an instant. After confirming that the surroundings were safe, he replied to J5, who was covering the rear downstairs, with a strange sound that sounded like a rock falling on plastic. J5 put the submachine gun behind his back and nimbly climbed up to the 7th floor. Done, brothers. Wait for our good news. J5 was a soldier who was relaxed at all times. He had a small personality that was different from ordinary soldiers. After he finished speaking, he didn't forget to say to Yi Qian, Student EG3 rarely praises people. Q King was the first to be praised by him. You're the second. Not bad, good luck. Chapter 189. For some reason, Yi Qian suddenly thought of the laughing J5 as the young people who liked to act cute on social networks in his previous life. Thinking about it, he shivered and couldn't bear to look at it directly. Xia Jinyuan had already quietly flanked the back of a gun-wielding bodyguard. While his left hand covered the bodyguard's mouth, the military dagger in his right hand silently cut across the bodyguard's neck. The sharp blade cut through the warm skin, cutting through the bodyguard's trachea and jugular vein without a trace of obstruction. Blood flowed onto the dagger, and the warm blood sprayed onto his wrist. The thick and strong smell of blood didn't stop Xia Jinyuan's footsteps. He dragged the dead bodyguard to a room on the 2nd floor, closed the door and headed to the 3rd floor. Killing people was a very terrifying thing, but for them they were on the front lines. It was either you die or I die. As they fought for justice, even if their hands were stained with blood, there was no turning back. Mercy wasn't used on the enemy. Clear. Walking to the 3rd floor, Xia Jinyuan, who had cleared out 2 hidden guards, lightly tapped the microphone. Suyu, who had brought up the rear, climbed up the stairs and switched to him as the vanguard to continue clearing out the targets. After taking care of another drug gang member, Xia Jinyuan directly took off the bulletproof vest he was wearing and gave it to Little Fox. The elevator to the 6th floor had already stopped moving. Nick, who had gotten up, tugged at his t-shirt. Looking at Red Scorpion, who had rushed out of the door and was now closing in on him amidst the shrill sirens, he smiled fearlessly. Buddy, if you rush out now, I can guarantee that you won't leave here alive. His brown eyes coldly swept over the black bag in Red Scorpion's hand. Give me the goods, I'll give you the money, and we'll leave together. How about it? Why should I believe you? Red Scorpion's face didn't show much panic. He glanced at the students standing at the door, already frightened to tears by the sirens, and coldly snorted. You said that the transaction was 100% safe. What about now? We're already surrounded. Why should I believe you? Red Scorpion was about the same as the majority of Vietnamese. He had a medium build, and his 4 limbs were thick and short. However, his explosive power was extremely strong. His 2 arms looked short and small, but the muscles hidden under his shirt were filled with power. He stared at the calm and composed Nick, and his purplish-black lips curled into a cruel smile. I'm willing to bet that not only are there international police officers outside, but there are also people inside the KTV. Maybe someone has already sneaked into this building and is ready to take your life at any time. Yes, buddy. You're right. Someone has already infiltrated this building. Nick shrugged his shoulders, maintaining the venomous smile on his face. But I'm not afraid at all. Come, let me show you what I'm capable of. As he spoke, he clapped his hands, and the wardrobe door on the right wall suddenly opened. A Western man with brown hair and brown eyes, wearing black sweatpants and a tank top, walked out with his back bent. Everything is ready. I'm waiting for your orders. Come, buddy. Nick took the lead and bent down, walking into the wardrobe. After that, Red Scorpion also walked in. Seeing the scenery in front of him, he laughed out loud. Working with you is indeed very reassuring. I always thought, no, I think everyone, including those stupid international police, had been deceived by you, brother. This was a computer room and at the same time an armory. Chapter 190. As Nick raised his hand, the 24 surveillance screens that had been black all this time lit up in unison. What appeared on the screens was nothing else but the situation of the entire building. They could clearly see the situation of the entire building, including the KTV and the kitchen. Hidden at the end of the corridor on the 4th floor, Yi Qian, who was on the ceiling, suddenly felt like he was being watched. His hair stood on end. He lowered his head and looked at the fire emergency light with a weak green light. He saw a small red light flashing. That was an infrared sensor and an infrared night camera. Yi Qian's heart suddenly sank. He suddenly understood why the killing of the two people and the shooting didn't attract the attention of other drug gangs. The people she killed were clearly the top target of the European investigation. They were pawns that could be abandoned at any time. They were even pawns that could be used at critical moments. Girl, there's a bit of trouble outside. Hide on the ceiling and don't move around. Xia Jinyuan said to her calmly, hide well. Before I say you can move, you must hide well. Okay, I know. Yi Qian said softly. He told the Chinese soldiers who were all watching the public channel what he had discovered. If I'm not wrong, the entire building is filled with infrared cameras, infrared sensors. Xia Jinyuan was sitting on Su Yu's shoulder. He was biting a delicate but extremely sharp knife in his mouth. His slender hands, which were wearing half-finger combat gloves, were modifying an infrared sensor. After hearing her voice, Su Yu smiled and replied, I'm dealing with it. Don't worry, it'll be done soon. This little girl's sensitivity was really amazing. He turned off his microphone and said to Xia Jinyuan, you can even find out like this. You're really good. Of course. Don't you know who wanted you? Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and smiled. Under the helmet, his handsome face was calm and gentle. Hide well. I'm dealing with a small matter on the 3rd floor. This was Nick's base camp. When the international police still insisted that Melbourne was his base camp, the Chinese side tried to persuade them to no avail. Fine, forget it if you don't believe me. Let's do our own thing. If he really listened to the international police, his steel-like body would have dozens of bullet holes. K7, can you say something? I'm a bit tired from being hung up. I can feel the blood not only flowing to my head, but also to cough, cough, cough. J5's voice came again. But before he could finish, G3's fist landed on his chest. What he wanted to say turned into a low cough. He wanted to say that blood was flowing to a certain part of a man. There's another K7 with 26 English letters as its code name? Yi Jian didn't think too much about what J5 wanted to say. Instead, she focused on K7, who hadn't spoken a word. About a minute later, K7's voice came lazily. Hearing it, Yi Jian felt a chill run down her spine. Not only was it cold, but it also gave off a feeling of death. You live and they die. That was K7's original words. J5 rubbed his chest and jumped down. He rubbed his arms and said softly, every time I hear you talk, I feel like I'm a dead object on the dissection table, waiting for you to dissect me with a scalpel. Chapter 191. In front of them, several infrared sensors were still moving back and forth. J5 stuck close to the wall and completely ignored the sensors that could detect them. Since K7 had given the order, they were free to pass. 2 black bodyguards were in front of them. After J5 and G3 made a hand gesture, they quickly approached the 2 black bodyguards. Their hands shot out at lightning speed, one on the left and one on the right, strangling the 2 bodyguards' necks. They exerted strength in their arms and lifted the bodyguards, who were at least 9 meters tall and had a strong physique, off the ground. Cracking sounds could be heard from their fragile necks. The black bodyguards struggled with their feet off the ground. Their hands were already clinging tightly to the 2 men's iron arms. In the end, their tongues were sticking out, and the whites of their eyes kept rolling up. In the end, their arms and legs were hanging limply. After finishing them off, they gently put them down, then dragged them up and hid them in a dark corner. It wasn't an easy task to get from the 7th floor to the 6th floor. They used assassinations to clear the way. In the end, they stood at the fire escape door leading to the 6th floor. J5 and G3, who were wearing combat uniforms, were already sweating profusely. Under the dim emergency lights, they saw two pairs of black eyes with the same expression. They were calm, fearless, and fierce. The 7th and 3rd floors were cleared almost at the same time. There was still a 5th floor that needed to be cleared by Xia Jinyuan and Su Yu. On the 4th floor, Yi Qian, who had been lying motionless, saw the fire escape door gently open. Then a slender and imposing figure appeared in his line of sight. The familiar figure made Yi Qian's eyes shine in the dark like a meteor streaking across the night sky, bringing dazzling brilliance. "Captain Xia, I'm here." Without needing him to speak, she had already recognized the figure. A clear voice came from the ceiling above. Xia Jinyuan's gaze stopped at a certain spot in the dark. He smiled and said, "Do you want to come down? Or do you want to stay here?" She was happy. Even though they were in the dark, Xia Jinyuan could feel it. There was a rustling sound from the ceiling. After a buckle was removed, Yi Qian jumped down from the ceiling and landed lightly in a half-squat. "Let's go together. It's not safe to stay here." She wasn't afraid of killing people, so she wasn't afraid to continue walking. "Then follow me." Xia Jinyuan chuckled and handed over a black bulletproof vest that didn't fit well. "Put it on. It doesn't fit well, but it's still good for you." Yi Qian didn't refuse. She had seen this kind of bulletproof vest on the two kidnappers she had taken care of earlier. If it wasn't for the fact that it was stained with blood, she would have taken it off and put it on. Outside, the sirens were still blaring. Someone stood out and shouted through the loudspeaker, "You've been surrounded. You'd better surrender and come out." If he really wanted to surrender, he would have come out a long time ago. Yi Qian sneered. He stuck close to the cold figure in front of him and approached the 5th floor. On the 6th floor, Red Scorpion listened to the voice that he loathed and said through gritted teeth, "I think we can teach them a lesson right now." Damned voice, it's so unpleasant to the ear. He stared at the surveillance screen, where he could clearly see the streets near the building. "Did you hear that, my weapons expert? Our partner, I hope you can teach those rats outside a lesson." Nick enjoyed the feeling of making the international police feel helpless. "Look at them, what a bunch of trash." He looked at the corner of the room. Only then did Red Scorpion realize that there was someone there. Judging from his back, he wasn't a Westerner. He probably had the physique of an Asian. His back didn't move. He only raised his hand and snapped his fingers as an answer to Nick. Chapter 192. All passers-by were prohibited from entering this area, and even the nearby residents were evacuated by the police. Only the small 7-story building was tightly surrounded, and there were even helicopters circling around on the top floor. The target was inside, and the international police were acting with the determination to capture all of them. Following Nick's loud laughter in the room, several loud boom sounds suddenly exploded from nearby. A police car was directly thrown into the air by the heat wave, and then smashed into another car with a bang. In less than a minute, countless explosions sounded in the surroundings. "This is my territory. Even though I won't be coming back, I still have to say that I really like this exciting and depraved place." Nick smiled cruelly in the midst of the blazing flames. "This is my territory. Even though I won't be coming back, I still have to say that I really like this exciting and depraved place." Red Scorpion sneered disapprovingly. "If we take everyone as hostages, we'll leave even faster. No, I hate using hostages the most. Ha ha ha, I prefer to directly confront those self-righteous fellows." Nick was not like Red Scorpion, who liked to act alone. He invested a lot of manpower and resources to tease the international police, who were no different from rats in his eyes. The international police, who were originally full of confidence, were instantly shaken by the 4 explosions around them, and all of their faces tightened. The commander began to roar loudly, and the sound of ambulances filled the entire sky of Sydney. The entire city's police force was mobilized, and all of the entrances to King's Cross Street were sealed off, entering a state of high alert. "Damn it, where are the explosives experts? Hurry and get them here. God, there's still a bomb here. Hurry." A police officer began to call for help with his walkie-talkie, but before he could finish, The bomb was manually detonated, causing the officer who was on the phone to directly lie under the car door. Among the rocks that rushed into the air, his voice was distorted. Manually detonated. Can't get close. The international police had loudspeakers and so did Nick. His voice was transmitted through the speakers outside the KTV, and he laughed loudly. I hope you like my present, cute rats. If you have fun, I don't mind giving you my present again. His voice was cold and cruel like a demon's, causing the faces of the international police officers hiding under the cars, behind the trees, and behind the buildings to turn the color of pig liver. This was humiliation. They were being humiliated by a criminal. Yijian didn't know why, but when she heard that, she felt quite relieved. K7's cold and emotionless voice came through the earpiece. He mentioned Yiqian's name directly. Hey Yiqian, you're small. Go through the ventilation duct and give them a few smoke grenades. Then, without waiting for Yiqian to reply, she told him the location of the ventilation duct from the 4th floor to the 6th floor. He then said to Xia Jinyuan, this is a good arrangement. Does Q King have any objections? K7, you're talking too much. Focus on your work. Be careful, you might expose your identity. J5's voice was no longer as casual as before. Instead, he cut him off coldly. Also, you have no right to assign a student to complete the mission for us. She's still a student. No matter how capable she is, she's still a citizen that we need to protect. In the past, as a political instructor, once he discovered that his comrade's behavior was out of line, he had to immediately stand up and stop him. Chapter 193. K7, who was hiding somewhere, was silent for a while before he said, sorry. Then he didn't say anything else. After secretly taking care of the 4 people on the 5th floor, Xia Jinyuan raised his hand and shielded Yiqian behind his arm. Under Su Yu's vigilant gaze, he said calmly, the 5th floor has been cleared. I agree with K7's plan, but I'll go over. This place is too small. Yiqian was already standing at the vent. Xia Jinyuan walked over to take a look, then squatted down and patted his shoulder. He said to Yiqian, come, sit on my shoulder and use it to pry open the seal. Yiqian looked at Su Yu, who was holding a gun, then looked at Xia Jinyuan, who was already squatting down in his combat uniform and helmet. He bit his lower lip and didn't hesitate anymore. He took the military knife from Su Yu's hand, took a deep breath and sat on Xia Jinyuan's shoulder. After prying open the seal, Yiqian narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, you can go in. All 3 of you can go in. After saying that, she held the sides of the opening with both hands and leaped into the air like a fish, entering the vent. K7 informed the international police. Let them do as they see fit. Grabbing Yiqian's arm, Xia Jinyuan jumped up with 1 foot on the wall and climbed up the vent again. Su Yu, go. After K7 tampered with all the infrared rays, the 3 of them disappeared right under Nick's nose. After 5 consecutive explosions, red flames could be seen rushing over King's Cross Street in the sky above the city. Gao Yang, who was struggling violently in the ambulance, was forcibly injected with a tranquilizer by the medical staff. He was directly pushed into Sydney's best private hospital, a private hospital that the Gao family owned 25% of the shares in. When Director Li, who was waiting in the hotel, heard about this, he clasped his hands together and prayed, God bless. Now he just had to wait for Yiqian, who was with the Chinese soldiers, to come back. Director Li was finally relieved to see him with his own people. Outside the KTV, Nick proposed a deal. It was very simple. Leave safely. His request happened to be something that the international police could not agree to. They could only stall for time and quickly arrange for the team to enter the KTV. Smoke grenades were thrown in one after another, and the fire alarm continued to ring sharply without stopping. Where are the soldiers from the Chinese side? Tell them to contact me immediately. Right away. The commander of the operation was a white man. At this time he was so angry that he was like a mad lion. He roared, damn it, where did they go? Damn it. Why let them get involved? God, let them go to hell. As the commander-in-chief of this operation, he had an undeniable responsibility for the 5 consecutive explosions. However, it was not over yet. The other party still had explosive points and extremely lethal weapons. Last time, who was the one who said that the damn Nick was active in King's Cross Street? His roars were transmitted from the walkie-talkie to the commander at the scene. Even through the line he could feel his saliva flying everywhere. The commander at the scene was a European police officer. When he heard this, he puffed out his cheeks and sighed heavily. He said with a serious expression, "Yes, sir." The Chinese soldiers suggested it, but unfortunately, no one believed them. Including you, who chose not to believe them. All the international police officers who could hear the conversation were silent. They all remembered. Now we need to contact them because they were the first to enter. Oh, wait a moment. There's an emergency call. The commander at the scene took the walkie-talkie. Before he could speak, a cold and emotionless voice came from the other side. It was K7 who had contacted him. At this time, Xia Jinyuan, Yi Qian, and Suyu had just entered the vent. Chapter 194. K7 was a soldier who didn't like to talk nonsense. No matter where he was, he always had a lifeless expression on his face. At this moment, the commanding officer only felt that K7 was extremely cute. Okay, no problem, we will cooperate fully. Okay, I will arrange for someone to send it over immediately. Okay, we understand. Now let's start the operation immediately. The good news made the commanding officer's solemn expression disappear. After K7 ended the call, he handed the communicator to his officer. After the cross-section of the building was sent to the international police, the 30 vanguards directly cut into the 6th floor, while the 20 vanguards rushed in from the 7th floor. K7, who was still in contact with Xia Jinyuan, looked behind him and sent a message on his phone. The sniping operation has begun. On the opposite side of the building, someone looked down at the message and whistled happily. He set up his sniper rifle and put his blue eyes close to the scope. The cross in the scope was aimed at a certain direction. As long as the main target appeared, he would immediately open fire. On the 6th floor, Yi Qian, who was lying on his stomach, could clearly see the number of people walking back and forth in the corridor through the ventilation blinds. He already knew the number of people, but now he had to wait for a very important item. He had to wait for the international police vanguards to send the gas masks over. Only with the masks could they throw down the smoke grenades and tear gas grenades. The elite vanguards moved very quickly. In addition, everything on the 1st floor had been cleared out. The 2 vanguards who were responsible for delivering the gas masks also carried a 30-round emitter submachine gun that was specially provided to the special forces. After Yi Qian received it, he suppressed his surprise and skillfully checked the gun. Under Xia Jinyuan's orders, he had already prepared 2 smoke grenades, 2 flash grenades, and 2 tear gas grenades. They were all thrown out at the same time. Q King Broken Wing. G3, who had broken into the 6th floor, had a cold expression. They cooperated seamlessly and started the operation together. The international police vanguards broke into the door from the right and fired directly. G3 and J5 broke into the door from the left and fired directly. The entire 6th floor was plunged into an intense gunfight. In the room, Nick, who was still feeling pleased with himself, heard the gunshots outside. He looked at the surveillance screen that didn't show any abnormalities at all. His face instantly contorted. He slapped the face of the staff operating the surveillance system and roared, "Motherfucker! Give me the rocket launcher!" Red Scorpion's reaction was even faster. They snatched the drugs from Nick's hands in an instant and threw back the box containing US dollars that they had traded for. He firmly believed that the goods were the safest in his hands. Pulling his student over, he picked up a machine gun and started shooting at the escape window. "Damn it, what are you doing?" When Nick saw this, he immediately waved his hand to signal his bodyguards to stop Red Scorpion's foolish actions. "You want to run? Suit yourself. Don't drag me into this, you idiot. Blow them all up. Motherfucker, you're playing with me." As Nick roared furiously, 2 tear gas grenades and 2 smoke grenades appeared out of thin air in the bulletproof and explosion-proof room. In an instant, the entire room was shrouded in thick smoke. The tear gas made everyone unable to open their eyes. "Up there, motherfucker. Shoot up there." Someone shouted, but he choked on his tears and his nose kept flowing, and he even coughed. The people in the room were like living targets as countless bullets rained down. The international drug cartel's higher-ups, led by Nick, were almost completely wiped out in this encirclement. Chapter 195. Red Scorpion. Where do you think you're going? After everything was cleared, someone appeared and pointed his gun at a cabinet. His cold voice was as calm as a pool of stagnant water. Come out, Red Scorpion. Behind the cabinet was Red Scorpion, who had one hand tightly covering his student's head. He didn't move, as if there was no one hiding behind him. The cold eyes of the person who spoke didn't waver in the slightest. He didn't give Red Scorpion a chance to think, and directly fired 2 shots at the cabinet. My patience is limited, Red Scorpion. Don't test my patience. This was K7's voice. His face was thin, and his skin was sickly pale as if it had never been exposed to sunlight. His eyes, which were staring at the metal cabinet, were black, sharp, and filled with cold killing intent. There was movement behind the metal cabinet, and Red Scorpion walked out with his student. When he saw who was standing in front of him, his pupils contracted. It's you. It was Nick's weapon expert. After seeing who it was, he pressed the gun against his student's head even harder. He stared coldly at K7. Who are you? You won't live no matter how many hostages you have. K7 directly ignored his question. He pulled the trigger lightly, and his thin lips moved slightly. In his eyes, Red Scorpion was already a cold corpse. Before you die, don't drag others down with you. It was standard American English. Surprisingly, K7 spoke much more elegantly when he spoke English than when he spoke Chinese. Give me the student and the rest is up to you. In return, Red Scorpion laughed contemptuously. He directly pressed his gun against the Vietnamese student's head, and the hole left a green crescent moon mark on the boy's temple. Do you know who he is? The son of a big shot. Ha, you can talk to him right now. See if he wants his son back alive or shipped back as a corpse. His words made K7 furrow his brows without leaving a trace. His thin but extremely delicate face became even colder. The hostage in Red Scorpion's hands is said to be the son of a big shot. They've hidden the identity of the Vietnamese student. Fuck, I knew these bastards were unreliable, G3 sneered and said to K7. The hostage is in our hands. Stay calm and wait for us to arrive. K7's black eyes stared at Red Scorpion without blinking. His hands that held the gun were also aimed at the center of his target's forehead. No need. Clean up the weapons outside. Leave this place to me. This was the room where Nick had first made his deal with Red Scorpion. The tense atmosphere became increasingly tense under the boy's terrified gaze. Time ticked by, and after about 5 minutes, K7 heard the identity of the hostage. His brows were tightly knitted together. He seemed to be in a difficult position, but in fact, his tense gaze had relaxed a lot. The vents of every room were connected. Yijian, who didn't jump down from the vents, moved her body gently under Xia Jinyuan's instructions, and entered the central air conditioning vent that was so narrow that only girls could enter. Continue forward, Yijian. Don't look back. I'll wait for you in front. The low voice, one word at a time slowly, and with a penetrating force, came through the earpiece. Yijian listened to Xia Jinyuan's voice, and her eyes were filled with determination. His voice was like light, able to pierce through the darkness, piercing through the shade. It carried a warm force, encouraging her. Chapter 196. With him behind her, as well as the soldiers that belonged to her own country, she felt so at ease. Now, all she had to do was pass through the air duct in front of her, and she would be able to enter the room where Red Scorpion held the hostage. Yijian only lightly tapped the side of the microphone rhythmically, telling them that she was fine and that they didn't need to worry. There was already sweat on her temples. Nervousness, excitement, and excitement. Under these 3 emotions, Yijian's delicate lips lightly pursed. Then she lightly breathed in the slightly turbid air and continued forward. She's fine. K7, keep a close eye on her. Xia Jinyuan said to everyone, including K7 who was currently confronting Red Scorpion. She's inside. I'll hand her over to you. Hearing this, K7 indifferently blinked his eyes, as if he had agreed. Red Scorpion had been uneasy for a long time. His elbow was tightly wrapped around the Vietnamese student's neck, strangling him to the point that the student's breathing suddenly became difficult. He wanted to gasp for air, but because of the lack of oxygen, his face was flushed red like a stranded fish. He didn't even have the chance to struggle. After 2 minutes, the hostage in your hands will die from lack of oxygen. As for you, Red Scorpion, you still won't be able to escape. K7 was indifferent to this, as if the hostage in the enemy's hands was actually a puppet. In the narrow air duct, Yiqian's back was already drenched in sweat as she crawled. Even though she was wearing a gas mask, she didn't stop. Using her shockingly flexible body to pass through a right angle, she paused for a moment to adjust her breathing. Then she moved to the air duct where she could clearly see Red Scorpion's back. Outside, everyone was on high alert. The representative sent by the Vietnamese military was already so anxious that his forehead was covered in cold sweat as he prayed non-stop. The Vietnamese special forces that had already entered the building rushed in front of the international police, using their own bodies to prevent the international police from ignoring the only son of one of their country's military ministers in order to eliminate the drug kingpin. This was a battle of wits. For the Chinese military, they were fully prepared. Eliminating all of them in one fell swoop was definitely not a problem. Outside, the international police and the Vietnamese military watched through the thick smoke as they held their guns tightly and guarded the side of the engine room. In front of the hidden cabinet door that led to another room, a police officer stood up and said in a very troubled tone, "Right now there's only one target left. We don't want to steal your credit, but we want to complete the mission perfectly. Chinese military, the only son of our country's minister, if anything happens, can you take responsibility?" The Vietnamese soldiers were extremely nervous. They were currently riding on a tiger's back, so they had to be extremely careful. The confrontation between the two sides, Xia Jinyuan's eyes, and their gazes became colder and colder. J5 laughed coldly. "What's credit? Sorry, I don't understand. And you, all of you, if you want to rush in, sure. Come, take a look at the situation inside the house." J5 walked to the only surveillance screen that hadn't been destroyed. His 10 fingers tapped on the keyboard for a while, and the originally still surveillance screen flickered a few times before it instantly cut into the next room. "Used to us," he said to the to Red to look. "Of course, you'll have to deal with the consequences yourself." J5's smile was like a spring breeze, but the meaning behind his words was as cold as ice, suffocating the people around him. Xia Jinyuan had already put away his gun and said indifferently, "I think with the strength of the international police and the Vietnamese military, and with so many people charging in together, it shouldn't be impossible to save a hostage. G3, inform our people to retreat." Chapter 197. This was a good move, allowing them to clearly see the situation in the room across the surveillance screen. Xia Jinyuan calmly ordered the Chinese people to retreat in English. However, the first to panic were the Vietnamese soldiers. "Wait, please wait." Afraid that the Chinese soldiers confronting Red Scorpion would retreat, the Vietnamese soldiers quickly apologized. "Sorry, I apologize for our recklessness." When the international police also apologized and pleaded with Xia Jinyuan for help from the Chinese soldiers, Yiqian, who was holding his breath, smiled. He had said before that he would make those who looked down on the Chinese side beg the Chinese soldiers to help them. Tonight he really did it. That's right, not only were his words worth 1,000 pieces of gold, every single one of them was true. How could a great country be looked down upon by others? The dignity of the country, the dignity of the people, how could they be looked down upon by other countries? Yiqian put away the faint smile on his face. The cold black bullet hole aimed at Red Scorpion's back through the slender gap in the ventilation net. There was no wind, the temperature was normal, the visibility was high. The distance was close, one bullet hit the heart, and the other hit the back of the head. Now was the time. Shooting at close range didn't require any scopes to observe. It relied on aiming and strength. When Yiqian, who maintained a high level of calmness, fired the first bullet, the second bullet was only 30 seconds away from the first bullet, and the second bullet hit the back of Red Scorpion's head. Blood like a mist exploded with a boom. Even though there was clearly some distance between them, Yiqian felt as if the blood had filled her eyes, and the entire world was blood red. It was as if she didn't know anything, but also as if she couldn't see anything. Only the mist of blood and the exploded head and neck kept brushing past her eyes. Close-range shooting. 2 consecutive shots. No matter how tough his life was, he should be dead by now. The international police and Vietnamese soldiers who were watching the surveillance screen were stunned, and then they all subconsciously looked towards the ventilation vent in the room. Judging from the position where Red Scorpion was shot, there was another soldier on the Chinese side hiding in the central air conditioning vent. How could he crawl through such a narrow space? Outside, the sound of sirens could be heard. Inside, it seemed to be exceptionally quiet. Yi Qian blinked and looked at the handsome face that had suddenly appeared before his eyes. He blinked again and then chuckled softly. Sweat flowed into his eyes, but with the mask on, it was not convenient for him to wipe it off. Looking at him, Yi Qian was breathing heavily, as if he could not catch his breath. Red Scorpion's miserable state was still lingering in his mind, as if it was branded in his mind. Even though she knew that she had made the right choice, just like how she had shot the two of them earlier. When she saw the huge bloody hole on the back of his neck, it hit her heart and made it difficult for her to breathe. What a bold little girl. She was scared. Don't look, girl. Xia Jinyuan, who was standing on the table and using violence to remove the ventilation blades, looked at her palm-sized face that was completely drained of blood. He stretched out his slender hands and said in a voice as calm as the morning bell, "Come, give me your hands. I'll carry you down. Don't look, close your eyes." 2 consecutive shots, especially the gunshot wound on the back of his neck. It was especially terrifying and bloody. This child was scared. Xia Jinyuan, who was suppressing his heartache, grabbed Yi Qian's hands and coaxed her gently, as if he was coaxing a baby. "Come, a little closer, I'll hold you. Be good, just a little closer." Chapter 198. He didn't say it out loud for fear of hurting her, so he spoke carefully, as if he was protecting the apple of his eye. Xia Jinyuan's voice not only had the power to penetrate the darkness, but it also had the effect of calming people's hearts. Yi Qian thought to himself as he blinked his eyes. He exhaled a mouthful of foul air that seemed to be stained with blood. When he saw Junia's worried eyes, he smiled slightly. "I'm fine. It's just my first experience, so I'm still in the process of adjusting." She had shot 2 people in a row previously because she knew that if she was discovered, both she and Gao Yang would die. She had no choice but to deal with the enemy and save her own life. This time she was fully prepared, but she still overestimated herself. Yi Qian reached out and grabbed his hand tightly. He smiled bitterly. "Captain Xia, I want to take off my mask and take a breather. There's sweat in my eyes and it's uncomfortable." It wasn't as if she didn't sweat during training, but she couldn't help it this time. There was no smoke in the room, so it was fine for her to take a breather. Her soft voice made Xia Jinyuan's heart ache. This girl was too strong, so strong that it made his heart ache. "Okay, take it off and take a breather," he replied gently. He put down his hand and gestured for his comrades below to open the windows and let in some fresh night air. Su Yu and the others heard her words and could hear the slight tremor in her voice. A 14-year-old girl should be wearing a beautiful floral dress with her black hair tied up high. She should be the apple of her parents' eye. This girl, even if she was afraid, she still knew how to comfort the men first. K7 turned around and opened the tightly shut windows to let the night breeze in and disperse the stench of blood in the room. Perhaps this would make this 14-year-old girl, who was as brave as a soldier, feel a little better. When she took off her mask, Xia Jinyuan saw her pale face and pale lips. His heart felt like it was being pricked by needles. "Come, let's sit aside and take a breather. The space here is too small, so it's not comfortable to lie down." Without the love and protection of her parents, how could she be so strong today? How could he not feel sorry for her? Yi Qian rubbed his eyes gently and breathed in for a while. After he felt a little better, he moved forward. As soon as he popped his head out, he felt several nervous gazes looking at him. Lowering his head, he saw a few young soldiers of about the same height, wearing the Army Special Forces uniform, staring at him without blinking. While he was sizing up the room, the wardrobe door that was supposed to be closed suddenly opened. 2 Vietnamese soldiers walked over, and the smell of smoke grenades and tear gas filled the room. Yi Qian, who was not wearing a gas mask, felt a sharp pain in his eyes in just a few seconds. Then tears flowed out uncontrollably, stream after stream. Xia Jinyuan's eyes turned sharp and he said in a cold and sharp voice, "Back off." Not only did his voice carry the authority of a soldier, but it also carried an irresistible deterrence. The Vietnamese soldiers who came in carelessly shrank their necks and subconsciously shrank back into the room behind the wardrobe. K7 walked over, touched the wardrobe door, and fixed it in place. He said, "Take him down first, then send him to the hospital for a checkup." Chapter 199. He looked up at Yi Qian, who was tearing up because of the smoke from the tear gas grenade. A trace of pity flashed through his eyes. "I'm going to see Coach Joseph. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Coach Joseph was the Russian soldier who had set up the sniper rifle on the opposite building. He had come to the Chinese army to train the soldiers. Yi Qian, who was crying with her eyes closed, recognized K7's voice. When she could open her eyes, K7 walked away from the window. "You're so touched. Come on, let me give you a hug." J5, who was standing on his tiptoes, tried to stretch out his arms to signal Xia Jinyuan to carry the girl down and put her in his arms. Yi Qian knew it was J5 from his voice. She also heard Xia Jinyuan reply with a faint smile. "How many good sisters do you have? How many more brothers do you want to be?" He then whispered in her ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "Close your eyes and let out all your fear." Yi Qian, who had put on the gas mask again, didn't answer. She couldn't cry either. She was being held in his arms. The awkwardness now exceeded the discomfort she felt before. Downstairs, Suyu, G3 and J5, who were standing by the table and looking up, raised their hands, ready to receive Yi Qian at any time. "No need. You guys clean up the scene. I'll take her out first." Xia Jinyuan, who was holding Yi Qian in his arms, didn't ask for help from his comrades. He jumped down steadily and left the scene without looking back. G3 looked up and said to J5, "Is he coming to our team?" "Yes, the king of soldiers." J5 pulled on his helmet and looked at the slender figure leaving. He said with interest, "That's right. I heard he's only 20 years old. His personal information is confidential. Other than the political commissar, no one knows. His background is not simple." He clicked his tongue. Under the gas mask, his peach blossom eyes were shining. "Q King is not bad. But I think that little girl is better. His IQ is high and his courage is unique." "So you didn't know any of these people?" He was sent from the Yun Province's Armed Police Border Defense Force. Standing next to these soldiers who were of the same height, he was secretly surprised and said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid the other target has heard the news and didn't appear in this transaction. This time I'll have to trouble you all. On behalf of the Yun Province's Border Defense Police, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you." This was a matter of Yun Province. Xia Jinyuan and the others were actually providing support. "We won't be separated, we won't be separated. We're all one family. What's there to thank?" J5 laughed heartily as he spoke, pointing at Red Scorpion's corpse. "Let the Vietnamese army take care of this themselves. Let them bring this student back as well. Our final mission. Let's go, my comrades. Let's go meet the insufferably arrogant white commander." After waiting for a few minutes, the Vietnamese army and international police came in. All they saw was a Chinese soldier, a hostage rescued by the Chinese soldier, and Red Scorpion's corpse. After watching the two Special Forces soldiers leave the window, Siyu turned around and began to talk to the Vietnamese army. The international police ran to the open window and looked down. They found nothing. The Chinese soldiers who appeared on the surveillance screen had suddenly appeared and mysteriously retreated. It was as if they had never appeared. Chapter 200. The night breeze with the smell of gunpowder blew in through the open window. Outside, the sirens were still ringing through the night sky. The international police officers standing by the window leaned their whole bodies out of the window, but they did not see the other Chinese soldiers who were confronting them, nor did they see the Chinese soldiers hiding in the ventilation vent. "Sir, they have left," someone on the intercom said softly. He was telling the commanding officer at the scene. "I'm sorry, we're still a step too late." He disappeared into thin air, leaving not even a trace behind. During the confrontation just now, the Chinese soldiers were all wearing gas masks, so it was impossible to see their faces clearly. Now there was no way to know where they had gone. This feeling caused them to feel a chill in their hearts. There was an uncomfortable feeling pressing down on their hearts, but they had no one to complain to. Were the Chinese soldiers weak? Were they really weak? No one could answer, only they could answer themselves. The commanding officer at the scene was momentarily stunned. Disappeared? Disappeared? God! When did the international police officers become unable to find a few living people? Xia Jinyuan, who was carrying Yi Qian, had already escaped several waves of police officers who had entered the building. He stopped by the side of the elevator that had started operating and saw a few Australian police officers who were investigating the scene walk out of the elevator. He hid in the dark and waited until they left before walking out. Little did he know that Yi Jian, who had been in his embrace all this time, had already become dizzy. Not only was her head dizzy, but her little face was also flushed red like a peach blossom, and it was crimson red. The air in the building was not very good. When the international police officers rushed in, they threw smoke grenades everywhere as if they were free. Now that it was over, the air was still filled with smoke. Yi Qian guessed that he had stayed in the building for too long, and that the gas mask he was wearing was not working. Otherwise, why would he feel so dizzy? The dizzy Yi Qian was like a little turtle hiding in its shell, using this method to hypnotize himself. When he was about to walk out, Yi Qian calmed himself down and coughed softly. Captain Xia, I can walk on my own. You don't have to carry me all the time. I'm not used to it. Are you sure your legs aren't weak? Although he was joking, he still respected Yi Qian's wishes like a gentleman. He bent down slightly and put her down. If you can't walk, just let me know. I still have the strength to carry you. She was very light and very thin. The first feeling he got when he held her in his arms was that she needed to be well nourished. Yi Qian instantly felt that his breathing had become much smoother after leaving his embrace and losing the warmth of his body. His mind, which had felt like it had been stuffed with cotton, was no longer as dizzy as before. He gradually regained his clarity. As expected, a dangerous man really couldn't get too close. She was held in his arms like he was protecting a treasure. Her entire body was floating. When her feet landed on the ground, it was just as he said. Her legs were a little weak. However, it was absolutely impossible for her to admit that her legs were weak. He smiled. If I really can't walk, I won't be polite with Captain Xia. She wouldn't be polite with him. That would be strange. This little girl was as cunning as a fox one moment, as a fish the next moment, and as pitiful as a little rabbit the next moment. It was really difficult to understand what she was thinking. Okay, you're welcome to be polite at any time. Hearing that her tone had regained its usual indifference, Xia Jinyuan, who was slightly relieved, regained his sense of humor. You must know that as a man, I'm born to serve beautiful girls. Little girl, I'm always welcome to be polite with you. Chapter 201. The humorous Xia Jinyuan is back. Yi Qian breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. His vigilance, which had gone off somewhere, instantly returned. The elegant and humorous Xia Jinyuan was the Xia Jinyuan he was most familiar with. Just as he secretly thought this, Major Xia, who had regained his humorous demeanor a second ago, became exceptionally serious in the next second. He took off his gas mask and stood under the faint light. His handsome face appeared exceptionally cold, and his eyes were like cold stars as he stared coldly at the exit in front of him. I'll cover for you later and divert their attention. J5 and the others have already left. It's not suitable for the members of our operation group to appear in public, and you, little girl, can't show your face either. Because all the international police outside think that you've already been rescued and sent to the hospital along with the other kidnapped Chinese student. After Gao Yang came out, the Chinese soldier told the international police in order to protect and hide Yi Qian. After all, Yi Qian was only a student who could inform the police of Red Scorpion's activities in the hotel. Moreover, no one would believe that Red Scorpion, which was a headache for the international police and the Vietnamese military, would actually die at the hands of a high school student like Yi Qian. It wasn't because they were afraid that others wouldn't believe them, but because they were worried about Yi Qian's personal safety. The entire building was filled with international police officers. Yi Qian, who was a few steps behind, saw Xia Jinyuan walk in and was stopped by the police officer standing behind the police cordon for routine questioning. He didn't say a word and directly stretched out his arm. A brightly colored miniature version of the national flag with 5 golden stars made the interrogating European police officer stand at attention, raise his hand and salute. He didn't ask any more questions and let the interrogating officer in. He also had a walkie-talkie hanging in front of his chest. Xia Jinyuan pointed at the walkie-talkie and smiled politely. I need to borrow your walkie-talkie to say a few words to your commanding officer. Of course. The police officer didn't hesitate at all. He looked at the Chinese soldier with admiration in his eyes and handed the walkie-talkie over. After Xia Jinyuan thanked him, he took it and leaned to the side to block the police officer's view. At the same time, he was able to see Yi Qian's movements. He restrained his polite smile and no longer spoke in a warm tone. Instead, it was filled with an inviolable coldness. It was the hard and cold expression of a Chinese soldier. He said to the international police commander on the scene, "Please tell your commander-in-chief that the thing he wants is in the hands of our soldiers. If he wants to get it, please apologize to our soldiers first." His voice was piercingly cold and resounding, striking the hearts of everyone present. He spoke in standard American English, and anyone with a walkie-talkie could hear him. At the same time, his words made the European police officers who had once thought that the Chinese soldiers were incompetent feel ashamed. If he dared to say such words, he definitely needed to have a certain level of confidence. Xia Jinyuan returned the walkie-talkie to the European police officer, who was already embarrassed. He smiled again and did not forget to maintain his politeness and said, "Goodbye." His voice wasn't loud, but it was enough to attract the attention of the police officers on duty. They saw Yi Qian stick close to the wall and nimbly hide behind a tree. She didn't immediately come out. She was like a little fox that came out of its cave. After looking around vigilantly, she lightly jumped across the warning line parallel to the green ribbon and successfully avoided the sight of the police officers. Watching her leave, Xia Jinyuan's lips curled up slightly. She's strong and agile. No wonder she's a reserve soldier trained by a first-class sergeant and the world's best sniper. Chapter 202. After setting up the cordon, Xia Jinyuan walked out and saw Yi Qian hiding behind a tall wall from the corner of his eye. He walked over with a gentle smile in his eyes. The ambulance arranged by the Chinese side drove over under his instructions. The doctors and nurses in the ambulance were all from the embassy. After Yi Qian got into the ambulance, they immediately gave her a simple checkup. After they were done, they gave Xia Jinyuan an okay hand sign to indicate that everything was normal. The two of them sat in front of the ambulance and pulled down a layer of cloth. Xia Jinyuan casually placed the gas mask to the side. He looked at the little face in front of him that had regained some color. His thin lips curved into a perfect smile. Your heart rate is correct. It looks like you're really not afraid anymore. Major Xia's smile was very lethal. Just now she had been dizzy from his minty scent, and now she saw his warm smile. What a dangerous man. Yi Qian lowered her head silently. She rubbed her wrists and smiled. Yes, I'm not afraid anymore if I don't think about it. Little girl, congratulations. You're one big step closer to becoming a qualified soldier. He smiled faintly. He raised his hand and gently rubbed her head. His voice became more serious. Also, even though I can't reward you for this operation, your achievements will be forever recorded in the military files. Everyone will be proud of you. Yi Qian was only 14 years old. She had gone through a kidnapping, sacrificed herself to save others, participated in an operation, and fearlessly killed the top target. At 14 years old, she had done things that no one else her age could surpass. Yi Qian felt that this was good. She nodded and said calmly, "This is good enough. I don't need to be rewarded, and I don't need too many people to know about it. This is very good. The glory that belongs to you will always belong to you. Accepting everything calmly will make it easier for you. Little girl, you have a very good attitude." Yi Qian was indeed very suitable to join the military and become a soldier. At the hospital, when the 4 guards sent by the embassy saw the ambulance arrive, they immediately went out to greet it. Inside the ambulance, Xia Jinyuan confirmed that no one was following them before he removed the gas mask from Yi Qian's face. He said in a low voice, "Don't show your face. The embassy guards will escort you back to the hotel. When you go back, don't tell anyone about what happened tonight. I still have things to deal with here. I'll come back tomorrow afternoon." He patted Yi Jian's head gently. "Have a good rest and think about tomorrow's exam." Yi Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I thought you would ask me to rest and not take my exam tomorrow's exam." Little girl, the exam is the most important thing for a student. Don't think too much. When Xia Jinyuan heard this, his handsome face smiled deeply. He saluted the 4 guards and returned to the ambulance without looking back. When Yi Qian came out of the ophthalmology department, he saw Director Li pacing back and forth in the white corridor. A middle-aged man with a cold expression was sitting in a chair. It was Gao Yang's father. He had specially come to thank Yi Qian. He was shocked that a young girl could remain calm in such a situation and give the opportunity to leave to a boy. This was a hospital that the Gao family had a large stake in. When Gao Yang's father asked the doctor about Yi Qian's condition with a serious expression, Director Li's eyes were already filled with tears. It's good that you're fine. If you didn't come back, I would have been lying in the hospital. Chapter 203. It's fine, we're all with our own people. Let's go, Director Li. It's too late and we still have exams tomorrow. Yi Qian smiled. At this moment, even though the hospital was filled with the smell of disinfectant, she still felt refreshed. After Father Gao understood the situation from the doctor, he turned his head and saw the teacher and student preparing to leave. He quickly caught up to them. Director Li, this female student, it's too late. I'll get the driver to take you back. It was almost 1 in the morning. No matter what, he couldn't let the female student who saved his son's life leave by herself. This time Director Li didn't refuse. Father Gao seemed to be relieved. His cold gaze fell on Yi Qian's face and he revealed a gentle smile. You're willing to give life to others and leave danger to yourself. I want to ask for money to express my gratitude. To you, it's a form of humiliation. But if I don't express my gratitude properly, I'll feel uneasy. Student Yi Qian, how about this? I'll use your name to provide a scholarship of $1 million to a middle school student in a disadvantaged area. What do you think? A scholarship of $1 million. Director Li faintly sucked in a breath of cold air. A scholarship of $1 million multiplied by 8 times the current exchange rate. Director Li, who had finally calmed down, felt like she had to take another heart-strengthening pill. The exchange rate in July 1995 was 1 million. It was a lot of money. After calculating in her heart, Yi Qian, whose eyes were already curved into crescents, said generously, Actually, I also need money. After all, the amount you're offering is quite tempting. However, it's pretty good as a scholarship. I'm very grateful for your generosity. I think I should also study hard for your scholarship. Her gaze was open and her eyes were clear. Even though she said she needed money, he still felt that she was natural and unrestrained. This made Father Gao's impression of Yi Qian even better. He let out a rare laugh and sighed. People die for money and birds die for food. This has never changed since ancient times. But a gentleman who loves money has a right way of obtaining it. Not only do you have a good character, but you're even better. Okay. Uncle will set up a scholarship for you. As long as you do well, this scholarship will be yours. You're thinking too highly of me. Yi Qian really didn't expect Father Gao to think so highly of her. She smiled politely and replied, There are many outstanding students in our country who can't go to school because of tuition fees and family burdens. I think they need the scholarship you set up. After a brief moment of shock, Father Gao said, How about this? I'll set up a charity organization that provides scholarships for outstanding and impoverished students in the country. We'll mobilize the overseas Chinese to contribute to the future of our country. What do you think? This was indeed for the best. Our country does need such a charity organization. We also need the help of overseas Chinese from all over the world. Yi Jian reached out her hand like an adult and said with a sincere expression, Thank you very much for your help. With your help, more students will be able to enter the school. An important matter was settled just like that. Director Li, who had not interjected at all, was dumbfounded. Gao Yang was still under the effects of the tranquilizer. Gao Yang's father promised to send him to the hotel at 7:30 a.m. sharp the next morning. After that, Director Li left with Yi Jian in the car. Chapter 204. Don't think about anything when you get back. I asked teacher Yu to warm some calming tea for you. Drink it when you get back. Mr. Gao had been present just now, so Mr. Li had restrained himself a little. But now he began to nag. He was still worried that something would happen to his student, so he kept comforting him. Everything's over now. We came back safe and sound. You just treat it like a dream. When you wake up tomorrow, nothing happened. Yi Qian didn't interrupt but listened with a smile. Occasionally, she would obediently say, okay. She didn't have the coldness of a gun-wielding girl anymore. She was completely an obedient girl. When they returned to the hotel, they didn't disturb the other students. Whether it was the Chinese students or the students from other countries, they didn't know that Yi Qian and Gao Yang had gone through a disaster. What happened in the middle of the night didn't affect the contestants who went to bed early. The next morning, Yi Qian appeared in front of her classmates as usual. No one knew that she had returned to the hotel at 1 in the morning. When Yang Yi saw her, she immediately came over. Dear, can I sleep with you tonight? I found out that I'm sleeping in the same room as teacher Yu. Why do I have insomnia? You don't have freedom and romance anymore, do you? Yi Qian smiled and saw through her thoughts. The first night I slept with you, I helped you pick up your books twice in the middle of the night. You're quite relaxed. Tell me, where did you hide them? Before coming to Australia, the 4 teachers had specially checked the students' luggage, afraid that the students would bring books that had nothing to do with them. In the end, there were still some that slipped through the net. Yang Yi, who was startled, looked around guiltily and pulled Yi Qian to a corner. Oh my, you even found out. Good sister. I'll definitely thank you when I get back to the capital. The students hadn't all arrived yet, so the two of them huddled in the corner and whispered. Hurried footsteps sounded, and they heard Gao Ying ask the other students, Did Yi Qian come down? Did you see her? Yi Qian? No, I didn't see her after I came back from looking for you last night. Wouldn't he be suspicious if he looked for her in such a big way? Yi Qian leaned over to take a look. Seeing that he was about to ask the other students, she quickly raised her voice. I'm here? What's the matter? This Gao Yang, looking for you early in the morning is like looking for his mother. TSK. I'm afraid there's something urgent. I'll go eat breakfast first. As Yi Qian snickered, Yang Yi waved at Gao Yang, who was striding over. Come. Over here. I'll abdicate my position and you can talk. On the other hand, Gao Yang, who was supposed to arrive at 7:30, was only staring at Yi Qian. He didn't even spare Yang Yi another glance. After he hurried over, he lowered his voice and said, You came to the hospital last night, but I didn't know anything. I'm sorry, Yi Qian. His eyes were still red, as if he had just cried. His expression was also somewhat haggard, as if he had not slept well the entire night. I'm fine. It doesn't matter if you know or not. Yi Qian saw that more and more students were coming and going. He pointed downstairs and said, Let's talk outside. We can't let anyone know about this. It could be considered a secret between her and Gao Yang. They didn't leave the hotel. They were right in front of the fountain. With the sound of the fountain as a cover, and with the volume lowered, it was a very good place to talk. I'm fine here. You don't have to worry. But you, why do you look like you didn't sleep well last night? Perhaps it was because of last night's experience, but when Yi Qian looked at him again, he wasn't as cold as before. He could even stand and talk to him calmly. It's not a big deal. Yesterday's matter should be fixed on yesterday. Take me for example. If I don't think about it, it won't affect me. Chapter 205. Under the sunlight, her eyebrows and eyes shone brightly. Her skin was so fair that it seemed to glow like a pearl. What made him unable to look away were her bright eyes. Just like last night, they carried a coldness that he had never seen before. Her gaze was like an arrow that pierced straight into his heart. He couldn't help but listen, he couldn't resist. Yi Qian was so unfamiliar that it was as if they were meeting for the first time. Also, the way she held the gun made it seem like she was used to holding a gun, no different from a police officer or a soldier. Skilled marksmanship, shooting without hesitation, calm response, nimble handling. She was not the Yi Qian that occasionally bickered with Yi Ying in school. After the sedative wore off, he woke up and didn't sleep again. He thought a lot and recalled a lot. In the end, he came to the conclusion that she had been hiding her true self in school. There were so many things he wanted to ask, but every time he couldn't get them out. After pursing his lips for a while, Gao Yang said in a slightly hoarse voice, I don't have anything to do. I just came over to thank you. Last night. If it wasn't for you, I don't even know if I would have made it out alive. After a slight pause, she looked at her distant face and sped up her speech. Thank you, Yijian. I was too reckless in the past and liked to take things out of context. I misunderstood you again and again. Fortunately, you're a great person who doesn't mind my mistakes and didn't hold it against me. He laughed self-deprecatingly, revealing the innocence that a boy should have. Now I know how ridiculous I was in school. I jumped around in front of you like a clown and didn't even realize it. If you wanted to talk about this, then there was no need. Yiqian smiled faintly and interrupted. It's not a big deal. I'm not that magnanimous, but I won't fight over the usual disputes and misunderstandings to the point where it's a matter of life and death. As for Ying, I'll say the same thing again. Don't mention her in front of me in the future. I really can't like her. When she mentioned Ying, her tone was cold. It was obvious that their relationship was quite bad. The only difference was that she never gossiped about Ying. Just as her father had said, sometimes it wasn't just about looking at a person, but also about thinking with one's heart. As for Yiqian, if she didn't like someone, she would say that she didn't like them. She had never heard her talk about others behind their backs. She finally understood that such a person was rare and valuable. Smiling, his inexperienced handsome face had a trace of soaring spirit. His unperturbed eyes lost a trace of coldness and gained a bit of color. Okay, I won't mention it again. You haven't had breakfast yet, right? Let's go. Putting aside her previous prejudice, Gao Yang was indeed a friend worth befriending. Oh, this would explain why Gao Yang did not get together with Yi Ying. She probably left without hesitation after seeing Yi Ying's true face. When they reached the cafeteria, they bumped into another Vietnamese student, as well as the only son of the high official who was kidnapped by Red Scorpion last night. When he saw Yiqian, his eyes clearly shrank. He pursed his lips and silently took a step back. This step back made the other two Vietnamese students who had appeared in the Red Scorpion room together involuntarily take a step back, allowing Yiqian and Gao Yang to pass. When they passed by, Yiqian suddenly stopped. Her gaze fell on the boy who was hiding at the back, trying to minimize his presence. He was the boy who caused her and Gao Yang to be kidnapped. Chapter 206. Her pause immediately made the three boys nervous. They didn't even dare to raise their heads, much less pass Yiqian and leave. In reality, Yiqian had only stopped for a moment and left without even saying a word. However, it was precisely because of this that the three of them didn't even dare to breathe loudly. She seemed to be looking at the boy at the back, but in reality, she was sizing up the only son of a high official from the corner of her eye. The only son of a high official. He kept appearing in Red Scorpion's room. In her previous life, she had also seen on the news that high officials were involved in these drug-producing countries. That pair of hands that seemed to be protecting one side was actually dirtier and darker. Xia Jinyuan and the others should know a little about it. However, this was a matter of the Vietnamese and had nothing to do with outsiders. There were 3 days of exams in a row, and the competition in the final exam today was even more intense. Everyone competed to answer the questions, and the entire process was broadcasted live by Australian television. This allowed the Australians who were paying attention to the mathematical Olympiad to see the elegance of the students from each country. The Vietnamese students were not doing well today. Sometimes, even if they managed to grab the questions, they would lose due to a small mistake and end up at the bottom. The competition was the fiercest in China, America, England, and Korea. The students from these 4 countries were all fighting as if they were wearing armor. They were all calm and collected. If there was even the slightest mistake in the middle, the other students would immediately snatch the points back. When it came to mental arithmetic, the gap between them was immediately widened. The first to lose was England, then Korea. In the end, only the Chinese and American students were competing on the stage. The situation suddenly reached an unprecedented level of tension. The atmosphere in the audience was like the air had frozen. Even the announcer who was reporting the live broadcast had a serious expression on her face. Unfortunately, although the Australian contestants tried their best, they were eliminated in the end. However, we are all proud of them because, to be honest, I believe that at least 90% of the people in the country can't do those questions. Up until now, our broadcast room has only received 4 correct answers, and they were all answers provided by adults. The announcer's expression was serious, but her hosting style was humorous. Even if it was her own country's students being eliminated, she still felt that it was a great thing. Below the stage, the teachers' expressions were solemn. Watching the final confrontation between the Chinese and American students, they all held their breaths, waiting to see what the final outcome would be. Theory and mental calculation were carried out simultaneously. Even if the adults watching the live broadcast were confused, they could still feel how fierce the competition in the examination room was. The Chinese and American students did not give in at all. The students' mental calculations and answers were like calculators. Their verbal and logical abilities were extraordinary. The calmness and confidence they displayed when they defeated their opponents pushed the entire competition to the climax. Director Li sat on the stage with his arms crossed. His expression looked very calm, but in fact, his hands were clenched tightly under his armpits. His palms were already sweaty. Our country's Olympiad started relatively late. We only joined this competition in 1985. Team competition has always been our country's strength. This time we came with the determination to win the team gold medal. Therefore, when the rest of the opponents were defeated and only one opponent was left, Director Li did not even dare to blink. He stared at the stage, afraid that he would miss the slightest bit. 5 hours later, when the time was up, the Americans shrugged their shoulders regretfully. The Chinese team had won 3 gold medals, while the Americans only had 2. Chapter 207. In this mathematical Olympiad, the Chinese team once again stood out. The individual gold medal and team total score were among the best. When the results were announced, Director Li stood up with a whoosh and strode to the examination room to give all the contestants who had persisted for 5 hours a warm hug. The audience also applauded continuously. This was for all the students. Regardless of success or failure, the spirit of the students' hard work was worthy of praise. Father Gao, who had never attended his son's parent-teacher conference, and had never even been to his son's school, had tears in his eyes. As a middle-aged man, there was a trace of gentleness in his love for family compared to when he was young. He really didn't know that his son was so outstanding that he was so proud of him. A fierce competition ended with the contestants shaking hands with each other, and a gentle smile on their faces. The mathematical Olympiad ended. Yiqian received the gold medal that she had obtained in 2 lifetimes. She, who had always been calm and composed, was also slightly red-eyed. In her previous life, she had gone through hardships but still could not escape from Yi Ying's persecution. In this life, she finally did not need to look at Sun Dongqing and Yi Ying's faces and live carefully. She could stand upright and no longer suffer from that cowardice. The continuous applause was like flowers that appeared on the roadside when you walked through a thorny road. You could stop to feel the joy but never forget that a wonderful life could not be stopped because of this. Yiqi and Yangyi, the 2 girls, stand in front. The boys stand on the left and right. Take a group photo together. Below the stage, Director Li, who had a face full of pride, and the staff sent by the embassy took the first group photo of all the students in Australia. When the 12 contestants began to visit the scenery of the University of Sydney, this photo had already been sent back to China by the embassy staff. Yi Qian and the others had not yet returned from Australia. In China, the news that the Chinese team won the most gold medals in the mathematical Olympiad team, and the individual gold medals swept across the country like a spring breeze. Even the People's Daily, which had the largest circulation, reported it and accompanied the contestants' performance on the stage. Yi Zhifan was the deputy mayor, and the People's Daily was the paper he had to read every time. When he saw the photo that occupied the most important section of the People's Daily, his gaze suddenly froze. Then he looked at the name attached. His originally relaxed brows suddenly furrowed, and his expression had changed greatly. He had just arrived at work. He picked up his briefcase from his desk, clenched the newspaper in his hand, and strode out of the office. A government worker saw that he seemed to have left in a hurry and asked kindly, "Deputy Mayor Yi, there are still 10 minutes before the meeting. What are you?" "Postpone the meeting for an hour. I have something urgent to attend to." How could he be in the mood for a meeting? Yi Zhifan didn't even look back. He left the office building with a gloomy face and sped home on his motorcycle. After breakfast, Sun Dongqing took Yi Ying to the streets to buy groceries. When they came back, they happened to meet the villagers of Shuke village. At this time they were already proudly talking about Yi Ying's results in the midterm exam. "It's not that I want to praise my Ying Ying, But this child is very sensible. Old Yi and I have never had to worry about her studies. As a matter of fact, he was one of the top few students in the entire cohort during the final exam. Everyone says that all things are inferior, and only education is good. My Ying is not a boy. But in what way is she inferior to a boy? During this period of time, Sun Dongqing was a little arrogant again. It was said that Yi Jifan was very likely to become the mayor, and her daughter was very capable. Wherever she went, she held her chin high. Yi Jifan, who was riding his motorcycle all the way, happened to see his wife chatting with the villagers. His gloomy face was almost squeezed out of water. Chapter 208. The women from the same village would more or less interact with Sun Dongqing. After all, she was the wife of an official. Sometimes, if they wanted to do something, it was difficult to find Yi Jifan, but it was definitely not a problem to find Sun Dongqing. Sun Dongqing was greedy and liked to listen to flattery. Sun Dongqing was both. My old Yi always says that even though my Ying is not a man, she will definitely not be bad in the future. Next year, she will definitely be able to get into the provincial experimental high school in the middle school exams. She will definitely be able to get into Hua University and Shi University. She became more and more enthusiastic as she spoke, her saliva flying everywhere. Even though she was very plump, she really did not match Yi Jifan in terms of temperament. When the women from the same village heard this, they clicked their tongues and exclaimed, "Isn't that so? Who doesn't know that your Yi family is full of talents? And this talent is from your family. Ying is born with good looks and good grades. When she becomes a university student, she will be a golden phoenix flying out of our poor village." Ying liked to hear these words. When she heard this, she pursed her lips and smiled sweetly. "Auntie Tao, I know that little brother Little Dong also got into town high school. In the future, little brother Little Dong can look for me in class if he needs anything. If he doesn't know where my classroom is, just ask around and a classmate will bring him here." When Auntie Tao met her, she first mentioned that little brother Dong got into town high school, and that he would have to worry about something in the future. Ying immediately knew why she was here. Since Yi Qian, that damned girl, made her life in school even more difficult, then she had to think of a way to make everyone in the same village stand by her side. Let's see if she has the face to return to the village in the future. Rumors and slanders killed people. Since she had failed to seduce teacher, she would have to take her time. Yi Ying's smile became even sweeter as a gloomy look flashed across her eyes. She didn't believe that she couldn't win against an orphan. If 1 year wasn't enough, then 2 years. If 2 years wasn't enough, then 3 years. As long as that damned girl returned to the village, she would have a chance. When Auntie Tao heard this, she immediately heaved a sigh of relief. "Of course not. I say, Dongqing, your Ying is really sensible." No wonder everyone in the village said that the one who had become a demon in the Yi family was actually Yi Ying. Looking at it now, wasn't it true? Yi Jifan had been listening for a while. If it weren't for his status, he would have walked over and taught the mother and daughter who didn't know anything a lesson. His hands tightened on the handle of the motorcycle. Just as he was about to leave, he heard the sound of a car horn behind him. A black Santana stopped next to him. Someone greeted him with a smile. "Deputy Mayor Yi, Deputy Mayor Yi." A Santana stopped, and the person sitting in the back seat came over with a smile. "Long time no see, Deputy Mayor Yi. Isn't this Secretary Wu? Aya, are you going to school?" When Yi Jifan saw who it was, the gloominess on his face disappeared. He walked over with a smile and held Secretary Wu's hand. He said politely, "It's so hot today. Do you have something urgent?" Secretary Wu was the leader of the city's education bureau. Auntie Tao heard it too. When she looked over, she clicked her tongue and said, "Old Yi is really a busy man. That person looks like an official. TSK, TSK, TSK. Dongqing, you're really lucky. Wasn't he a blessed person?" Sun Dongqing smiled arrogantly. "I have to go take a look. You're busy. If you don't return to the village at noon, come to my house for lunch." After that, she pulled Ying over. Chapter 209. Aunt Tao, who had wanted to get closer to her, did not dare to make her stay. Seeing the mother and daughter walk over, she stopped for a while and left. "I just found out that you're Yi Qian's uncle. This is really..." When Sun Dongqing heard Yi Qian's name, she was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She immediately exploded. "Yi Qian? Old Yi, what trouble did that wretched girl get into again? Let me tell you, whether she lives or dies has nothing to do with my family. Wretched girl, ungrateful wretch. If it weren't for my family raising her, she would have been a beggar begging for rice. He spoke quickly and hurriedly, without any pause or buffer. He finished speaking with a crackling sound like firecrackers, but he didn't notice that Ying was already sweating from anxiety. Mom, what are you saying? Ying was afraid that she would say something unpleasant, so she quickly pulled her back and whispered, Mom, Dad's expression has changed, and you're still talking. Why don't you see who the important guest is? You can't say anything nice the moment you open your mouth. Ying was also an expert at reading people's expressions, even though she also liked to let others know more about Yi Qian's scandals. But now who was the guest? What was he doing here? Why was he looking for Yi Qian? She had no idea. Sun Dongqing was still a little unhappy. What, how long has it been since that wretched girl showed up? When I asked you, you said you didn't know. When I asked your dad, he wouldn't tell me. Who knows if she got into trouble outside? This wretched girl, she just doesn't. Mom, can you stop talking? Yi Ying's little face was now pale because Yi Jifan's gaze just now was so sharp that it made her shiver involuntarily. Secretary Wu was talking happily. With Sun Dongqing's reprimand, he could tell that something was wrong. He did not show it on his face, but he smiled and asked, This is... Sai, I've embarrassed myself in front of you. This is my wife. She doesn't know anything. All she knows is to take care of her 3 meals a day. The children like to spread rumors about the slightest mistake. It was impossible for him to teach Sun Dongqing a lesson in front of outsiders. People who worked in the officialdom were good at smoothing things over. They didn't need to explain anything, but they could explain everything clearly. Secretary Wu's expression softened a little. He had wanted to say a few more words, but now he was not in the mood. It seemed that he should wait for Yi Qian to come back. He smiled and said, So it's Madame Yi. That little classmate must be Deputy Mayor Ye's daughter. That's right. Come, Ying, say hello to Secretary Wu. How could Yi Jifan not see the change in the situation? The other party was clearly here for Yi Qian, but he could not bring himself to mention it. He had to smooth things over first. In terms of social interaction, Ying had always been polite and appropriate. With Sun Dongqing's previous offense, Yi Ying's actions and words were very dignified. Hello, Uncle Wu. If my mother offended you just now, please don't take it to heart. She was just worried about my sister, so she spoke without thinking. Please don't take it to heart. Yi Jifan, who was suppressing the anger in his heart, saw this and calmed down quite a bit. His daughter was still sensible, but she was still a little narrow-minded. He would teach her slowly in the future. It's normal for a family to be worried. Then I won't disturb you. Deputy Mayor Yi, let's chat again next time. Secretary Wu saw some clues, but for Yi Jifan's sake, he naturally wouldn't embarrass his wife. He said a few words of courtesy, which was considered as giving face to her. Chapter 210. Yi Jifan knew that he couldn't persuade him to stay, so he smiled and said, That's good. You came to the village on such a hot day. You must have something urgent to attend to. I'll have a drink with you when I'm free. After watching Secretary Wu get into the car, Yi Jifan's smile immediately disappeared. He glared at his wife and said to Ying, Look after your mother. I'll deal with you when I get back. It was time for the meeting, so he had to rush back. Ying was always afraid of him. Hearing this, her back broke out in a cold sweat and she nodded timidly. Suppressing his anger, Yi Jifan didn't even have the mood to attend the meeting. Whenever he thought of his wife's complacent look outside, he felt his heart burn fiercely. He had a belly full of anger that he couldn't vent. Yi Qian, the wretched girl she kept calling, had already gone abroad and won an award. People's Daily even published a photo and highlighted the students who won the gold medal in bold. Yi Qian was one of them. They even used the phrase turning the tide to describe Yi Qian's performance in the exam. Let's see if he still has the face to talk about Ying's exam results. Let's see if he still has the face to talk about how amazing his daughter is. Let's see if he still has the face to step on Yi Qian's face and make himself look good. Originally, he wanted to come back after work to scold his wife. Who knew that after the meeting, he would call Yi Jifan to go to the city. The matter that had been hanging in the air for half a year finally had an answer. He was promoted from deputy to official. On the same day, he had to report to the city and study for half a month. He could only come back when school started. The success of his official career made Yi Jifan temporarily put this matter aside. He packed his luggage and rushed to the city. In Shuka village, Uncle Jen and Principal Chun came back from fishing early in the morning. Both of them were full of smiles. They knew about Yi Qian's results before Yi Jifan did. At the same time, they also knew about the dangerous incident that happened that night. Although it was dangerous, when they thought about how the military knew about it and recorded Yi Qian's achievements in the file, the two elders were pleasantly surprised. Little Yi is brave and careful. Once she sets her mind on something, there's nothing she can't do. Old man Jen dealt with the big grass carp that he had caught early in the morning and laughed out loud. Even the deep wrinkles on his face looked like blooming flowers. I feel at ease now. Ever since Principal Chun returned from the province, he and Uncle Jen to live in Shuka village and go to the military once a week or so. Hearing that, a smile appeared on his wrinkled face. He sighed and said, "A 4-year plan is a long time, but half a year will pass in the blink of an eye. Little Yi will only be with us for a year. The rest will have to wait until the winter and summer holidays." There was no high school in town. If there was a high school with little Ye's talent, she would not be held back if she went to high school in town. She was smart and eager to learn. No matter where she went, she wouldn't be bad. Uncle Jen was already laughing. Children grow up. Sooner or later she'll fly high. She can see further. She just has to come back to visit us occasionally. Don't restrict her. Although the time is short, we'll teach her strictly. If she studies seriously, she'll be admitted to school sooner or later. They removed the scales, dug out the innards, and washed the fish clean. Their lunch of braised fish was inevitable. Chapter 211. The two elders usually talked about Yi Qian. Other than that, they also talked about the training of some soldiers in the army. For the two elders, this kind of topic was their hope and spiritual sustenance. In the hotel, Yi Qian had already packed her luggage. She sat on the bed and looked at the letter that the front desk had just handed her. After a while, she finally tore up the envelope and the letter inside, and flushed them down the toilet. It was from Xia Jinyuan. It wasn't a letter, just a few words. He said that he wanted her to rest in Jing City for 2 days and that he could only go back to China after 2 days. So what if he went back to China? Dangerous men were like poison. She couldn't touch them. Especially when this dangerous and poisonous man liked to show signs of ambiguity from time to time. This made her even more unwilling to have too much contact with him in her life. Without any hesitation or consideration, Yi Qian maintained her original attitude and insisted on staying away from Xia Jinyuan in her life. After shaking hands with the local Australian students one by one, the Chinese students finally embarked on their journey back to China under the guidance of Director Li and the other 3 teachers. It was 11 a.m. when they arrived in Jing City. Yi Qian didn't plan to stay in Jing City for too long. Her plan was to fly back to the province at 2 p.m. If time didn't allow for it, she would rest in the province for one night and take the train back to the city early the next morning. Not only did she have to travel back to town from the city, but she also had to take a bus back to town. Don't think it's over. From town to the village, she still had to take a bus. Old people would probably feel their scalps tingle when they heard this, but for Yi Qian, she couldn't wait to take the train back to the city as soon as she arrived in the province. She was anxious to return home. Director Li tried her best to persuade her to stay in Jing City for a few more days and visit their school, but was rejected by Yi Qian. This made the eloquent Director Li so worried that her hair turned white. "You little girl, why don't you understand?" Teacher Li took a big gulp of water. He wanted to persuade Yi Qian to come down, but when he saw the sly smile in her eyes, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Good girl. Are you pretending to be confused in front of your teacher?" He was smart and well-mannered, and he handled the relationship between students quite well. He was not arrogant, and he was not arrogant because of his strengths. He really did not want to give up on such a good seedling so easily. When Yi Qian heard that he wanted to continue, he stopped feigning ignorance. He smiled and said, "Director Li, to tell you the truth, if there was a high school in our town, I would have studied there as well." Why was that? Everyone is racking their brains to get into a top school. Why is it so weird when it's your turn? I can tell you that in the whole of Beijing, our school has the strongest teaching staff. Not to mention Hua University and Xi University, most of the students who study abroad have a bonus. In response to Director Li's well-meaning advice, Yi Qian smiled faintly and replied, "You're honey, you're arsenic." He didn't say anything else. This was something that was completely impossible. He could only thank Director Li for his kindness. "You little girl, you really do have a lot of ideas." Director Li didn't try to persuade her anymore. He sighed heavily and said to the two boys, Gao Yang and Wang Emo, "Take care of the girls on the road. When you arrive in the province, remember to call me to let me know you're safe." Chapter 212. Wang Emo chuckled. "Don't worry, I'll definitely call you." Since the three of them were traveling together, Director Li wasn't too worried. However, he still called Teacher Zhu from the provincial high school, who was responsible for bringing the three of them to school. He told him what time the students would be arriving at the provincial high school, and personally escorted them to the departure lounge before leaving. "After I get off the plane, I'll go directly to the train station to see if there are any train tickets back to the city tonight." As soon as they boarded the plane, Yi Qian told Gao Yang her plan. "I can go back alone, and I want to go back earlier." She hadn't trained in a long time, so she was very anxious to go back. Gao Yang glanced at her and frowned slightly. He pursed his lips and said, "There are tickets. Let's go back together." He didn't hear her mention that if she hadn't been able to get the tickets, she would have gone back alone. "That's fine too." Yi Qian nodded slightly. Although there was no misunderstanding like before, she wasn't very interested in closing the distance between them. It was enough to maintain a casual friendship. Although she wasn't as cold to him as before, she didn't want to be friends either. Gao Yang, who realized this, felt a little bitter. He didn't say anything more and closed his eyes to pretend to rest. After Wang Emo and Yi Qian chatted for a while, Wang Emo also yawned and closed his eyes to sleep. Only Yi Qian, although she also closed her eyes, her mind was clear. She didn't feel sleepy at all when she thought about how she would soon be able to immerse herself in the intense training. As she wished, when they arrived at the provincial capital at 5:30 p.m., Gao Yang immediately called to book the train tickets for 7:45 p.m. The two of them didn't even meet Mr. Zhu and rushed to the train station without stopping. From Australia to Beijing, then to the province, the city, the town, and the village. Yi Qian spent a total of 2.5 days on the road. At noon, the sun was so hot that even the cicadas were resting. The entire village was extremely quiet. Even the dogs were lying under the shade of the trees, panting heavily. When Yi Qian walked into the peach forest with her luggage, Xia Jinyuan stood at the hotel where he and Yi Qian had agreed to meet. "No one contacted you? Are you sure?" Xia Jinyuan frowned and looked at Han Zheng in disbelief. He pressed his lips together and asked, "Are you sure no one called you when you were at the nightclub?" Han Zheng was on the verge of tears. He patted his chest and swore, "Absolutely not. They were watching him 24 hours a day. That little girl of yours definitely didn't contact me, I guarantee it." What was this? Could it be that his brother's words were false? The aggrieved Han Zheng pretended to cry and said sadly, "Why would I lie to you? Let me tell you, that little girl is not interested in you at all. The great young Master Xia also has a time when he is despised by others. My heart is really fucking happy." Amidst his childhood friend's gloating laughter, Xia Jinyuan's face gradually tensed up. The little girl didn't come, so the next time they met would be difficult. It might be a few months or a few years. Xia Jinyuan was originally supposed to join the team at the end of the year. Now, because of Operation Pebble, the transfer order was sent to his original unit the day before yesterday, and he would be transferred to the new unit the next day. Each unit was responsible for special missions, such as war zone operations, overseas pursuits, foreign assassinations, intelligence spying, and so on, which were classified as Red Level 1 Snowfield Brigade. Since she didn't come, Xia Jinyuan could only leave Beijing with regret and go to the Snowfield Brigade. Chapter 213. Before leaving, Xia Jinyuan wrote a letter to Yi Tong's school, hoping that she would receive his letter when school started. He left without saying goodbye. Only the little girl was familiar with this kind of thing. He didn't want to learn from her. The letter arrived at school 2 days before school started. After returning to the mountains and arriving at the army, Yi Qian fought with the soldiers all day long. She didn't even miss her daily exercises and training. When she looked up from the target, the days passed by like flipping through a book. In the blink of an eye, it was time to report back to school and usher in the 3rd year of middle school. She still couldn't bear to leave the army, causing the soldiers in the army to laugh and tease Yi Qian, who was like a little sister to them. It was noon when she left. Dozens of people sent her off at the same time. The scene was so spectacular that the regiment commander laughed out loud. He said to the political commissar, "This little girl was born to be a soldier. How can you tell that she's a little girl? For the sake of training, she cut her silky long hair just like that. Now she looks just like a boy." He paused and added, "It's just that her skin is a little too pale. She's been under the sun for more than 20 days, but I don't see her tan. If the little girl really turns into a coal under the sun, she'll cry." The political commissar laughed. There wasn't a single female soldier in the army. Even the military doctor was a man. With Yi Qian, the little girl's arrival had the effect of balancing yin and yang. Although ordinary people weren't allowed to enter the military grounds, Yi Qian was different. Even the military took note of her. When they found out that she was here, they even called and told her to teach her well. The little girl had a good temper and was hard-working. She was like a piece of gold in the army, shining wherever she went. Any army would be willing to open their doors and welcome such a talent. More than 10 days passed by quickly. Looking at this group of soldiers, he knew how much they couldn't bear to see her leave. Not only the soldiers but even he, the political commissar, couldn't bear to see her leave. They walked all the way to the entrance of the barracks. Only then did the soldier, who couldn't go out, pass Yi Qian's luggage to her. He patted her shoulder as if she was a comrade and said with a smile, "Come back on Saturday and Sunday. There are a lot of pheasants in the mountains in autumn. When the time comes, we'll carry the company commander and roast some pheasants." "Okay. Then I'll have to bring a few more bags of cumin powder. Sprinkle a handful of cumin powder on it when it's cooked. That's called fragrant." Yi Qian had cut his hair as soon as he entered the army, revealing his exquisite and flawless facial features. His eyes were as dazzling as the stars in the sky, and his smile was as bright as the morning sun. "Wait for me. See you on Saturday morning." Compared to the colorful life outside, Yi Qian loved this blood-boiling land more. When she walked out of the barracks, she turned back to look at the tall figures dressed in army green who seemed to blend into the mountains. Even the corners of her eyes were smiling. One by one, they stood ramrod straight like rows of spears at the entrance of the barracks. Even if it was resting time, they were always ready. In the army, the most common saying was, "Soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in an hour." The most discussed topic was, "Protect the country." No matter what era it was, those rows of army green figures would always be the most adorable people of that era. After leaving the army at noon, they took a village car to town in the afternoon. The people in the car were either from the same village or from the neighboring villages. They talked about their hometown all the way to town. Chapter 2:14. My chickens are hanging outside. They can't run away. I have to give them away. When the bus stopped midway, some villagers, under the urging of the conductor, didn't forget to remind them that they couldn't let anything happen to the chickens they brought into the town. The ticket seller was actually the driver's wife. She took the money and said, "Who wants your chickens? They're hanging in the back. Smells like chicken poop. Who can smell it in the summer? Get on, get on. Don't dawdle." It was common to see chickens and ducks when visiting relatives in town. There were many students on the bus. They chatted and chatted all the way to town. The buses driving in the town were not good cars. They were all old minibuses that had been eliminated by the city. There was no air conditioning in summer and no heating in winter. Everyone sitting in the bus hated that they could not tear down the windows. Gao Yang had been waiting for a long time. There were only 3 buses from Shuka village to town. One in the morning, one in the afternoon, and one in the afternoon. The first 2 buses did not see Yi Qian, so it had to be this bus. Soon, a shabby minibus came from afar. Gao Yang put some money on the counter of the canteen and bought 2 mung bean popsicles. He pushed the bicycle with one hand and walked over, but after a few steps he stopped. He saw Yi Ying and the mayor's wife, who had been in the limelight for the past 10 days. Yi Qian, who was sitting by the window, got off the bus. He felt that today was not a good day to go out. He saw the fashionably dressed mother and daughter, Sun Dongqing and Yi Ying, getting on the bus. They were talking to a woman who said that she wanted to take care of her chickens. It turned out that the woman's sister was giving birth at the town hospital. The mayor's wife, Sun Dongqing, had helped a little. She was here to thank them personally. Yi Qian did not plan to avoid them. So what if he bumped into them? When they got to school, she and Yi Ying would be in the same classroom. They would not see each other all day. How could she avoid them? Although the sun was setting in the west in the afternoon, it was still hot. Yi Jian glanced at Yi Ying, who was obviously impatient but still had a fake smile on her face. She took her luggage and left the car. Yi Ying had lost her patience. Her father had just taken office and needed the support of the villagers. Would she come out for a few chickens and ducks? Being close to the people, she had no choice. Over the phone, her father had specifically said that she had to make the mother and daughter appear close to the people. Yi Ying, who was waving a paper fan in her hand, said a few words with a fake smile. She looked up slightly and saw a face that she hated for a long time. His gaze suddenly became exceptionally sharp, and fiercely swept over as if he were looking at an enemy. Every time she thought about the humiliation at the farm in the suburbs of the capital, she hated that she couldn't tear this face apart in her dreams. Yi Qian. She gritted her teeth and shouted in a low voice. Her cold voice was filled with coldness, but she didn't walk over. She just stared fiercely at him. Even on a hot day, the coldness in her eyes would cause goosebumps. She was still the same. A leopard could not change its spots. Yi Qian curled his lips. Facing Yi Ying's coldness, he returned a cold smile. His smile was as clear as water, filled with indifference and disdain. Sun Dongqing already had a conditioned reflex when she heard the name, Yi Qian. She immediately shouted, "Where are you? Where is the wretched girl?" She looked up and saw Yi Qian grabbing his luggage and leaving the bus. She was furious. Like a weed on fire, it instantly started a prairie fire. "Wretched girl, stop right there. Do you still have any respect for your elders? Hey, where did all the reading go? You don't even have any respect for your elders." Chapter 215. After not seeing Yi Qian for a few months, and hearing her daughter say that she was bullied by Yi Qian at school today, Sun Dongqing was so pleased with herself that she wanted to teach Yi Qian a lesson. Yi Qian turned a deaf ear. She wanted to make a fool of herself in front of everyone, but she didn't want to. Of course, if she really wanted to make a fool of herself, she wasn't afraid to play along. He ignored her and didn't even look back. He was clearly ignoring her. Sun Dongqing thought about it. Which one of them didn't greet her with a smile in the past 10 days? Only this wretched girl dared to disobey her. She was so angry that she swung her arms and chased after him. Her reaction was so big that it made Yi Ying's heart sink. She thought to herself, "This is bad." She hurriedly chased after her and stopped her. She whispered, "Mom, we're on the streets. There are so many people coming and going. Don't embarrass Dad. Don't forget, Dad specifically told you not to." The mention of her husband made Sun Dongqing slam on the brakes. Her chubby body trembled a few times under her skirt before she managed to calm down. She glared at Yi Qian's back, her chest still heaving up and down violently. "Wretched girl, she's lucky." She cursed in a low voice before she stopped. Yi Jian, who had walked far away, could still hear her bad-mouthing her to the women in the neighboring village. She said that she didn't come back for the whole summer vacation, that she didn't come back at night, and that she didn't know where she went to fool around. She walked quickly and didn't see Gao Yang, who was pushing his bicycle, walk coldly behind Ying. In the past, she only saw one side of it, but now she heard it for real. She saw it with her eyes, heard it with her ears, and felt it with her heart. Only then did she realize that some things were so unbearable. For example, this mayor's wife clearly didn't know anything, but she was still shamelessly talking nonsense and bad-mouthing Yi Qian. No matter how bad Yi Qian's relationship with your family is, at least I've never heard her talk behind your back. He spoke coldly, but his words were like thunder that exploded in Yi Ying's heart. Yi Ying's mind spun rapidly. How much did he hear and what did he know? No, she had to divert his attention. Last time in the suburbs of the capital, he was especially cold to her. This time she had to salvage her image no matter what. She restrained the shock on her face and slowly turned around to let her eyes be filled with surprise. Using a kind of natural joy that was just right, she said with surprise and joy, "When did you come back? Today? Why did you come back so late?" Usually, whenever Gao Yang came back from the holidays, the first thing he would do was look for Ying. In the past, I was indeed stupid. Gao Yang looked coldly at Ying, who had pretended that nothing had happened with just a turn of her body. His eyes were filled with mockery, both toward himself and Ying. Hearsay is false, but seeing is believing. For you, I don't only need to use my ears and eyes to verify, I also need to use my heart to observe you. The girl who had handed him a handkerchief when he was at his most embarrassing. Perhaps she had been kind at that moment, or perhaps she had just happened to pass by. She had handed him the handkerchief in order to improve her reputation in front of her classmates. Truth and falsehood, falsehood and truth. He couldn't see through Ying like this, and he didn't want to see through her. The incident at the farm in the suburbs of the capital had already clearly seen her character. Now that she was saying these things, did she expect him to say something to make her apologize to Yi Qian?